Chapter 101, Wild Star Region. Xia Fei lit a cigarette next to the window and took a drag. The insectoid ship that Xia Fei bumped out of the wormhole at the last minute never managed to lose him. The Alliance fleet could easily get hold of it, and if Xiao was on the ship, she could be rescued, too. That was one thing that Xia Fei could take off his mind, but he was now in a completely new area on the other side of the wormhole. It was completely yellow outside like the Loess Plateau after a violent breeze. Everything seemed to be covered in this yellowish haze. A piece of rubble, which was around 10 meters cubic, slowly drifted past lunar eclipse. The rock bumped the tail end of the ship, pushing it slightly to one side. A few minutes later, another piece of rubble bumped into the ship again, and all of a sudden, Xia Fei's ship was surrounded by countless space rocks, which bounced about like billiard balls. Evidently, this was an unknown asteroid belt, a place where no warship would travel to, especially small frigates like Xia Fei's. If he entered the asteroid belt at high speed, lunar eclipse would most certainly be damaged by these random space rocks. That was really close, said Phantom as he stood next to Xia Fei, looking out of the window with him. Xia Fei nodded, saying calmly after extinguishing his cigarette with his foot, "Yes, we almost let that insectoid warship escape." Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. "I'm referring to you. It's not like you don't understand the dangers of entering a wormhole somebody else set up. If we had just been a bit unlucky, we could have been torn to shreds, but it looks like luck was on our side and we traveled through the wormhole safely." Xia Fei nodded as he walked to the command center to check on the self-assessment system of the warship. Under those circumstances, the only way was to use lunar eclipse to knock the enemy ship out. "I couldn't just let it escape." Phantom sighed. "You sure are stubborn. What's the plan now?" As the self-assessment took a bit of time, Xia Fei sat down on the captain's seat and lowered his head to think. He seemed calm and did not have the panic one would have somewhere unfamiliar. "What else can we do? Let's just adapt to circumstances as we go," replied Xia Fei. A few minutes later, the results of the self-assessment were out. Xia Fei could not help but furrowed his brows upon seeing the results. Light eclipse was over 60% damaged, and almost everything was on the verge of collapse. Worse was that the warp engine's warp drive would not turn on because of how damaged it was. Stranded in the middle of nowhere without a warp engine was equivalent to a death sentence. With lunar eclipse's speed of 8,000 odd kilometers a second, it would still take over 10 days to reach the moon from Earth. It was a crawling speed in the middle of nowhere. The worst part was that the positioning and communications systems were also severely damaged. The positioning was not functioning at all, and the communications system could only support an ultra-low frequency. Xia Fei turned on his microcomputer, hoping that he could use the interplanetary internet to send out an SOS signal, but regardless of how hard Xia Fei tried, the microcomputer could not establish a connection. The interplanetary internet covered all the regions humans had control over, which meant that Xia Fei was not in human territory anymore. After some consideration, Xia Fei sent out an ultra-low frequency SOS signal. Low-frequency signals were easily disrupted by their surroundings, so they had limited ranges, but under these circumstances, it was the only option. All they could do was hope that there was not much interference, allowing the signal to reach further. There was not a notion of cardinal directions in space. Xia Fei moved forward in a random direction, turning on the energy shield that was on 25% operating capacity to avoid being destroyed by asteroids. Acting without thought has its consequences. "You ought to have understood that by now," said Phantom as though he took pleasure in his misfortune. Xia Fei sighed. "Right? Lunar eclipse is so severely damaged, who knows how much it's gonna cost to fix it." Phantom blinked as though he could not believe what he was hearing. "Xia Fei, is that all you have? We're basically stuck here, yet your worries are about fixing this warship? Are you optimistic or plain stupid? Others would be crying for dear life in circumstances like this. Is there a point in crying for dear life?" Xia Fei turned the question around. After a few moments, Phantom muttered, "At least, you could let it out a bit." Xia Fei got the autopilot all set up. "It's not that I'm crazy. Ramming the insectoid ship was the only choice then, and not crying for dear life now is the most logical choice. Sometimes, the best choice is the craziest one. What can I do about that?" Taking off his combat suit, Xia Fei changed into a set of comfortable pants and some soft rubber slippers. "I'll tell you what the best choice now is, have a shower and grab a good night's sleep. When we wake up, cook a poached egg or two, then eat them while watching a movie or something." In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had been drifting in this asteroid belt for 20 days. Xia Fei would wake at the same time every day and practiced crafty thrust and breath control after breakfast. He would then change into his maintenance gear and do some tinkering after practice. The maintenance progressed really slowly as he was missing many essential parts, so many portions could not be fixed. The ultra-low frequency signal had been on, 24/7. Unfortunately, Xia Fei's lifeline never arrived in the 20 days they had been adrift, nor had anyone contacted him. Setting down his universal modification pliers, Xia Fei appeared from the engine room beneath the floor smelling like machine oil. "How is it? Can the engine be fixed?" Phantom asked, seemingly out of courtesy. Xia Fei shook his head. "No way. The quantum activator is toast, but it doesn't matter even if it is working, because the energy conversion unit is done for, too." Xia Fei rinsed off the grease using the cold water in the toilet. The bath water on the ship was recycled and satisfied Xia Fei's showering needs for the time being. Just as he finished lathering himself with soap, an old, raspy voice came from the ultra-low frequencies. "If you don't want to be torn into shreds, thugs, turn off the damn distress signal. Sending a distress signal in the middle of nowhere is just you begging for others to take advantage of." Xia Fei was stunned as he wrapped himself with a towel before rushing out. The projected screen on the communication device showed a dark-skinned, scrawny, old man. Wearing a pair of thick, black glasses, the fellow had scarcely any hair on his head left and was sporting an unkempt goatee on his chin. Xia Fei turned off the distress signal after a few moments of thought before introducing himself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Xia Fei, and I'm in a bit of a fix here. Call me Alan." The skinny, old man looked at Xia Fei in just a towel. "Haha. You seem to be in quite some trouble, young man." Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed. My ship broke in the middle of an asteroid belt. I need to stop by somewhere to fix it. Is your base around here?" Alan looked at the positioning system on the radar. "You're 0.37 light-years away from Red Rock Base." This was great news for Xia Fei. "That's great, could you let me into the base for some repairs? I'll leave immediately once I get lunar eclipse fixed." Alan let out a hearty laugh and gestured at Xia Fei. "Young man, Red Rock Base is a free territory, provided that you can afford it." "That's not a problem. Do they take star coins?" asked Xia Fei. Alan shook his head. "Pan-Human Alliance currency? Sorry, but we only accept this at Red Rock Base." Alan grabbed a small, shiny blue rock from his pocket and waved it at Xia Fei. Xia Fei recognized it at once. It was a heart of spirit, containing the original energy of the universe. Swiping on his ring, Xia Fei brought out a dozen or so white dews and snake-eye berries. "I don't have that, but I can exchange it for other stuff." Alan squinted to take a better look at the stuff in his hand. "All right, snake-eye berries and white dew aren't bad currency here in Wild Star region. By the looks of it, you're not from around here. How did you get here?" Xia Fei smiled. "I lost control of my ship in a wormhole and, somehow, ended up here. Many parts of my ship have been damaged, and I know nothing about Wild Star region." Alan grossly spat out some sputum. "You're a lucky one not to be torn into shreds by the wormhole. You're now in a place known as Wild Star region, a military buffer zone between the humans and insectoids. Everyone who lives here is a pirate, smuggler, or wanted criminal. This was the main battlefield where the humans and the insectoids had fought 2,000 years ago. When they retreated after the war, they left many abandoned military camps, and Red Rock Base is one of them." Xia Fei nodded. It seemed that luck was on his side. At least, he did not encounter an insectoid-controlled area, he would be dead meat otherwise. "All right, in short, the bastards at communications don't know that we are in contact, but if they find out, you're done for. I'll smuggle you into the base for 100 each of snake-eye berries and white dews, how's that?" asked Alan. "No problem." Xia Fei agreed in a heartbeat as he still had over 1,000 snake-eye berries and white dews in his ring, more than enough to pay the price. "If you have the fruits ready, I'll send my men to get you. Remember, if you want to survive in the Wild Star region, never use your distress signal. It's all up to you around here." As soon as he finished, Alan turned off the connection between them, and the screen was now blank. Xia Fei returned to the bathroom to wash off the soap, then he changed into a clean set of clothes, putting on the Windshade Mark IV combat suit and secured chasing light to his wrist. From his short chat with Alan, Xia Fei knew now that he was in a savage place and had to prepare for anything. Just as Alan said, one could only depend on themselves, which also happened to be Xia Fei's survival motto. After 3 long hours, he received another video call from the ultra-low frequencies. It was from a young woman in her late teens. She wore a set of greasy work attire and was chewing on a piece of gum visibly. On her head was a red baseball cap, slightly angled downward, giving off a very boyish charm to her. Save for those freckles on her face that greatly affected how young she looked, the girl was quite the looker, otherwise. "Hold on to your seat, it's gonna be a bit bumpy," said the young woman while chewing her gum. Xia Fei shrugged without saying anything. The young woman skillfully descended an industrial transport ship from the top of Light Eclipse. The cargo hold opened, and all of Lunar Eclipse was now contained in the ship as his surroundings fell into darkness. Chapter 102, Red Rock Base. The Lunar Eclipse was now inside the Mammoth-class industrial ship's cargo hold. Xia Fei stretched his body as he stepped off his ship. This was his first time stepping out of the ship over the past 20-odd days. Phantom was right, being stuck in the ship for a long time was really quite boring. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he walked toward the control deck of the industrial ship. The woman with the wheat-colored skin was sitting on the captain's seat with gum in her mouth. She was shaking her leg in her seat as she looked at Xia Fei. She was dressed extremely plainly. The color on her work uniform was completely washed out. She also had a pair of mismatched men's leather boots. The boots were big for her feet, one of them was black and the other was brown. Moreover, one was a size larger than the other. Also, Xia Fei could not really tell whether she had long or short hair underneath that red cap. He smiled and reached his hand out for a handshake. "Xia Fei." The woman did not shake his hand, instead, she slapped his open palm and said casually, "Sarah, you brought the payment." Xia Fei felt that Sarah's hand had many calluses for it was rough and firm. It was a hand that should belong to a man who had been doing manual labor for a long time, not a young woman in her late teens. Xia Fei produced an auto crisper with a swipe of his ring, counting 100 each of white dews and snake-eye berries for Sarah. Sarah put the fruits in a cardboard box that previously stored cans before quickly double-checking to make sure everything added up. She then let out a satisfied smile. "Seeing how straightforward you are, I'll give you a piece of advice for free." Sarah shook the box. "Don't bring out your valuables when there are others around, no matter who they are. Also, your spatial ring is incredibly eye-catching, I recommend that you keep it in your pants. It's the Wild Star region, after all. If you want to survive longer, follow my advice." Sarah was different from all the other girls Xia Fei had previously met. If Avril was a spoiled, domestic cat, Sarah was a feral cat that did not have a hint of domestication. Sarah got up, dragging her heavy boots to bring out a dirty old work attire, tossing it to Xia Fei. "Change into that. You don't look like someone from the Wild Star region right now." Xia Fei did not really care what he wore. What he currently had on was an old set of Li-Ning sportswear that he had bought a few years back. Xia Fei was taller now compared to before, so he had outgrown most of his clothes. There was even a small hole on his right sleeve from a cigarette burn. As it was never good to change in front of a lady, Xia Fei walked out of the room with the clothes in hand. "Are you embarrassed?" asked Sarah mockingly. Xia Fei stopped in his tracks, turning around and saying to Sarah with a smile on his face, "Old men like me don't get embarrassed, I'm just afraid you are." Xia Fei then started changing under the watchful eyes of Sarah. He looked quite inelegant, but Sarah did not seem to mind as she stared at him with an arm under her chin. "Are you down for some business?" asked Sarah. "What business?" Xia Fei asked back with furrowed brows. He realized that the uniform provided by Sarah had quite a few problems. Xia Fei did not care that it was riddled with holes or covered in grease, he could take the sour smell of sweat, too. It was just that the uniform did not fit him. The sleeves went past Xia Fei's hands, reaching to his knees, the pants still covered his boots after rolling it up 3 times. Xia Fei thought that it must have required someone 2 meters tall at 200 kilograms to fit this set of clothes. As Xia Fei was a speed ability user, the bulky set of clothes would cause some unnecessary obstacles when he accelerated. Sarah brought out a flat candy box from the front pocket of her overalls, clattering as she shook it. She then took out some Heart of Spirit. The small ones were as big as green beans, whereas the larger ones were about the size of soybeans. "This is the currency of the Wild Star region," she said, "the small ones are $1, the large ones are 10. I'll give you $27 for 81 snake-eye berries, how does that sound?" Xia Fei was shocked, $1 for 3 fruits? That seemed quite alright. The fist-sized heart of spirit cost around 200 million star coins and snake eye berries only cost 30,000 each, what a great deal. No, I'm good. Xia Fei shook his head. Although it was a decent price, he could tell from Sarah's expression that she was taking advantage of him. It seemed that this wildcat had not learned how to hide her intentions. Stingy, complained Sarah as she put away the box. Xia Fei felt terrible in this baggy set of clothes as he walked around in the command deck. Not bad, you look a bit like someone from the Wild Star region now. If someone asks, you're old Alan's nephew from a distant place. After explaining to Xia Fei, the Mammoth-class ship was almost done charging. The old, worn-down industry ship arrived at a deserted area. Standing at the window and looking out revealed the yellow asteroid belt. It was arranged in a ring, enveloping the entire area. The ship slowly approached a huge asteroid. From the outside, this reddish-brown asteroid looked no different from any other space rocks. The surface looked incredibly dark and void of any life. After confirmation, a door opened in the asteroid. Only then did Xia Fei realize that there was something in the asteroid. The hollow rock had many docks, with many ships of different shapes and sizes. The industrial ship stopped on a platform deep into the asteroid. As there was a force field around the asteroid's exterior, the air in the base would not leak out, meaning, there was no need for complicated air conditioning. After stopping the industrial ship, Sarah led Xia Fei out of it. Hey, Sarah, where did you seduce that handsome man? Asked a man with a huge beard. He looked quite horrifying as half of his face seemed to have melted. Real funny. Sarah viciously kicked the bearded man on the butt before spitting at him. This is Alan's nephew. He's here from another base. The bearded man let out a hearty laugh, seemingly not minding Sarah's kick at all. He then walked over and grabbed Xia Fei on the shoulder. Where are you from? Do you need me to introduce you to a few big booty babes? Go to hell. Sarah pushed the bearded man aside and dragged Xia Fei toward a dock. Xia Fei had seen slums before, but Red Rock Base was worse than any slum. There were drunks lying down in the middle of the road with horrible houses on either side. There was a group of hens and a massive black pig walking around the streets that were not afraid of humans of the ilk at all. There were ones who were fighting, singing, begging. There was also a big, fat naked man walking abreast with a black insectoid as they sang together. Both had a bottle in their hands and swayed left and right as they walked. Obviously, they were intoxicated. Although the war between the humans and the insectoids had ended ages ago, both sides had been quite tense and far from peaceful. Here, however, both species lived together in harmony. There were quite a few female insectoids wearing strange trinkets, trying to attract customers. Xia Fei broke into cold sweats and got quite nervous when he drew the attention of a fat, green female insectoid. After navigating the messy streets, Sarah and Xia arrived at a residential area. The houses were all shacks that looked to be poorly built and might fall in a gust of wind. Luckily for them, there was no wind inside of an asteroid. Sarah's residence, on the other hand, looked quite nice compared to the others in the area. It had a small yard of 10 or so square meters, as well as 3 houses made of welded metal. There were 3 rows of hydroponic troughs which had some sprouting vegetables. As there were no plots of land here, all the plants had to be grown via hydroponics. Old man, he's here, yelled Sarah as she entered the house with a kick. Xia Fei followed her into one of the houses. There was a metal bowl on top of an old wooden table inside, which contained some things that looked like food. There was also an uneven sofa covered in grease. Not bothering to wash her hands, Sarah grabbed a few white pieces, which looked to be covered in flour, and stuffed them into her mouth. She appeared to be enjoying her food, too. She looked back at Xia Fei before grabbing another handful and passed it to him. Here. Free of charge. It looked like some sort of plant that was covered in flour. It was quite light on the nose but still smelled tasty. Xia Fei put a piece into his mouth. Not bad. What is this? Sarah smirked. Pudding. Made from algae from the sewers, then steamed after being covered in flour. Oh. Xia Fei nodded before eating another piece, taking in the taste this time. I have to say, I'd rate the taste of the steamed algae from the sewers an 8 out of 10. Sarah laughed. You sure are something. Last time, a wanted smuggler from the Human Alliance came here, and he vomited right after hearing that this pudding was from the sewers. Xia did not say anything as he quietly ate this unknown plant before brushing the flour off his hands. He then sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. This was when Alan hunched out of a room. Since when did the azure weed become something grown in the sewers? Sarah pulled a wry face at Alan before walking into her room. I'm taking a nap, let me know when it's time to eat. Alan then sat down on the slanted sofa, shaking his head. Sarah's good at many things, she's just too unrestrained. Xia Fei smiled, holding back any comments he had. She just had her personality, and there was nothing wrong with that. After a few moments, Xia Fei went straight to the point. Alan, where can I buy parts? My ship needs fixing. Chapter 103, Severe Damage. Alan, where can I buy parts? My ship needs fixing, asked Xia Fei. Alan pointed to a huge spotlight outside the window. It was completely dark inside the asteroid, so it served as an artificial sun to differentiate between day and night. It's about to go dark. We have a rule here at Red Rock Base, everybody must be home when it's dark, and nobody must loiter around outside. If you want to go shopping, you'll have to wait for tomorrow at the earliest, said Alan. Curfew? Xia Fei asked curiously. Isn't this a free port? Why is there a curfew? Alan laughed. Free? There's no freedom in this place. Red Rock Base is known as a free port because anybody and everybody can do business here. Regardless if one is a wanted man, pirate, drug addict, etc., all are welcome. That doesn't mean that there are no restrictions here, though. The Ning familial clan makes the rules around here, and whoever disobeys them will be punished. The Nings had a bit of a fight with this guy called Owl. Dozens of lives have been lost because of that, so they've been patrolling every night and are especially strict when it comes to new faces. Xia Fei nodded. Even though only a handful of lives have been lost, I still think the atmosphere feels normal. People are continuing to work and eat as usual with nothing out of the ordinary. Don't be silly, said Alan, patting Xia Fei's shoulder. Kindness doesn't exist in people living in Red Rock Base. It doesn't matter if a few people die, the only ones nervous are the Nings because those who died were their bodyguards and mercenaries. Xia Fei chatted with Alan for a while longer, learning that there were about 30,000 people living in Red Rock Base. 10,000 of those were long-term residents, while the rest were traveling merchants, prostitutes, wanted men, and the like. There was not a single planet that was suitable for humans in all of the Wild Star region, only artificial habitats like Red Rock Base. Red Rock Base was of average size in the Wild Star region. The larger bases could house over 100,000 people, full of gangs and guilds with complicated relationships. Humans and insectoids never had trade agreements, so the Wild Star region that connected the two strongest forces in the universe became the stage for merchants, allowing humans to sell food, textile, coffee, alcohol, etc. to insectoids while also allowing the insectoids to sell large quantities of minerals to the humans. Insectoids controlled most of the heart of spirit and crystal ore production. In the insectoid world, a bottle of decent alcohol could be traded for almost a gram of heart of spirit, and a gram of mineral could be traded for tens of thousands of star coins, increasing their profits hundreds of times. The majority of insectoids did not consume coffee or alcohol. These lower intellect savage beings were no different from simple animals, but there were some high-class insectoids that took pleasure in imitating how humans lived, acquiring a dependence on alcohol as well as living a life of hedonistic decadence. Although all this illegal trading was incredibly profitable, it had its risks. Just as its name suggested, Wild Star region was desolate, savage, and unpredictable. Sudden interruption to the communication signal, the disappearance of ships, and being robbed by pirates were viewed as incredibly commonplace by the locals. In fact, it was impossible to know how many ships were destroyed in the Star region in a year because of how many there were. Businessmen naturally went after profits. Each year, many human and insectoid merchants risked their lives to do business here. There had been stories of people getting rich overnight, but what they did not hear was that those were just the rare few who survived. Just as with anything else in life, nobody ever heard about the mountain of unmentioned failures. A few minutes later, the giant spotlight finally turned off, and Alan invited Xia Fei and Sarah into the living room for a meal. Alan brought out a few old ceramic plates, which were hidden deep inside a cupboard and covered in dust. It was evident that these were Alan's prized possessions, that he rarely ever took them out to use. We're eating this again? Didn't we just make a decent profit from Xia Fei? When are we going to have real vegetables and eggs? My breath smells like azure weed. Sarah grabbed a handful of pudding and shoving it into her mouth as she complained. Alan stuck his hand out to swat Sarah's arm, but she reacted in time, dodging his slap. Behave yourself. We have a guest here, couldn't you be more polite, complained Alan. Guest. Sarah swallowed her pudding, waving her hand in front of Alan. You said this afternoon to make a small fortune off Xia Fei, when did he become a guest? Alan was a bit embarrassed, saying with a pout, business is business. Since we are doing business, he's a guest. I forgot to ask, why was I missing 10 white dues? Sarah shrugged. That's my payment, of course, I'm going to take my cut first. Alan shook his head. You brat. Xia Fei smiled, taking out a few chocolate bars, some canned beef, a bag of plums, and a bottle of wine from his spatial ring. Sarah had Xia Fei hide his spatial ring, but he felt really inconvenienced by it, so he settled with having his ring facing inward. This way, it would look like a normal ring on any onlookers, only to be surprised that it was a spatial ring once they saw his palm. Chocolate, exclaimed Sarah before opening one of them and stuffing her face full of it like a child. Slow down, don't choke. I still have more here, said Xia Fei, smiling. A girl like Sarah was easy to satisfy, a few chocolate bars were enough to bring her mood through the roof. A city girl would probably knit her eyebrows and say, sorry, I'm on a diet, an apple a day is all I'm eating. There was no way one could satisfy them without a car, a house, and plenty of cash, and even if one did satisfy them, thinking that all these were what they deserved and would never be thankful for it. Sarah licked her lips after eating another piece of chocolate, stuffing the rest into her pocket for later. Alan poured some wine into 2 cups, smelling one of them before downing it. Nice wine, the man rapaciously commented of its aftertaste. At dawn, Xia Fei was walking along the streets of Red Rock Base with Sarah by his side. They went to the dock to check for the damage on his lunar eclipse first. Xia Fei knew what was wrong on the inside, but he had to confirm the damage sustained by the armor and the components on the outside. The previously dazzling lunar eclipse now looked like a horrendous wreck. It had turned from a soaring, young eagle to a drenched chicken in the rain. After dragging the ship into a hidden warehouse, Sarah wiped off her sweat using her sleeve. It must have been a vicious battle. It's a miracle that your ship survived. Xia Fei nodded. It was always a crazy idea to go toe-to-toe against a destroyer with a frigate. Naturally, the consequences of such an action were dire. I need to help someone deliver a slave in the morning, I should probably be home before lunch, said Sarah. Slave? Xia Fei was curious. Sarah replied indifferently, those bugs really like young human boys and girls. In an insectoid-controlled region, a slave can fetch 10 grams of heart of spirit. It's really quite profitable. Xia Fei did not say anything. He could imagine the importers scouring the alliance for young boys and girls to sell them in cages like animals. Slaves still existed in a few savage planets in the alliance. Although the humans who lived in space managed to gain powerful allies, the gaps between them were still substantial. Humans had always been a race of chaotic contrasts, with countless religions, cultures, and practices. They might all share the same appearance on the outside, but they would all be completely different on the inside. Sarah had been living in the Wild Star region since she was young, so everything that happened here seemed normal. She did not have a concept of good or evil, just whoever was stronger sat at the top. This was the only law in the Wild Star region. I'll lock the door, this way, nobody will interrupt you. I'll come and get you by noon, said Sarah as she left. Xia Fei produced a can of peach, tossing it in her direction. Eat it on the way. Fruit. Sarah held onto the can with glee, turning around at Xia Fei with a sweet smile before scurrying outside. The Chinese had always emphasized on courtesy and reciprocity. Xia Fei had discovered that giving gifts was a tried and tested move that had great results even in the universal society. Money, women, and violence were the 3 greatest weapons in the universe. If someone had control over these, they could get anything they wanted and do anything they pleased. This would work anywhere there were humans. Xia Fei held the checklist of damages as reported by the self-assessment system in his hand, giving the lunar eclipse a once-over, inside and out. The self-assessment system was incredibly advanced and errors were incredibly rare. However, Xia Fei would only be satisfied after checking it himself. It was a warship cruising in space after all, not some paddle boat for lovers on a lake. Flying out in the dangerous cosmos where crises could rear their heads anytime, Xia Fei wanted to make sure he understood every nook and cranny of his ship. Not a single screw could be out of place when traveling the galaxy. When noon came along, Xia Fei had a 16-page-long maintenance checklist. The first 4 pages were parts that needed to be swapped out immediately, and the rest could be left until he got back. Xia Fei then sat on the ground and went through a few cigarettes. When he extinguished the fifth, Sarah opened the door to the warehouse. "Well? Can your ship be fixed?" asked Sarah with a chip on her shoulder. It appeared that her job had been quite successful. Sarah had a strand of yellow on the edge of her mouth, and Xia Fei knew immediately that it was liquid from the canned peach. She looked like a wild kitten that had not eaten in ages, and 3/5 a box of canned peaches could satisfy her for a long time. Xia Fei helped to wipe off the peach juices using his sleeve before passing her the 16-page checklist. "My goodness! This many!" Sarah exclaimed. Xia Fei shook his head. "Not all of it is necessary. As long as I gather the things on the first 4 pages, it should be enough to get me home." Sarah furrowed her brows. "The Wild Star region cannot compare to where you're from. I think it'll be difficult to gather all the parts on the first 4 pages. If you absolutely need it, you can try your hand at salvaging those parts from ancient battlefields." Chapter 104, A Rock in a Hard Place. The streets of Red Rock Base resembled the audience stands in a sports stadium as there were different layers that circled the base. Sarah and Xia Fei left the warehouse and followed the rings of streets to try and exchange some currency. As star coins were not accepted here, Xia Fei had to resort to bartering. The most valuable items Xia Fei possessed were white dews and snake-eye berries. These fruits were incredibly useful for fighters as they could be used to replenish energy in battle. Xia Fei would always carry a box filled to the brim of these fruits. There are 3 well-known shops in the base with reasonable prices and nice owners. "I'll take you there," said Sarah. It seemed that Xia Fei's strategy of buttering her up had worked wonders, and Sarah was already thinking with Xia Fei in mind. Less sophisticated women were usually more careful, but it was a whole different world once one got through them and into their comfort zones. Xia Fei paused for a few moments to think. "I'll divide the fruits into 3 portions and sell them to these 3 shops separately. This way, we will avoid possible suspicion had we sold such a large quantity of them all in one place." Sarah hastily nodded. "Of course. You have to be careful around here. You're thinking more and more like a local now." Heart of Spirit was incredibly pricey in Alliance-occupied areas, and it was not much lower here, either. 1 snake-eye berry could be exchanged for $10 worth of Heart of Spirit, while white dew could be exchanged for 4. Xia Fei sold 300 of each, meaning he had $4,200 in hand. Xia Fei had first-hand confirmation of the huge profits in interstellar smuggling. Xia Fei estimated that, although the hearts of spirit he got were just small bits, they should fetch at least 700 to 800 million star coins, whereas the fruits cost him 12 million star coins, resulting in about a 600% profit margin. Actually, the cheaper food he had on hand could be traded for a heart of spirit, too, and they had even more absurd exchange rates. For example, just a few pieces of chocolate could be traded for $1 worth of Heart of Spirit, making it even more cost-effective than snake-eye berries. Xia Fei had other plans for these food items, though. Moreover, he required a large amount of food each day to maintain his nutrient levels. As fixing the lunar eclipse was still days away, this food was crucial to Xia Fei. Xia Fei and Sarah reached the maintenance workshop on the lowest floor after they were done exchanging currencies. The only maintenance workshop in the base was decently big. It had 6 parking spots and 2 different repair shops with 20 or so staff. Xia Fei quickly looked around, only to discover that the gear in this shop was incredibly old. Many machines in use were produced hundreds of years ago. "Sarah, how come you have time to visit us today? I've missed you so much. Let me treat you to some barbecue tonight, a few drinks, too." The members of the staff walked up to Sarah, making jokes as they greeted her. Sarah gave these perverted employees a cold look as she punched and kicked at them. "Get back to work," yelled an old man in his 50s. The workers quickly went back to their stations and resumed work with their eyes on Sarah's full bottom swaying fore and aft. "Uncle Andy," Sarah quickly greeted. Andy nodded, bringing Xia Fei and Sarah into his office. She introduced Xia Fei to Andy, making sure to mention that he was Alan's nephew from a distant base from when they first met. Andy furrowed his brows as he took a look at his repair checklist. "These are all high-tier goods, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult to find these in the Wild Star region." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said, "Would we be able to find these from other bases?" "Unlikely." Andy took a quick look at Xia Fei. "My workshop is one of the bigger ones across the Wild Star region. Many ships that other bases can't fix end up here. I'll help you ask around, but don't expect much. I'm still hoping that I can fix it, but I'll think of something else in any case," said Xia Fei. Andy placed his checklist on the table and walked him to the door. You know, the communication interference is quite strong in this region. I'll need 2 days to search for these parts in the whole region, so come again the morning after tomorrow. Xia Fei nodded. He handed him a bag containing $500 as a deposit before leaving with Sarah the way they came. Is that Andy guy trustworthy? Asked Xia Fei. Anyone who was in the industry could tell right away from Xia Fei's checklist that lunar eclipse was a high-tier warship. It would not be surprising if they tried to gouge him for more money. I heard from the old man that Andy came here because he accidentally killed his wife's lover. He started from a repair job until he became the owner of one of the best workshops in the region, all because of how tight-lipped he is and knowing his way around conflict. We residents aren't like those drifters everywhere. There's no way you can survive in the Wild Star region if you don't know how to keep a secret, explained Sarah. Sarah's words made sense. The businesses of the residents in Wild Star region were dependent on pirates and thugs. Obviously, those types of people were not the friendly sort, so the residents could easily lose their lives if they stepped out of line. Xia Fei was a stranger in these parts, and who could guarantee that a stranger was a good person? In reality, not knowing who Xia Fei was probably helped him. A band of soldiers in dirt yellow uniforms were walking down the street. They wore hats that were slightly tilted to an angle, with laser guns strapped on their shoulders. They looked intimidating, to say the least. This group was going down the street as they pleased. A beggar who had missing legs on the street frantically tried to crawl away with his 2 hands when he spotted these soldiers. One of the soldiers walked over and kicked him on the back. Couldn't you crawl any faster, old man? The passers-by on the streets were scrambling to avoid the bunch that they despised so much, yet could not stand up against. There was also a teenager following behind the group. He could be described as handsome with incredibly fair skin. Sadly, he seemed to have succumbed to alcoholism despite his young age, slouching as he staggered about in a slightly off-balance manner. Sarah dragged Xia Fei to hide in an alleyway. Those are members of the Ning clan's army. When I was delivering the slave this morning, I heard that 2 more of their bodyguards were killed and are now looking for the killer. Since you're new around here, you should try to avoid them, Sarah said nervously. Xia Fei leaned on a corner, pointing at the pale teen. And who's that? Ning Dian. The Ning family's old man has 3 sons, but Ning Dian is the only male child of his generation, so he's incredibly full of himself. Everyone at Red Rock Base tries to avoid him, explained Sarah with a slight quiver in her voice, suggesting the hatred she harbored against the youth. Dawn, the day after tomorrow, Xia Fei returned to Andy's workshop as promised. How come Sarah's not with you? Asked Andy. She's been busy helping deliver slaves. She should be done by afternoon, replied Xia Fei. Andy nodded, handing back Xia Fei's checklist from his desk. There were detailed descriptions on each of the parts, going over if they existed in the region, where they were, when they would arrive, and how much they cost. It was comprehensive. Evidently, Andy had spent a lot of time on this. However, 30 or so parts from the first 4 pages were missing. Those parts were crucial to lunar eclipse, and without them, there was no way it could leave this star region. Thanks, Xia Fei said with a smile. It was not Andy's fault that there were missing parts, and he did not blame him, for he saw how much effort the latter had put into this. What do you plan to do today? Asked Andy. I want to try my luck at the ancient battlefields. If that doesn't work, I'll just buy an industrial ship and drag my ship to an Alliance-occupied area and fix it there, said Xia Fei. Andy shook his head. Setting aside scavenging at the ancient battlefields, for now, dragging it to an Alliance-occupied area is a no-go. Oh, what's wrong with that? Xia Fei asked curiously. Industrial ships are slow by nature. It'll take at least 2 hours for one to readjust after every warp, and the longer the distance, the longer the charging time. Plus, the industrial ship has a bigger signature, so it's easier to be discovered. The environment in the Wild Star region is terrible. Metaliminal electrical storms and proton explosions occur everywhere. How could a clumsy and fragile industrial ship avoid all those imminent dangers? A significant number of pirates populated the Wild Star region. Many usually worked a job, and once they were done with the said job, they would change into another set of clothes and go around robbing others in space. In the eyes of the many residing in this star region, robbing and working were the same, both were just jobs. Do you know why Sarah only goes out in the mornings? Asked Andy. Xia Fei shook his head. He had never asked Sarah about her job, nor had she mentioned it to him. That's because Sarah is only responsible for moving the cargo to the nearest safe spot. It's up to the buyer how to get it out of this region. In the Wild Star region, industrial ships are only used to transport cargo between safe spots. It's never used to travel long distances. If you wanted to transport cargo over a long distance, you should probably use a more agile frigate. You'll also warp less than 100 light years every time, as it keeps the charging time to a minimum while avoiding detection from radars. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He knew that a large amount of energy was released every time the warp engine created a temporary wormhole. The smaller the warp distance, the smaller the energy released, and the harder it was for radars to pick up. Isn't it a waste of time to warp such short distances? Asked Xia Fei. Andy let out a hearty laugh. Well, there's not much you can do about it. Nobody dares to make large warps in the surrounding areas. Even when they are being careful, only 3 out of 10 ships make it past the Wild Star region. That's why everything is so expensive here. Xia Fei lowered his head, thinking, before laughing to himself. I guess I'll just have to try my luck at the ancient battlefields. Chapter 105, Ancient Battlefields. Anyone who was familiar with history would know about the war between the Pan-Human Alliance and insectoids that had happened over 2,000 years ago. The cause of the war was a bit absurd. A distinguished insectoid aristocrat bought a beautiful human woman as his personal slave, helping him with various tasks, such as dressing and eating. After spending some time together, they fell in love. The love-stricken insectoid abandoned everything he owned and brought his beloved from the Wild Star region, which was thriving with danger, to her home planet to see her parents. The two of them intended to travel the universe until they died of old age. Unfortunately, it never played out as they wanted, for harsh reality hit them in the face. At that time, the humans were already rattling their sabers with the insectoids and were competing to secure as much resources from all over the universe. Both sides had a lot of troops around the border, and everyone knew that a war was inevitable. It was only a matter of when and who would start the war. Unfortunately for the insectoid aristocrat, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The moment he hit the border, he was captured by the Alliance and sentenced to death for espionage, and the woman was sent back to her home planet. This was originally just a small confrontation and was not enough to trigger a war. However, when the speech given by this woman was broadcasted on television was sent to the insectoids' headquarters by one of their spies, the warriors of their species could no longer contain their anger and they thirsted for war. The lady claimed to have been kidnapped by the insectoid aristocrat and was subjected to abuse day in day out. She claimed that their love was part of her plan to escape, painting the insectoids in a bad light by describing how evil they were and how she managed to devise a plan of escape from the evil insectoid aristocrat to make her way back home. Without knowing the truth, the public was in outrage. Their opinion of the insectoids took a turn for the worse, requesting the Alliance to wipe out these horrible beings from the universe forever. This was great news for the generals and marshals in the Alliance army, for the woman's story had been orchestrated by them. Their aim was simple: before the war started, the story of a weak lady escaping the grasp of an evil insectoid, who bullied her, was the best way to inspire sympathy and fighting spirits in their soldiers, as well as a great cover for their mobilization. What the human army did not anticipate was that, when the story reached the insectoids, it would be used as a weapon against them, telling the story of how ridiculous and cheap humans were. The war, which had been brewing for many years, finally erupted amid the anger of soldiers from both fronts, and this war lasted for over 300 years. From the start to the end of the war, the whole exchange lasted 327 years, 5 months, and 11 days. Countless soldiers and warships fell victim to the war, hiding away in a corner of the vast space forever. After 300 years long of back and forth, the economy and morale of both fronts reached an all-time low. Neither party had it in them to continue fighting the war, and that marked the start of the long peace negotiations. This seemed like something from an extremely absurd comedy. 300 years of war, countless lives lost, and in the end, nobody gained an inch of land. It was just the contrary, both sides lost land. The Wild Star region, which was split evenly into both sides, became a military buffer zone, becoming a paradise for pirates and thugs. Of course, this was what Xia Fei had learned from the secret documents in the library. Just like any other government, the Human Alliance would never admit their wrongdoings, only whitewashing the facts with pretty words. Xia Fei recalled the details of the war as he boarded an MR Executioner frigate. This was rented from Andy for $5 a day. He would be using this to fly toward the battlefield from over 2,000 years ago in hopes of finding parts that he needed. Xia Fei had poured blood, sweat, and tears into the lunar eclipse, and he obviously did not want to leave it in the Wild Star region. By the looks of it, those ancient battlefields were his only choice. "Are you sure you don't want me to come along with you?" "It's totally fine, I can ask someone else to cover my jobs," said Sarah to Xia Fei as she walked him to the entrance to the ship. Xia Fei replied with a smile, "I'm just salvaging some parts using the salvager. I can do that alone, go ahead and do your jobs." Sarah nodded, not inquiring any further. Alan said something to Sarah as he looked at Xia Fei, lighting her sad eyes up and turning her frown upside down. It appeared that she had heard something that made her happy. Xia Fei waved to Alan and Sarah as he flew away toward the war ruins from 2,000 years ago. The Executioner-class frigate from Amar was the smallest frigate in the universe. It had incredible maneuverability but lacked armor and shields. Andy stocked the ship with 2 ship detectors and 2 salvagers, allowing him to scan and salvage warship wrecks. The Wild Star region had countless ancient battlefields. The one Xia Fei was heading toward was 740 light-years away from the base. There was once a human fleet that was ambushed by insectoids here, leaving behind hundreds of small ships. 700 light-years was an incredibly short distance in space, and Xia Fei reached his destination in just 1 warp with his Executioner-class frigate. From afar, he could see countless wreckages floating around in space, with tiny metal fragments around them, giving away a sensation that it was from another age. As he steered into the wreckage, Xia Fei turned on both scanners to scan the different wreckages. The results quickly showed up on the screen. Xia Fei had entered his checklist beforehand, and the computer would signal him automatically whenever such a part showed up. As it was relatively close to the base, it had been raided by countless people in the 2,000 years it existed. Xia Fei spent almost an hour scanning the entire battlefield, only to find a few non-essential pieces. He could buy these parts at Andy's, too, but in the end, he could save some money by salvaging, so Xia Fei did not give up any of these pieces. With a smile on his face, Xia Fei crossed out a few items on his checklist. As he had just started salvaging, he was incredibly interested in finding scraps in space and was thoroughly enjoying his time. "How long are you going to spend on this?" "Might as well buy a new ship and leave the lunar eclipse here," said Phantom as he appeared from the Moor Stone. Xia Fei rolled his eyes. "If I ditch the lunar eclipse, where would I be able to find another top-tier warship like it? Are you all right? Moreover, I've spent 700 million star coins on the ship, I can't just give it up like that." Phantom sighed, then returned to his world. "Then, have fun salvaging, perhaps you'll gather everything you need in 8 to 10 years' time." Xia Fei pursed his lips, ignoring Phantom. The ship warped once again, arriving at another wreckage. It was not much better as he only managed to salvage 1 piece, much worse than his last run. The novelty of salvaging slowly receded and Xia Fei started to get bored. This time, he took a good look at the wreckage distribution map that Andy had given him. The map had all known ancient battlefields labeled. The ones in the green were safer as they were relatively close to the base, but these safe zones had been raided by countless others, meaning that the salvaging rate was going to be exceedingly low. The yellow regions were those areas with some risk. It might be that the regions were not all that stable or were under pirates' control. Red zones represented death zones, and the black zones should be avoided at all costs. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and considered all his options. He decided to skip the green areas as the rates would be too low. The ship warped again, arriving at a yellow zone nearest to Xia Fei. This ancient battlefield was huge, and from the number of wreckages and the condition they were in, it must have been a horrible battle. Countless insectoid and human warships were stacked on top of others. Both parties were exchanging fire incredibly close, perhaps even too close. The scanner was activated immediately. A red beam of light came out from the top of the ship, reporting the status of each of the wreckages and the usable parts to the AI computer. Xia Fei changed his strategy this time around. He decided to ignore pieces he could buy, leaving just the 34 different essential pieces on the search list. The ship navigated through the wreckage in search of the parts Xia Fei was looking for. 20 or so minutes later, the screen lit up, and Xia Fei found an intact LiDAR positioning system on a Caldari Heron-class frigate. Although the system was a bit old, it was still usable on the lunar eclipse. Xia Fei was exceedingly happy. He tapped on the projected screen to start the salvaging operation immediately. The salvage happened in 3 steps. First, the system would confirm the position of the item. Second, a laser would be shot out from the salvager, making a round hole through the thick armor, then it would whittle away anything preventing the piece from getting extracted. Third, a traction beam would attract that part to the ship. The whole process, which was managed by the AI computer, would only take minutes without any need for intervention. Another hour or so later, Xia Fei discovered and salvaged another piece that he needed. Just like that, he jumped from one area to another. Xia Fei slowly discovered the hope of fixing the lunar eclipse. He warped from one wreckage to another within the yellow zone, but slowly but surely, he was edging ever close to the extremely dangerous red zone. Chapter 106, Magnetic Storm. Just like a treasure hunting game, Xia Fei, who was searching through the ancient battlefield for the parts he needed, could not help but cheer every time he found something. In truth, any residents with experience would not be as optimistic as Xia Fei. The shipwrecks did have many treasures awaiting discovery, but the dangers far outweighed the joy of the hunt. Terrifying electromagnetic storms could happen any time, and then there were the merciless pirates who could pop up anywhere and everywhere. The cargo hold was now filled with various parts, all of which had been produced ages ago. They were not as modern or advanced as the parts equipped on the lunar eclipse, but at least, these parts would allow his warship to move and leave the Wild Star region. Xia Fei checked the condition of these parts in detail. Luckily, as space was in a vacuum, although these parts had spent thousands of years floating in space, they were as good as new. "We are 7 parts away from leaving this place," said Xia Fei happily. Phantom nodded indifferently. "Pick up the pace, I don't want to stay in this damned place for too long." Xia Fei smiled. "You're a phantom. It doesn't matter where you are. Plus, can't you create a virtual space that fits your fancy?" "It's not the same." Phantom shook his head solemnly. "There's no smell of the sun in virtual spaces. I actually don't like them at all." After doing some inventory, Xia Fei went back to the command deck and looked around on the map. It had been over 9 hours since he departed at Red Rock Base, and Xia Fei had finished scanning through all the yellow zones around it. There were 2 choices. One would be to travel to yellow zones further away. To do this, he would need to vast warp, able to cover greater distance in one go. Setting aside the huge time expenditure, he had to generate a large energy signature, which could expose him to pirates, making this quite the dangerous option. Alternatively, he could try to enter a red zone 4,000 light-years away. Red zones were unstable areas or pirate hotspots, and this was also very dangerous. There was still the third choice of heading back to Red Rock Base, which would mean he conceded defeat. Xia Fei did not even entertain this choice. He would never give up now that he was 7 parts away from getting lunar eclipse to fly again. After thinking on the captain's seat for a while, Xia Fei decided to venture into a nearby red zone. The reasoning was simple: if both choices were equally as risky, why would he travel farther? Why not just travel to the closest point? Moreover, the energy signature from a 4,000 light-year warp was smaller than a vast warp, meaning a smaller chance of being detected. Xia Fei stood up at the control panel and prepared to initiate the warp. At this moment, a ray of silver light could be seen from the right window, and the red emergency lights started flashing, too. Xia Fei was extremely alarmed. He could see that a ball of silver lights gathering some ways away from the ship. The sight was incredibly dazzling, a sign that an electromagnetic storm was brewing. This was the most famous natural phenomenon in the Wild Star region, dubbed the Wrath of the Goddess of Destruction. "Activate emergency systems, perform random warps immediately." Xia Fei ordered quickly. "Affirmative." Emergency systems activated, warping in 15 seconds. An emergency wormhole opened in front of the ship, and the MR Executioner frigate traveled toward it at full speed. The electromagnetic storm, which was brewing far away, suddenly exploded, traveling toward Xia Fei at impressive speeds like a huge cloud. 10 seconds till warp. 5 seconds till warp. The electromagnetic storm was nearing, yet Xia Fei's ship had only just started entering the wormhole. The wormhole started closing after the ship entered it. At the same time, the electromagnetic storm swept over like a massive tidal wave. Then, the wormhole started shaking like crazy. The ship was also shaking with it. Everything was shaking. Xia Fei clenched his teeth as he held onto the control panel for dear life. When the frigate finally started its warp sequence, it was no longer influenced by the crazy electromagnetic storm. The electromagnetic storm was caused by the acceleration of the magnetic field due to some unknown reason, strengthening any radiation and polarizing electromagnetic fields it passed through, generating an incredibly destructive EMP. When caught in an electromagnetic storm, if lucky, only all the equipment on the ship might be destroyed, and if unlucky, the ones on board might die right then and there, becoming specks of dust among the stars. After letting out a long sigh, Xia Fei sat back down in his hair. Thankfully, the emergency warp sequence was always ready, or else the unspeakable might have happened. The destination of emergency warps like this was decided by the random number generator on the ship. Nobody knew where it would send Xia Fei. Under these circumstances, warps usually would never exceed 50,000 light-years. However, he could not be sure of this as the wormhole was greatly affected by the electromagnetic storm when the warp started, meaning that the wormhole might have been twisted and distorted. It might even send Xia Fei millions of light-years away. When Xia Fei went through the wormhole opened by the insectoid ship, it was the twisting of the wormhole that had sent him into the wild star region hundreds of thousands of light-years away from where he was then. Xia Fei lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. It was the only thing he could do at this point. About 2 minutes later, the executioner frigate exited the wormhole. Looking outside the window, Xia Fei's heart, which had just returned to normal, started beating out of his chest again. Before his sight was the wreckage of an entire combined fleet of warships, floating in this pitch-black space. It was easy to tell if it was a combined fleet, one just had to look for the presence of a capital ship. There were almost 1,000 ships in the fleet in front of Xia Fei. More importantly, it had a carrier, a proper capital ship. Furthermore, the ship was in perfect condition. Why would there be a capital ship in perfect condition among the wreckages of an entire fleet? Xia Fei's eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Phantom let out a big gulp, heading toward the window to take in the massive carrier. How is that ship seemingly unharmed? Capital ships were different from other ships as they had a size and firepower that dramatically exceeded other ships. Take this Thanatos-class carrier from Gaia Corps for example. It weighed 15.75 million tons and was over 130 million cubic meters in volume. The other ships, such as the battlecruisers or frigates, were minuscule compared to it, so tiny they were not even worth mentioning. The small ships were in a circle, with the capital ship at their center, as if they were arranged in a strategic defense formation. Xia Fei stamped out his cigarette and started working on the captain's console. Although he was completely taken aback by the completely intact capital ship, there was a process to everything. The Executioner-class frigate did not take too much of a hit from the storm. A few non-essential parts were damaged, and there was static coming outside the radar and communications systems, meaning, he could not communicate, nor could he confirm his position. Xia Fei did another in-depth check and discovered that the radar system was not damaged at all, but it was malfunctioning for some reason. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei decided to ignore the malfunctioning radar for now. He neared the capital ship, scanning it to obtain its present status. Scanning the capital ship took longer than appraising a normal warship, purely because of how much bigger it was and how many more parts it had. The analysis report finally showed up on the screen after 20 minutes. It took Xia Fei almost half an hour to look through the report, which was a few hundred pages long, but the doubts in his heart did not decrease in the slightest. The report showed that the armor and its internals were all perfectly intact. If someone boarded the ship, they could even drive it away. That's weird, why would the military leave a capital ship in perfect condition here? Evidently, the fleet is in pristine condition, so why are the ships around it so severely damaged, muttered Phantom. Xia Fei had also noticed everything that Phantom mentioned. Moreover, he noticed something even weirder. There were only Alliance ships around here, and there was not a single insectoid ship in sight. There was no way a well-organized fleet, such as this one, could knock down a single enemy ship. This did not make sense at all. Could it be that these ships were not destroyed by insectoids? Clearing his thoughts, Xia Fei scanned the fleet with all the detectors he had on the ship. Scanning all parts of it with life detection, energy detection, infrared detection. You wanna go look? Phantom egged on Xia Fei. I'm not boarding the ship before finding out what happened here, asserted Xia Fei. Just go take a look, are you not curious about learning what happened to this fleet? Don't you want to find the answer? Of course, I'm curious, but I still care about my life. You're a phantom, why don't you check it out yourself? You've been dead for a long time, after all, said Xia Fei. Sigh, Phantom pouted. You think I don't want to? I can't be more than 20 meters away from the moorstone on your neck. I would be gone otherwise. At this moment, the reports from the various detection systems were done. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes as he read through them. Chapter 107, Capital Ship. Be it the life detection system or the infrared system, the results were all the same. There was not one life form on board the ship, nor was there any damage to the interior of it. After walking back and forth a few times, Xia Fei decided to gather the parts he required first. The detection system activated once again. Beams of light appeared on the fleet one after another. There were plenty of parts on it. Evidently, the fleet had never been disturbed by salvagers. The salvager and detection system worked in tandem. Soon after, Xia Fei managed to salvage all 7 of the parts he needed. There was one thing left if he should board the Thanatos-class carrier. The capital ship that was just a short distance away attracted Xia Fei's attention like a magnet. Not only did he wish to find out why the ship was abandoned here, he was also interested in finding out if that ship could move. It was more likely for someone to win the lottery than finding a capital ship in the middle of space. How could Xia Fei pass up this opportunity when a carrier in perfect condition was right in front of him? Let's take a look. It's a capital ship, after all, so it's probably filled with many useful things. You'd be rich even if you just grabbed a tiny bit of it. Phantom continued to egg on Xia Fei. Xia Fei went through a few cigarettes as he contemplated his next move. Finally, the allure of the capital ship triumphed over the unknown dangers. Xia Fei decided to take the gamble. His eyes glistened with hope as he raised his head, muttering, "Fortune favors the bold, I'm just going in, so there's no big deal." Phantom was extremely happy with this outcome, praising Xia Fei's heroic decision. As he was a phantom, he had nothing to worry about when it came to considering the risk involved. It was not an easy task to board a naval capital ship. First, a connection needed to be established from the outside of it, commanding the carrier to open its landing bay hatch and initiate its life support and gravity systems. All naval fleets had their set of dedicated decoders, which were not something supported by civilian ships like Xia Fei's. Any command that Xia Fei sent to the ship would be completely useless. After some thinking, Xia Fei slapped his thigh. "I got it." Using the salvager, Xia Fei salvaged naval decoding from the Dominiques-class warships nearby and skillfully attached it to his. The old naval decoder was not perfect and had a fatal flaw in its isolation protector, so it could be hard-booted externally via the use of electrode activation. Meaning, anyone who had a naval decoder could use this vulnerability to install it onto their ships, making the Navy think that the ship was one of their own. Xia Fei had learned this from Porter's notes and did not think that he would be able to use that knowledge so soon. A few moments later, the naval decoder started working, and Xia Fei sent a request for entry to make repairs on board the Thanatos-class carrier. Thinking it was from an allied ship, the capital ship opened its landing bay hatch and turned on its life support and gravity systems. Xia Fei brought his ship into the maintenance hangar through the landing bay hatch before disembarking from it. The hangar was huge, extremely well equipped with various different types of maintenance equipment. Taking off his cumbersome work clothes, Xia Fei was now only wearing his Windshade Mark IV combat suit, with chasing light attached closely to his arm. After calming his nerves, Xia Fei started searching through the ship. One thing that Xia Fei did feel from the Thanatos carrier was how gigantic it was. It had countless passageways and cabins like a city. "There's not even a single corpse around," thought Xia Fei. Normally, there would be soldiers in the tens of thousands working on management or maintenance, but Xia Fei did not discover a single corpse during his search. Could it be that everyone on this carrier had disappeared? In order to find out what had happened here, he first needed to visit the command deck to check the work logs, as well as the captain's logs, and Xia Fei was doing exactly just that. After taking a lift to the top floor, Xia Fei walked in a long hallway to reach the outside of the command center. A big warning sign, dissuading people from entering the command deck, was pasted on its huge, black alloy doors. Xia Fei walked inside the room after pressing a button to open the doors. Corpse. That was the first thing Xia Fei saw once he was inside the command center. The corpse was leaning on one side of the captain's seat. It was completely black and, like a mummy, completely dry, with 2 dark holes gazing into the endless space. Xia Fei walked around the body a few times to discover that its death was caused by suicide. A golden laser gun could be seen on the ground, which looked to have slid off the person's right hand, and there was a hole on his temple as well. Xia Fei picked up the laser gun. On closer inspection, the gun was really well built, every part had been finely polished and felt heavy in his hand. There were even colorful gems embedded on the body of the gun, making it look just like a fancy piece of art. Guns were banned among adjudicators, but Xia Fei did not care as a gun like this could probably fetch a big fortune. He put the gun into his spatial ring after a few moments of consideration. There was a control console in front of the captain's seat with belongings of the deceased arranged neatly on top. It had probably been placed there before his death. Xia Fei examined these items one by one. There were 2 golden navy stars, and judging from the color, shape, and pattern, the deceased was probably a lieutenant general. The highest position in the navy was held by an admiral, and a lieutenant was quite highly ranked. There was a metal card dangling on a silver necklace. It was an ID card required for identification for high-level functions for this ship. This was incredibly important as it meant that Xia Fei got hold of the command rights to this capital ship, allowing him to do as he pleased with it. With this card, the ship would self-destruct if asked. There was a collection of medals, such as Alliance Hero, Navy Bravery, etc., among the deceased belongings. They were considered as part of the lieutenant's amazing portfolio, representing his various military exploits. There was also an exquisitely crafted ring with a red gem carved in the shape of a heart. Its quality and workmanship were incredible. The red gem in particular even felt warm upon touch as if it were alive. Xia Fei asked curiously, "Phantom, what is this red ring?" Phantom gave it a quick look and said in a deep voice, "It's a scarlet training star used by mental ability users. It increases the wearer's mental ability and is extremely rare. I told you that there are things to be gained by boarding the ship. See, this is proof." "Is it valuable?" asked Xia Fei. Phantom sighed. "Why do you relate everything back to money? Although the Scarlet Training Star isn't all that useful to you, it's an incredibly rare item for mental ability users. Things of this caliber could only be exchanged, nobody is dumb enough to sell it for star coins. If you ever get the chance, you can trade the ring for an incredible item useful to speed ability users, such as a wind spirit ring." "That should be no problem," Phantom said excitedly. Xia Fei nodded. Other than trading for an item of equal value, it was uncommon for anyone to trade top-tier items for star coins as a lot of them could not be bought with money. Happily putting away these items into his spatial ring, Xia Fei checked the lieutenant's body but could unfortunately not find a spatial ring. Xia Fei shook his head, seemingly a bit sad. How could this lieutenant not have a spatial ring on him? Phantom almost fainted as he could barely stand Xia Fei's greed. Xia Fei turned on the computer on the command deck in hopes of finding out why this capital ship was abandoned and where the other crewmates went. He inserted the lieutenant's ID into the card slot. Xia Fei managed to pull up the captain's log. From it, he gathered that the lieutenant was a man called Robert, hailing from the 5th Naval Theatre of Operations. Xia Fei quickly scanned through the log before finding the entries he made before the ship fell. July 1, the long-awaited transfer order has finally arrived. Tomorrow, I will lead the 64th Combined Fleet into the insectoid base from the flank so as to carry out a sneak attack on their supply lines. The troops have no idea how dangerous this mission is, but every one of them are extremely excited about it. I'm excited, too. The victory will surely belong to the Great Human Alliance. July 2, the 64th Combined Fleet set off from the base into the endless space. Grand Admiral UNK personally issued the combat order to me. I will not disappoint him. I will not disappoint the people of the Alliance. July 5, this area is incredibly odd, and our fleet is right in the middle of it. Communication signals are only working within 1 million kilometers, and we have completely lost control of the propulsion and firing systems. As a mental ability user, I can feel something of unparalleled pressure approaching us. I can't tell my soldiers about this, I must keep it to myself. July 7, an uneasy atmosphere has been spreading on the fleet, and the situation never improves. 2 of our ships fired at each other for reasons unknown, and we permanently lost them less than 10 minutes later. I heard the screams of my soldiers through the communicator. I could hear how tragic and hopeless they sounded. Who is mentally coercing us? I must find out. The commander of ship 5863247889, a good friend of mine, had uttered the word flee with his dying breath. July 13, the fleet has been in this area for 8 days, and the situation is getting worse and worse. I can feel a strong, spiritual energy around us, and we have no way out of this. Ziyun, the pharmacist, handed me an antidote that can increase my mental abilities temporarily. We will never surrender. I must gather all mental ability users and resist the pull of that spiritual energy. We must try to fight it no matter what. Xia Fei had goosebumps all over him as he read that part. He had anxious eyes when he looked at Phantom. With a cigarette in his hand, Xia Fei continued to read through the log of Robert to find out what had led to his death. Chapter 108, A Hybrid Warship. July 15, the operation failed. We have 322 mental ability users combine forces to attack the mysterious force. We not just failed to stop its control over us but also angered it further. Just what sort of spiritual energy can control not only humans but machines as well? I'm not in a good mental state, perhaps I should go to sleep. July 16, Xiun delivered a green potion this time. It's a mental ability boosting potion that is fatal. I can tell from her eyes that she has no will to continue living. The ships under this capital ship are still killing one another. That entity is just like a disobedient child, treating us as playthings. We've lost a total of 26 ships and 9,318 men today. July 17, I spoke to all the mental ability users. Everyone agreed to take the potion, which was completely out of my expectations. They are resolved to have a battle to the death with the enemy. A young man, who recently joined the military, told me that it's torture just to live and he'd rather die. I didn't know what to say, so I just quietly nodded. July 19, just as agreed, we all took the potion to try and fight against it. Unfortunately, its power was much stronger than ours. By the time I woke up, the entire fleet had already been devastated. All the members of the fleet are dead, and I'm the only one alive. I have no idea why it didn't kill me, leaving me and only me alive. July 23, I found a few bottles or normal alcohol, it tasted pretty nice. July 28, I woke up with a massive headache. I feel extremely depressed from the silent space. Perhaps it's time to choose. August 20, I've spent half a month transferring all the bodies to the cold storage. The bodies won't rot now. I couldn't hold back my tears when I saw the bodies of my subordinates all in a row. Also, it's my birthday today. September 1, this will be my last entry. I'm sick of being toyed with. Since I can't control my life, I decided to end it. The 64th Battalion of the 5th Theatre of the Alliance Navy, all 554 of us had died in combat. Not a single survivor. Captain Robert Dan, cause of death, suicide. Xia Fei was deep in thought after closing the captain's log. What being could have possessed such a strong spiritual energy to toy with an entire fleet? Turns out the ships outside killed one another under somebody else's command, muttered Phantom. That explains why there weren't any insectoid ships nearby. Possibly not. Xia Fei shook his head. Nothing indicates that it's a human behind this. The two of them were silent for a bit. Xia Fei then broke the silence with a shrug. Let's set this aside for now, we should get out of this place as soon as we can. Xia Fei came to the control deck, trying to start the ship, but there was no response from the engine. The energy system was running at an extremely low capacity, totally not enough to support flight. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The ship's self-assessment showed that it should be in perfect condition, why was it not starting? After a few moments, Xia Fei decided to go to the engine room and power room to see for himself. As they walked past the flight cabin, Xia Fei noticed that there were hundreds of combat drones arranged neatly on the flight deck, like arrogant warriors showing off their might. The main strength of a carrier came from the countless combat drones in its flight cabin. Normally, a capital ship class carrier would, at the very least, have 500 combat drones, and supercarriers could even carry over 1,000. During combat, capital ship carriers could command 300 drones at once, and supercarriers could command 600 at a time. Unlike normal warships, the unmanned drones on carriers were known as the Iron Cavalry. Be it in terms of size, firepower, or defense, the Iron Cavalry was superior to the average unmanned drones. The size of the Iron Cavalry was almost a third of a frigate, but because it did not have a pilot, there was no need for a life support system, gravity system, or crew cabins, providing a significant increase in armor, firepower, and agility. A carrier releasing 300 Iron Cavalry that had a comparable defense to a frigate, swarming the skies like a large cloud of angry hornets, one could only imagine how terrifying that would be. Moreover, the Iron Cavalry did not know how to dodge projectiles. They would execute any strategy just as programmed by the onboard fire control computer. What was more, once one of these drones was destroyed, the carrier would release another to take its place. Unless one could destroy them in the hundreds, their firepower would never dwindle. Enormous carriers that were capital ships had no rival in the navy or on the battlefield. The combat strength of a capital ship alone was comparable to a small fleet. Xia Fei slowed down his steps to fully take in this incredible Iron Cavalry, his heart racing as he imagined it on a battlefield. If he really could get the Thanatos-class carrier, he could at least travel as he wanted within the Wild Star region. What would pirates be when faced against a capital ship? Killing them would be just as easy as stomping on ants. However, it would be difficult to bring back a capital ship belonging to the Navy back to the Alliance-occupied areas. Moreover, Xia Fei was still a wanted person somehow. After clearing his thoughts, Xia Fei entered the air service hangar next door. From the structural maps of the fleet, there was a path that led straight to the power room. The air service hangar was filled with ships that could carry people. They were responsible for transporting anything and other miscellaneous roles. Suddenly, Xia Fei came across a weird-looking ship among these supply ships. It looked like a leech with a dark red coat and was covered with dots, appearing incredibly different from the others. Hey! Xia Fei walked over to the ship. What is this? Having read plenty of books related to warships, he had a pretty good understanding of warships of different shapes and sizes, but it was the first time Xia Fei had come across a ship like this. Could it be, said Phantom hesitantly, a hybrid warship produced during the Golden Age? Xia Fei had not spent much time with the interstellar community, so it could not be helped that he was unable to recognize some ships, but there was clearly something up if Phantom could not identify it, either. Xia Fei put his hand on the ship and looked closely at its corners. Xia Fei realized that the craftsmanship of this ship was comparable to his naval, Eagle-class frigate. Its shell was similarly in one piece, formed using refined titanium alloy. Xia Fei went around to the other side of the ship to see a few lines of tiny inscriptions on the side of the hull close to its engine. Model, Anathema-class Special Ops Frigate. Manufacturer, a collaboration between MR Aviation Industries and Mittal Space Technology. Serial number, 00061. I knew it. Phantom was incredibly excited upon seeing these tiny lines of text. This is the legendary hybrid warship produced in the Golden Age. Xia Fei was confused. Golden Age? Hybrid warships? What do these words mean? The Golden Era refers to the time when the war between the human alliance and the insectoids happened. Although the war caused an economic recession on both sides, the military industry developed quickly during it. The four large shipping companies managed to come up on top of their peers and become the four giants dominating the space and aviation industry because they received large batches of orders from the armies as a result of this war. During the time of rapid development of warship manufacturing, the Big Four and a few other ship manufacturing companies produced many incredible classic warships. Warship and munitions technology were being developed at an unprecedented rate, too. That is why we refer to the 300 or so years of war as the Golden Era for weapons research. Xia Fei nodded. Wars had always been like that. An overwhelming need triggered the military to grow exponentially. In fact, most battleships currently used by the Alliance were developed in the Golden Era. As there had not been any conflict in the last 2,000 or so years, the growth of the military industry had slowed down significantly. So what's going on with these hybrid ships? Asked Xia Fei. Each top battleship manufacturing company had their own specializations, and because of the competition, all companies would guard their unique skills closely and would never even consider sharing their knowledge. As with all things, there are exceptions. During the war, there was a large demand for high-performance warships from the military. They forced the Big Four to band together and develop special warships that were of even higher standards. This Anathema-class Special Ops frigate was jointly developed by MR and Mittal. Once the war ended, the production of the hybrid ships halted, so this Anathema-class frigate became a limited edition ship from the Golden Ages. You'd never be unable to buy one of these out in the market again, Phantom explained as he excitedly took in every nook and cranny of the warship. Xia Fei asked after a few moments of thought, how does this Anathema-class frigate compare to my Lunar Eclipse? They are the same rank, both are top-of-the-line frigates. Lunar Eclipse is a top-tier assault frigate, whereas this Anathema-class is the top-tier special ops frigate. They serve different purposes, but in terms of actual combat performance, Anathema-class is naturally more powerful. Top-tier special ops frigate. Xia Fei asked puzzledly. What's so special about it? Phantom laughed. Unique optimizations were made to this Anathema-class special ops frigate's energy-draining device. Normally, frigates would not be able to equip an energy-draining device as they have smaller reactors and wouldn't be able to support the high energy cost of the device. Even if you forced it onto the ship, it'd still be passable at best. This Anathema class had made special changes to its energy-draining device, allowing it to be easily installed onto the ship. As a result, it would not overload the reactor upon use, and the efficiency of energy draining is even improved by 50%. Xia Fei was utterly shocked. Energy draining was a vicious weapon, like a vampire, it could absorb the opponent's energy and make that its own. This ship had similar defense and firepower to his lunar eclipse, yet it had an energy-stealing function included on top of that. This was definitely a rare and top-grade ship. It was a known fact that a ship's performance was based on its energy. Being able to claim others' energy as its own was comparable to weakening the enemy while strengthening oneself. Chapter 109, Black Star Phantom Bat. Xia Fei entered the Anathema-class frigate. The ship was still in perfect condition after drifting in space for over 2,000 years. The indicator on the warp engine showed that it had only been used thrice since production, meaning that it was almost brand new. After successfully initiating its self-assessment system, Xia Fei realized that although the ship was a top-tier special ops frigate, its equipment and components were fairly average. Other than the small energy-draining device, produced by the top-tier components manufacturing company Shenzhen, everything else could be described as just satisfactory. The assembly principles were also incredibly ordinary and mediocre. Xia Fei thought that the most important thing a ship should have was its unique identity. They should either specialize on their offense, packing weapons up to a ship's limit in order to maximize its firepower, or specialize in electronics, equipping countless devices to harass the enemy incessantly. Mediocre and well-balanced were two completely different concepts, and Xia Fei liked to equip his ship to maximize its advantages best while achieving a balance between offense and defense. Of course, adhering to such demands was difficult, but Xia Fei had his own ideas of doing so by giving up the comforts of the ship. Lunar Eclipse achieved its high performance today by sacrificing most of its living spaces. As life in space was incredibly boring, most warships would use a large amount of space for living and entertainment, allowing its passengers not to feel lonely or bored during their long space voyages. Comfort was one thing this Anathema-class frigate excelled at. The crewmates' living quarters were incredibly well equipped. Even the bathroom was equipped with an AI computer, so the crewmates could have a bath while watching shows. Its kitchen was spacious and grand, comparable to a proper restaurant. Xia Fei pursed his lips. In his eyes, it was a stupid decision to use the valuable space in the ship for entertainment. Traveling in ships would be and always had been a boring task. If one was afraid of boredom, they should just stay at home. A person should get used to the boring tedium of space if they had decided on this path in the first place. Risking their life piloting a warship to travel long distances just to watch shows or have baths in space. That was just not logical. After walking around inside the Anathema, Xia Fei had a few ideas on how to retrofit this ship. If he could bring the ship back, Xia Fei would own 2 top-tier frigates. Owning a warship had always been the dreams of men. Xia Fei would not complain about having 200 warships, much less 2. Xia Fei had a smug smile on his face before moving down to the power room on the lower levels, hoping that he could repair the massive capital ship. He would have a mobile fortress if he was able to do so. With a capital ship class carrier and 2 top-tier frigates in hand, Xia Fei worried that he would be laughing in his sleep. He decided to think of how he could get this capital ship back into an alliance-occupied area later. Suddenly, a tiny undetectable wave of energy brushed across Xia Fei. At the exact moment, Xia Fei started using his breath control technique, blending into the environment as fast as he could. His breath control was getting ever closer to reaching perfection. He could now enter his subtle hidden state at any time without preparation. "What's wrong?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I think I felt a small energy disruption from downstairs, which made me feel a hint of danger." Phantom did not say anything as it had been proven time and again that Xia Fei's perception was extraordinarily acute. It was something that could not be explained and could only be chalked up to an unintended effect of having his 7th brain region forcibly opened. Slowing down his footsteps, Xia Fei carefully walked down the set of stairs as silently as a leaf falling from a tree. This floor was where all the important mechanical parts of the ship were housed, 4 multiple alloy pipes went from one side of the room to another, forming a maze-like structure. As it was quite easy to hide among the messy pipes and machinery, Xia Fei sneaked along the pipelines, slowly approaching the power room. The closer he got to the power room, however, the more obvious the energy wave was. Phantom knitted his eyebrows. "Be careful. The energy doesn't seem to be coming from a machine, it's more like some sort of living thing." Xia Fei nodded as he extended chasing light which was on his right arm. The capital ship's power source came from a massive main reactor and 2 emergency reactors. The room was located right in the middle with layers upon layers of reinforced alloys to protect it against outside attacks. As the reactor of a capital ship was huge, it would most certainly damage nearby friendly forces if it exploded, which was why it was so sturdily fortified. Xia Fei entered the first floor of the power room, this was probably where the staff rested and operated. The energy wave became more complex. Other than the disruption coming from the living thing, there was now the energy from the reactor. If Xia Fei's hunch was right, the weird energy wave was coming from the core reactor chamber. There were many windows in this operation room, allowing staff to see the conditions of the reactor. Xia Fei squatted near a window, poking out half his head, and started to inspect the premiere of the room. The main reactor was a semi-sphere like an upside-down bowl. A thick alloy shell secured the core components of the reactor. Xia Fei had seen the reactor before, but he had never seen the being on the reactor that looked like a huge bat. It had a wingspan of over 100 meters. It had striking edges on its body, which was black and shiny. The bat, which had two extremely sharp fangs, was currently lying sprawled across the reactor, sleeping with its eyes closed. Xia Fei's heart was almost pounding out of his chest because he already recognized this being, a black star phantom bat, an ancient space exotic beast. The Beast Spirit Codex had information on many different exotic beasts, and this looked just like the Black Star Phantom Bat shown in it. According to the Codex, the Black Star Phantom Bat was one of the oldest beings in the universe. Its skin was as hard as steel and could survive in the toughest environment. Not even the near-perfect vacuum of space could stop them. The Black Star Phantom Bat could absorb many different types of energy and could survive thousands of years without eating. They also had an isolation film on their skin, meaning no radar would be able to detect them, allowing them to fade into the background like a phantom at night. Juvenile Black Star Phantom Bat was playful and active, but it would become extremely fierce as it reached maturity. It mainly attacked using brain waves to send out messages and interferences that could firmly control its opponent. Countless beastmasters failed at taming this ferocious beast. This exotic beast, which was at the top of the food chain in the entire universe, was incredibly powerful and on a completely different level to humans. Luckily, Black Star Phantom Bats were rare and their mind control waves had a limited range, so they did not pose much danger to humans, unless someone accidentally ventured close to their nest. From its size, the Black Star Phantom Bat was pretty close to adulthood. It lay on the reactor to absorb its energy, which was why the ship did not have enough power when Xia Fei tried to start it. When Black Star Phantom Bats were absorbing energy from a large source, they would enter hibernation, and this state could last thousands or even tens of thousands of years until it accumulated a lifetime's worth of energy. Evidently, this Black Star Phantom Bat was still deep in hibernation, though it would wake up once it gathered enough energy from the reactor. Xia Fei quickly exited the power room and told what he saw to the Phantom. The entire fleet was killed because it strayed inside a Black Star Phantom Bat's nest, muttered Phantom, but how could a Black Star Phantom Bat control machinery? Xia Fei shook his head. It can't control machines, but it can control human thought. The crew members were probably under its hypnosis, so everything they saw was just their fevered dream. Oh, is that so? Let's leave before it wakes up. Phantom seemed to put two and two together. Xia Fei did not say anything however as he was deep in thought. The Black Star Phantom Bat was more than what Xia Fei could deal with. Unless he cultivated his beast spirit to the 6th stage, he stood no chance against it. There were no options in front of Xia Fei. First was to initiate Thanatos' self-destruct system and destroy it along with the beast, second was to escape from this region, leaving behind the Black Star Phantom Bat as well as this fleet and only returning once Xia Fei had mastered the 6th stage of his base spirit codex, so he could defeat the monster and bring back this capital ship. The pros and cons of both choices were evident. The former would rid the Wild Star region of extreme danger, whereas the latter would leave him a promise of a Thanatos carrier in the future. Xia Fei was not a resident of the Wild Star region, nor did he need to think of the residents here, so he of course went against the idea of initiating the self-destruct system and decided to leave the ship for now, instead. Xia Fei quickly headed back to the Executioner frigate and stored the salvaged items into his spatial ring. As there was limited space in it, Xia Fei had to make a trip several times for all the equipment to be transferred to Anathema's storage. Anathema was a rare top-tier hybrid warship, after all, and there was no way Xia Fei would give it up so easily. Even if he were to leave, he would leave using that ship. As for the Executioner, he would have to leave that here. At worst, he would pay Andy accordingly to compensate, what was an old crusty Executioner compared to an Anathema-class frigate, anyways? Just after Xia Fei carefully exited Thanatos with the Anathema, Xia Fei initiated a warp at 10% of the engine's capacity. As he could not determine his location near the Black Star Phantom Bat's nest, he had to warp randomly and leave its territory before searching a way back to Red Rock Base. Just as the wormhole opened, unrivaled spirit energy swept over Xia Fei like a tsunami. Xia Fei jolted. Oh, no, the Black Star Phantom Bat woke up. Chapter 110, Besieged. Just when Xia Fei was about to leave the area, the Black Star Phantom Bat awakened. A terrifying screech was heard throughout the Thanatos-class carrier, a strong mental pressure mixed in it. Xia Fei felt like countless bugs were crawling underneath his skin, inflicting brain-splitting pain on him. He was no stranger to this experience. He would undergo excruciating pain every time he cultivated to the next rank via taking Phantom's medicinal concoction. Xia Fei was already quite familiar with this sensation and knew how to deal with it. He looked sternly at the capital ship through the porthole, using his ocular cognition from the second stage of the Beast Spirit Codex to try and fight back this intense mental pressure. Xia Fei's ocular cognition utilized his eyes to unleash a shock that was similar to mental pressure, whereas the Black Star Phantom Bat produced brain waves from a special organ in its brains. Although they were different methods of attacking, they achieved the same goal of deterrence or even the control of others. His penetrating gaze seemed about to pierce through the massive being on the other side, and everything the eyes could see was the battlefield for ocular cognition. The two clashing forces generated electric currents as they clashed. The mental strength of the Black Star Phantom Bat was like a chopping axe, forcing back Xia Fei's ocular cognition. All Xia Fei could do was try to hold on and slow down the speed of the mental pressure. A huge beast spirit fire was above the Thanatos, and this black flame almost enveloped the entire capital ship. Xia Fei knew that only the most vicious exotic beasts would have black flames like those. This meant its level or its brutality was at shocking levels. Xia Fei's ears started ringing, no longer able to hear anything else. Red blood began flowing down his nose, and there was nothing he could do about it. A killing intent exuded from the Black Star Phantom Bat, using its spiritual energy to try and take Xia Fei's life. The more this went on, the less Xia Fei should give up. The wormhole was already opened, and he could enter it if he just held on for a few more seconds. By that time, no matter how strong the spiritual energy of the Black Star Phantom Bat was, it could not affect Xia Fei, who would be thousands of light years away. He struggled to hold off the immense pressure exerted by his opponent using his ocular cognition. The area under his control was decreasing rapidly, and the invisible battle line that marked this mental war being waged by both parties was retreating. Xia Fei was just like a commander, ordering his men to back off when facing a greater foe as he tried to buy as much time as possible for his retreating men. This required cautious strategies and quick responses to the enemy's actions, as one misstep could lead to the entire front's collapse. After all, his foe was like an armored tank, whereas Xia Fei was a medieval cavalryman wielding a saber. There was evidently a huge difference in strength. The Anathema-class frigate was traveling at full speed in the direction of the wormhole's opening even as the surging enemy forces were in pursuit. Fresh blood came spurting out of Xia Fei's mouth. The brave cavalryman finally succumbed to all the bombardment. However, at this moment, the Anathema-class frigate entered the wormhole. Xia Fei blacked out and fell unconscious then. After some unknown time had passed, Xia Fei woke up with his brain ringing as if there were bees buzzing inside his skull. Xia Fei patted the side of his head and barely managed to sit up. He wiped off the blood from his nose before lighting up and taking a long drag of his cigarette. Phantom, who was next to Xia Fei, looked at him with a big smile on his face as if they had not just had a close brush with death. "What are you so happy for? You're not the one who got hurt, were you?" grumbled Xia Fei angrily. Phantom squinted as he pointed at him. "There are spots of blood at the corner of your one eye, is your eyesight all right?" Xia Fei rubbed the corner of his eye with his hand before looking out of the window. Countless stars sparkled in the distance, and everything was totally clear. "It's fine, just that my head still kinda hurts," replied Xia Fei after taking another puff. Phantom stared at Xia Fei for a long while before excitedly exclaiming, "I thought you weren't going to make it." However, in the last moment, your seventh brain region kicked in, absorbing all the mental pressure exerted by that Black Star Phantom Bat. That was incredible. Xia Fei knitted his brows as he struggled to recall what had happened. "Are you saying that my seventh brain region saved me in the last possible moment?" "That's right." Phantom nodded. Xia Fei took out an ashtray, extinguishing his cigarette before washing his face with cold water in the toilet. Phantom followed behind Xia Fei suspiciously. "You know, I think this is overall a good thing. If you can continuously hold off incredible metal pressure like that one earlier, there's a possibility to trigger your second gene evolution." Xia Fei, who was gargling water in his mouth, actually swallowed it when he heard that. "Second gene evolution? Are you saying I can acquire a second ability on top of my speed ability? Phantom was incredibly excited. Yes. Still, before that, you must be able to handle a sufficient amount of mental pressure. From what I just observed, when your seventh brain started absorbing spiritual energy, the cells in your body began working in overdrive identical to what happened when you gained your speed ability. Xia Fei went through an incredibly dangerous process when he activated his seventh brain region. In fact, he almost lost his life because of that, and 90% of the time, the result of doing so was death. Are you saying that I need to be on the edge of death to see any improvements? I'm already undergoing horrifying pain when I was leveling up, and I almost died to get my ability. What is this logic? Xia Fei complained. Phantom laughed. Heh, but you can't deny that your strength has grown rapidly after surviving each of these dangers. Xia Fei was speechless. Everything Phantom said was true, getting his speed ability was incredibly dangerous, so surviving that left Xia Fei with amazing potential, something that many envied. What you pay is what you get. The more dangerous and treacherous the process was, the more shocking the gains would be. There was no way someone who did nothing but lazed about all day could become a peerless powerhouse, otherwise, experts would be a dime a dozen in the universe. If the opportunity comes, I certainly won't mind having a second ability. I'm willing to work and hurt for it as long as it doesn't kill me. Has there been anyone who managed to get 2 abilities? Of course, and not just 2 abilities. There have been cases where they got more than 3. Still, the 2 abilities usually end up being garbage. Never has anyone acquired 2 or more abilities that could be considered passable. Still, while others are unable to do it, I think you can. Your 7th brain region is completely opened, after all, said Phantom seriously, as though incredibly confident in Xia Fei. Xia Fei thought for a bit. Whatever. We can discuss this later. We should at least seek an expert in this avenue before we act. Makes sense. We should find a genetics expert and look more into it, but you've got to prepare yourself to be a lab rat. As far as I can tell, nobody has ever fully opened their 7th brain region. Xia Fei muttered under his breath, screw that. I'm not going to be a lab rat for anyone. The navigational and position systems returned to normal after leaving the Black Star Phantom Bat's area of control. After a few tiny adjustments, Xia Fei saved his current coordinates into the microcomputer. Xia Fei could simply return to this location once he was capable of defeating the Black Star Phantom and fly away in the Thanatos-class carrier. A carrier cost over 1 trillion star coins. In addition, the ownership of capital ships was restricted by the Alliance, so that carrier was something no money could buy. Xia Fei himself would never let such a priceless capital ship aimlessly drift in space. Of course, all this had to wait until Xia Fei could defeat the Black Star Phantom Bat. Although he did not manage to acquire the capital ship at present, he did gain a top-of-the-line hybrid frigate, a priceless Scarlet training star ring, and the missing parts for lunar eclipse. The spoils from this venture were already more than what he hoped for. His new discovery pertaining to his 7th brain region also got Xia Fei a bit excited, but he had no plans of realizing it as of yet. It was too dangerous, after all. Xia Fei was 43,000 light-years away from the Red Rock base, a distance reachable in a single warp. After setting the coordinates, Xia Fei initiated the warp back to the base. The Anathema-class frigate went through the wormhole, arriving near the Red Rock base, but Xia Fei's eyes could not believe what was happening. A vicious battle was unfolding near Red Rock base. In the distance was a fleet led by 3 battlecruisers, currently besieging Red Rock base. The intense artillery fire sounded like crackling thunder before a storm as a dozen or so warships of varying shapes and sizes were bombarding the energy shields of the Red Rock base. Meanwhile, the Red Rock base was entirely on the defensive, a dozen or so heavy artillery poking out on the Red Rock's surface as each returned fire to the attacking fleet of warships in the distance. It was quite a dire situation as neither side gave any intention of giving up. Xia Fei swallowed his spit and yelled, "Activate the energy shields and prepare the charging system. Engines engaged at 100%, leave the battlefield now." The Anathema-class frigate, which had just initiated a long warp, would need to recharge for 40 minutes before its next evasive warp. Therefore, all Xia Fei could do was create a safe distance from the battlefield and hope that they would not notice him. He did not want to get mixed up in an odd battle after escaping the jaws of death of the Black Star Phantom Bat. Blue flames came out of the warp engine thrusters, propelling the ship in another direction to escape the battlefield as fast as it could. A Metal-burst-class frigate had discovered Xia Fei, leaving the fleet to chase after him. Evidently, it had treated Xia Fei as an enemy, too. Prepare the energy-draining device, lock onto the burst frigate, and activate all weapons, ordered Xia Fei in a booming voice. Chapter 111, Abused to Death. The dozen or so warships attacking Red Rock Base were of varying shapes and sizes, and so was their equipment. Gauss cannons, laser cannons, missiles, blasters. Different types of weapons were assaulting the base's energy shields with seemingly no rules or directions to follow. Their formation was incredibly weird as well. Normally, the main assault ships should be in the front because they would be the best at breaking down the defense and absorbing enemy firepower to protect smaller allied ships. In contrast, these guys had their ships arranged in line like soldiers at a gun practice. Any experienced commander would never use a formation such as this, for not only would it spread their firepower, it would expose the ships with weaker defense to enemy fire, essentially giving the enemies free fire at their allies. Red Rock Base was a combat station built by the military, after all. Although it had long been abandoned, nor was its present commander someone affiliated to the army, an old tiger still had its claws. The energy shields securely protected the base within. The return fire was also being delivered from the huge cannons with an implied message of "come at me." The commander of the base quickly found the enemy's weakness. Gathering 16 large Gauss cannons, he had the base's firepower focused on a smaller enemy warship. The large Gauss cannons fired in unison, releasing 16 dazzling streams of fire at an Atron-class frigate. The frigate was not even an enemy for the large Gauss cannons. After one round of fire, that unlucky ship became fireworks in the starry sky, lighting up its pitch-black surroundings. The people at the base were almost celebrating at the ship's destruction and attacked the next smallest ship in the fleet, and as was said before, if the enemy commander was smart, he would utilize his side's advantage in maneuverability, as well as its agility, to attack as their ships avoided fire from the large cannons by flying around the base. Evidently, the commander of this group did not have much experience as his ships were still in line, hoping to break through the base's energy shield with firepower alone. Not everybody liked the thought of risking their lives. A burst-class frigate tried to be smart and left the battlefield to chase after Xia Fei's anathema-class frigate. Figuring that staying there was just as good as waiting for his death, the pilot would rather chase this insignificant frigate instead. If their side won, he would have contributed to it, but if they failed, he would have a good explanation for the commander. In truth, his thinking was really common as anathema-class special ops frigates were incredibly rare. Not just him, even the incredibly experienced Phantom could not recognize which ship model this was. Moreover, other than the weird maroon-colored outer shell, everything else in the anathema-class frigate looked fairly average. It did not look like a top-tier frigate with exceptional combat ability. Warships were designed for battles, and most had exaggerated and even aggressive appearances. Numerous cannons would be exposed, outlined with sharp and oppressive edges. They were warships, and fighting wars was their calling. This anathema-class frigate was round and smooth, however. From afar, it looked like a maroon bug, with all its weapons hidden underneath the hull. It was so low-key that it looked no different from a civilian ship. The Midhall Burst-class frigate had been misled by the Anathema-class frigate's weird shape, charging toward the ship that was like soft peach, baring its fangs as it desired to tear Xia Fei's frigate apart. Anyone who had read Xia Li Feidao would know not to judge a book by its cover. Li Sunhuan may look like some tuberculosis-ridden bookworm, but whoever underestimated him would pay a huge price. Xia Fei casually dodged, going in the opposite direction. This was not his battle, so he had no interest in getting entangled in it. Alas, the crew of the Burst-class frigate mistakenly thought that Xia Fei was afraid of them, so they became more committed to chasing him, not realizing that they were getting farther and farther from the other ships. Boom boom! The Burst-class frigate launched a fierce attack at Xia Fei using its 4 automatic cannons. Xia Fei did not retaliate immediately and, instead, moved farther away. His only aim was to stay away from the main battle to avoid fire from the larger warships. Xia Fei cared not for this Burst-class frigate that did not know its place, but if needed, he could deal with it any time. A few minutes later, Xia Fei was now quite far from the main battle, and it would nearly be impossible for the other ships to catch up. Now's the chance to test out the power of the energy-draining device, muttered Xia Fei. With a tap of his finger, a red beam of light was fired at the ship 100 or so meters away from the Anathema-class frigate, and his frigate started sapping that ship's energy. "Boss, our energy is dropping rapidly," reported a skinny crew member. "Don't stop attacking. We'll be able to destroy that maroon-colored ship soon. Find out why our power is dropping. Is it a problem with the reactor?" ordered the bald commander. "It doesn't have to do with the reactor. I suspect that beam of light was from an energy-draining device. What? There's no way a frigate could have an energy-draining device, check again. The reactor is now at 50% capacity, if this goes on, the energy shield will fail. Hold on for a while longer, we'll see after we get rid of the other ship. It went down by another 30%. If this continues, we won't even be able to shoot. That fast. Boss, look, it's about to return fire. The burst-class frigate's power did not disappear, it was just transferred to Xia Fei's anathema-class frigate. While the burst class lost its shields because of lack of energy, Xia Fei's frigate was filled to the brim with energy, enough to activate everything on it. Target, burst class frigate, attack at full force. Xia Fei commanded. As they said, kick one while they're down. This burst class frigate did not even have the energy to activate its shields, and there was no better opportunity for Xia Fei to launch his attack. 4 enhanced laser cannons appeared from the ship's sides. The anathema-class frigate threw away its previously docile look and finally unleashed its actual terrifying visage. The bald man in the burst-class frigate was at a loss for words. Turn on the energy shield, retreat immediately. We're out of energy. The reactor isn't even at 10% capacity, we can't activate it at all. My goodness! Weapons systems aren't firing either because of the lack of energy. We're done for. Plop! The bald man fell into his seat with sweat dripping down his forehead. Only then did he realize that they had fallen into the grave Xia Fei had dug for them long ago. Any bit of struggle before death was futile. Lack of energy was the worst nightmare for any warship. Boom boom boom. The laser cannons launched vicious attacks at the burst-class frigate. No, it was more like abuse because their opponent could not do anything to retaliate, and there was nothing they could do other than take the shots. Destroy them! Xia Fei ordered loudly. Dazzling beams of lasers landed on the burst-class frigate one after another. Soon, the warship was ablaze. Xia Fei enjoyed this experience, which was comparable to shooting fish in a barrel, but what was even more satisfying was testing out the abilities of the energy-draining device. The top-tier Special Ops frigate certainly deserved its name, and the energy-draining device's abilities were borderline absurd. It was like a ruthless vampire, sucking away all of the enemy's blood, breaking their modes, and breaking the enemy's spirits. There was no room for sympathy toward the enemies. The anathema-class frigate did not just kill its enemies but essentially abused them alive. What's up, Baldy? Why aren't you returning fire? Why aren't you returning fire? Yelled one of the fleetmate of Baldy's through the communicator. Because of the large distance between them, they could only watch Baldy's ship get destroyed by Xia Fei while having no ability to retaliate. Everyone wanted to know what was happening with Baldy and why was he not returning fire. It's a trap, it's a trap. Baldy's eyes were emotionless as if his soul had been sucked out of him. He muttered this to himself hopelessly. A bright flash of light appeared, followed by a huge explosion. The burst-class frigate was completely destroyed, leaving only wreckage behind. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he watched the ship turn into fireworks with a sly smirk on his face. Satisfying, that was incredibly satisfying. Phantom said excitedly. The battle had already been decided. As the assaulters had a terrible strategy, only 3 battlecruisers and 1 destroyer on the brim of falling apart were left after attacking the base. It was nearly impossible to use the firepower of 3 battlecruisers to penetrate the energy shield of Red Rock Base, so the commander ordered his men to retreat. Fireworks lit up space again, then the destroyer was blown into smithereens by a gauze cannon in the process of retreating. Xia Fei, who was hiding from a distance, enjoyed this war film first before requesting entry into Red Rock Base. Everyone in the base saw how Xia Fei had sunk an enemy's burst-class frigate, so there was no reason for them to avoid him. Just a minute after his request, the doors to the base opened, allowing Xia Fei to fly inside and land his ship at the port. Xia Fei. Sarah was happily surprised and she ran over to hug him, barely containing herself. Not far away, Alan watched this with a smile on his face, though Xia Fei felt that his smile was a bit weird. Are you all right? Sarah seemed to have remembered something before pushing Xia Fei away with her 2 hands. Xia Fei was a bit embarrassed as he could not fathom how this girl was warm one moment then cold the next. I'm all right, who were those attackers? Xia Fei asked curiously. The Owl Pirates, answered a fair-skinned young man as he walked over. Their tone was neither here nor there, but an undertone of harshness could still be detected. Xia Fei had heard about this person from Sarah before. This man was the Ning clan's only young master, Ning Dian. He was notorious for his bad deeds around here. Xia Fei also did not have a good impression of this man after seeing him bully a beggar on the streets. "This guy is your nephew?" Ning Dian asked as he patted Alan's back. "Yeah, a nephew from afar." Alan quickly bowed and smiled, seemingly quite afraid of Ning Dian. Ning Dian nodded. He then quickly told Xia Fei, "Kid, my uncle has some business with you, follow me." Chapter 112, Dog Eat Dog World. Alan signaled Xia Fei with his eyes, pleading him to listen to the young master. Sarah, on the other hand, was a bit worried, yet she bit her lower lip and kept her mouth shut. The lady who could not hide her emotions conveyed her thoughts clearly through her face. Xia Fei smiled. "Young Master Ning, what does the old master seek from me?" Ning Dian showed impatience as he looked at Xia Fei. "Why are you asking so many questions? You'll know once you come with me." The others standing next to this young master with slanted berets were also arrogantly staring at Xia Fei, even flexing their chest muscles. It appeared that if Xia Fei did not cooperate, they would make sure that he would. Xia Fei did not care about these guys at all. However, Alan and Sarah were tied into this now, and if he killed them before leaving, Alan and his family would certainly pay the price for it. Moreover, lunar eclipse was still moored in this base's hangar. Xia Fei did not have plans to give that up anytime soon. Among other things, he was unwilling to part ways even if it was just the Black Mamba 130 engine. "All right, I'll come with you," Xia Fei said with a smile. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his previously tense body. Sarah, for her part, still looked quite worried. "I'll be back in no time. Prepare some food for me, I'm kind of hungry," Xia Fei said, patting his stomach. The Ning clan lived on the highest level of this base, taking up the entire floor in fact. As the owner of the Red Rock base, their clan was on a completely different level than the average residents. There were various plants in their yard grown using nutrient fluids. The flourishing leaves and branches gave the residents quite a bit of life. The ground was made of alloy with a layer of red slate on top of it. The paths had lines of trees and shrubs on both sides as well, reminding Xia Fei of what it was like back on Earth. It was a rare sight to see something like this in the dark space, and this suggested that the Ning clan knew how to enjoy life. Other than operating various businesses and trade, the Ning clan also collected 20% tax on all commodities that passed through Red Rock base, resulting in a huge annual income. Outside of spending it on maintaining the base, they had over 1,000 or so mercenaries under their employment to maintain peace around here. They even had a few warships to help with security. It could be said that the Ning clan was in charge around here. Ning Dian brought Xia Fei into the living room and pointed casually at it. "Wait in there." The living room was extremely big, with a floor space of about 300 square meters. There were 7 or so round tables in the center, and dishes filled with various nuts and snacks placed on top. There were already 20 or so people in the living room. They looked like tough, brutish men with their intimidating appearances. Many of them had weapons hanging off their waists, huddled together while chatting and laughing with one another. The room was immediately silent the moment Xia Fei stepped in, and many sets of doubtful eyes focused on him. Xia Fei smiled to show that he was harmless. He appeared completely average by how young he was in his worn-out work overalls, looking just like any average Red Rock base resident. These men did not seem to mind his presence as they went back to their conversations, stuffing themselves with the fruits taken from their tables. The way they did so made it seem as if it would be their loss to miss a piece. It did not take long before the floor was filled with skins of fruits. Xia Fei sat down at a secluded corner. Perhaps it was because of all the assassination techniques he had learned, but he now liked to sit in inconspicuous corners just like Phantom. No matter where he was, he would find the best spot to hide and blend in fast. A chubby lady served Xia Fei a cup of tea with a few oranges and apples. It was extremely difficult to grow fruits and vegetables in the wild regions, so the prices of these were extremely high. A piece of orange could be sold for at least 20 cents, which converted to about a few thousand star coins, which in turn would have been enough to buy several hundred caddies of fruits. Xia Fei nodded before peeling and eating an orange. His eyes darted around the room as he tried to listen in on what these men were discussing. Xia Fei got a good idea of what was going on a few minutes later. It turned out that the third eldest of the Ning clan, which was also Ning Dian's dad, and the owl pirate Scar had their eyes on a new girl at a brothel. The two fought over the girl, verbally at first which then turned physical. The Ning clan was the owner of Red Rock base, after all, so seeing as Scar was on the back foot, he and his men chose to take the short stick and retreated. From then onward, the two had held a grudge for each other. Scar had been sending men to infiltrate the base time and again to kill the third eldest Ning, but the opportunity never came, and all they ended up killing as revenge were a few of the Ning clan's men, instead. The Ning clan decided that Scar should be rid of sooner rather than later, so they moved to gather a few people from nearby bases that they had a good relationship with and several pirates who were on bad terms with Scar to end his life once and for all, and those were the people in attendance. What none expected was for Scar to catch wind of this and sent a group of pirates to attack Red Rock Base today. However, since Scar failed in his assault, the leaders of nearby bases and some pirates all felt that it was a good time to get rid of him. They were currently discussing how to split the spoils after this operation, as well as how much money the Ning clan was willing to pay. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette, quickly figuring out why he was called here. As he destroyed one of the enemy pirate ships, accidentally aiding the Ning clan, while all along thinking that he was Alan's distant nephew, they automatically treated him as part of their force. The strength of the Ning clan was mainly concentrated here in Red Rock Base, but once they went outside, it was all in favor of warships. The warships the Ning clan owned were completely average, so including Xia Fei would greatly strengthen them. This band to deal with Scar had been gathered at the last minute. Everybody here had their ideas, but they only had one thing in mind: money. If Scar was willing to pay a higher price, it was entirely possible for them to turn around to kill the Ning clan, instead. This was the Wild Star region, after all, killing someone was as easy as stomping on an ant. Moreover, Alan and Sarah were residents of Red Rock Base. They more or less guaranteed that Xia Fei was not a mole, the Ning clan would have forced him to follow them either way. At this moment, a few entered the hall. First was a man in his 70s with a white goatee, following him were 3 middle-aged men. The youngest, Ning Dian, walked behind them. Everyone in the hall stood up in greeting to the old man of the Ning clan. The old man sat down at the main seat in the living room with his 3 sons on either side of him. "I'm sorry that you guys had to wait so long. Scar and his cronies have just tried to attack my Red Rock base. Thankfully, the excellent defense system of this base managed to withstand and defend against their assault. Nonetheless, Scar has been stirring up shit in the Wild Star region for a long time now, so I don't think that this will be the end of it but, rather, just the start. I urge everyone to take care," the old man said slowly. What he said was almost poetic. Owl pirates had sustained heavy losses and barely escaped with their lives, but the Ning clan's old man said that he had barely held on, not taking any credits for the victory this time. He then quickly switched topics and urged everyone to take care, not forgetting to attack Scar, for he knew they were gathered here to deal with that notorious pirate leader. Since everyone in the room was on the same boat, there was no point in fighting with one another. Old man Ning is right. I've never liked Scar, he's done terrible things in these few years. Luckily, his side sustained heavy damage today, so now is the best chance we have of getting rid of him, declared a short-haired bloke as he stood up. We, as the leaders of nearby bases, have to guarantee the safety of our residents. I wholeheartedly support Old Man Ning's plan to get rid of Scar, chimed in a leader from a nearby base. Everyone there called out Scar and his bunch of pirates as scums who did terrible things. They all thought that they should deal with him to return peace in the Wild Star region. Xia Fei thought this was funny. Was this not a case of dog eat dog? Why made it seem like it was justice driven? In the Wild Star region, pirates were the people and the people were pirates, there was no distinguishing them at all. Who here had not taken a few lives? In terms of terrible things, these guys were not much better either. The matter was obvious. This was just a bunch of pirates banding together to rob another bunch of pirates. No matter which side they were on, they were still pirates. Without any obstacles, the Ning clan and these representatives quickly formed an alliance. The bunch had the Ning clan's old man to be the commander of this operation, coordinating everybody's movements and strategy. Since everybody already understood their aim, next was how to split the spoils. This was what everyone was here for. Nothing else mattered in the Wild Star region other than money. The hall became exceedingly quiet, waiting for the old man to announce how the plunder would be split. Everyone thought to themselves that they would give up if the pay was not satisfactory. They were not about to give up even a penny. Old Man Ning was wise, of course, he knew what these guys were thinking of. He waved his hand at his youngest son, who then walked out of the hall. Not long after, he walked in with a metal plate. It was covered with a piece of red fabric, so who knew what was underneath it? The third eldest Ning placed it on the table before returning to his seat. Old Man Ning stood up and scanned the room with a hint of slyness in his murky eyes. It was just like an old sly fox looking at a bunch of young sly foxes. Everyone, if this operation succeeds, the Ning clan won't take a cent. Plus, I'll give this to whoever takes Scar's head. Old man Ning spoke with a straight back before removing the red cloth with his right hand. The silence in the hall was deafening as surprise and greed could be seen in everyone's eyes. The hall now was filled with nothing but heavy breathing. Chapter 113, Purple Rock. A purple rock sat on the center of the plate. It was shiny and slightly larger than an adult's fist. Purple Heart of Spirit. My goodness, it's massive. Such a thing actually exists? I thought it's just a legend. After a few quiet moments, everybody got riled up as their greed grew, drooling as they stared at the Purple Heart of Spirit. Hearts of Spirit can be purple? Xia Fei asked Phantom in his consciousness. Phantom seemed to have been reminded of something as he replied with a tone of sadness, yes, hearts of spirit can be blue or purple. Apparently, purple hearts of spirit contain 100 to 150 times more energy than their blue counterparts and are exceedingly rare, though purple ones are a lot more volatile than blue ones, so they don't really have much use. They're usually collected as rare minerals. My master had a purple heart of spirit, too. He would always fiddle with it and would never let it out of his sight. My master once told me that blue and purple hearts of spirit contain the energy of the universe, but the purple ones are closer to the true face of the universe, mysterious and full of intense energy. If you want to understand the ultimate secret of the universe, you will first need to consider the existence of the purple heart of spirit. Phantom sighed. This purple heart of spirit is almost 3 times larger than the one my master has. If I could bring this thing back to him, he'd be extremely happy. Phantom's eyes were glistening. Xia Fei did not know whether to laugh or to cry, who knew that an incredible assassin known throughout the universe would have a side like this. If somebody else found out, it would surely be treated as a joke. With a flick of his wrist, old man Ning covered the purple heart of spirit with the red cloth again. Everyone, I, Ning Baichan, is a man of my words. Anyone who wants this purple heart of spirit will have to provide me with Scar's head in exchange. Everyone in the hall was excited. With this big payment in front of them, they were eager to get Scar's head. No matter what Scar does this time, his death is all but assured. Old man Ning sure is vicious, ensuring that he'll get Scar's head by bringing out this purple heart of spirit. Ning Baichan was incredibly sly. He thoroughly understood the greed in humans' hearts. By bringing out this huge reward, it did not only guarantee that Scar would lose his life but also separated the people from each other. There was only one purple heart of spirit, so anyone who wanted a chance at it would need to defeat their competitors. This way, the Ning clan did not need to worry about this bunch banding together to work against him. All he had to do now was sit back and wait to collect Scar's head. The purple heart of spirit was precious if well hidden, but it was like a hot potato once exposed. However, it was an unlucky item, too, for no matter whose hands it ended up in, the others would surely feel unsatisfied. When the time came, whoever became its eventual possessor would come to regret it. A simple, dog-eat-dog operation turned into a ruthless life and death situation under the careful planning of old man Ning. It could be said that the old man was truly ruthless with his methods. The maids then served liquor and dishes to entertain all the bigwigs that came from all over the Star region. Just as Xia Fei was considering leaving, the eldest son of the Ning clan approached Xia Fei and called him to the yard. "You're Alan's relative?" asked the eldest Ning tentatively. Xia Fei smiled and answered according to what he and Alan had agreed on. The eldest son of the Ning clan was about 50 years old. He had a rectangular, wrinkly face. After a few simple questions, he decided to trust Xia Fei's identity because of how well he answered before going straight into the main topic. It wasn't a small task to help Red Rock Base with the fight. "I'd like to thank you on behalf of the 30,000 residents here." Xia Fei waved his hand. "I can't take the credit. I was being chased by that ship. I almost wet my pants thinking it would be the end of me, but the ship malfunctioned out of nowhere in the last second. Their energy shield broke and couldn't even shoot back, so I decided to man up and fire back. Destroying them was completely an accident. To be honest, I'm still feeling shivers down my spine just thinking about it." Xia Fei feigned fright, making sure not to mention that his anathema-class frigate was equipped with an energy-draining device. He insisted that the enemy ship had malfunctioned, claiming he had only won the fight completely by accident. He even intentionally displayed his weakness in hopes that the Ning clan would not notice his talent. Only an idiot would reveal all their cards to strangers. Of course, Xia Fei had to withhold some cards when introducing himself to dangerous vicious people like this clan. The eldest son of the Ning clan was at the command center back then, and he clearly saw how Xia Fei had tried to run away as if his life depended on it, but he was unsure if the ship had actually malfunctioned. In truth, the eldest Ning totally looked down on Xia Fei, thinking that he was a spineless coward, and after seeing Xia Fei's behavior with his eyes now, he was even more certain of his judgment. If it had not been for his old man thinking that he should invite Xia Fei, he would not have even considered knowing Xia Fei better. The eldest Ning took out a small cloth bag from his chest. No matter what happened, you helped protect the base. The Ning clan will never treat you badly. There are $200 in there as your reward. Xia Fei grabbed the bag like a miser, counting the hearts of spirit several times. The eldest Ning could not help but be angered by Xia Fei's greed. You think the great Ning clan will try and cheat you out of that pitiful amount of money? Holding back his anger, the eldest Ning watched Xia Fei count the money in the bag. Xia Fei was fully committed, since he had decided on acting, he might as well go all out. After counting it thrice, Xia Fei carefully put it away with a big smile on his face. The eldest Ning scowled. Xia Fei, I'll just be frank, I hope you can join the Ning clan's team in attacking Scar's base. We won't count you out in the payments. Xia Fei slightly squinted and asked carefully, how much? Xia Fei managed to establish himself as an odious person in the other's mind, so much so that when he said that he would not stay for a meal, the latter did not even make an effort to be courteous and asked him to stay, wishing he would disappear from his sight immediately. Instead, Xia Fei walked out of the Ning clan's property proudly, humming as he headed to Alan's place. Hey, you're not going to work for that guy, right? Phantom asked in his consciousness. Xia Fei laughed. Do I even have a choice? Just look behind me. Phantom looked back after that and saw two massive blokes walking behind Xia Fei suspiciously. I think, in order to make sure that they have enough firepower, everyone with a warship in Red Rock base is on the Ning clan's list. It's just that I'm an outsider, so that sly old man back there doesn't trust me much, so he invited me over to test me personally. Did you notice that while Ning Beichen was addressing everyone, he would look at me from time to time? That old man sure wasn't easy to deal with. Phantom was silent for a bit. He did notice everything Xia Fei had just mentioned, but he did not analyze it as thoroughly as Xia Fei did. What do we do now? Xia Fei started peeing shamelessly at a wall, observing the two burly men behind out of the corner of his eye. Indeed, the two stopped and pretended to chat while looking out of the corners of their eyes from time to time. I remember that you said the energy waves from the base can very well come from a heart of spirit. Since a blue heart of spirit greatly increases my ability to absorb medication, allowing me to increase my growth rate, won't a purple heart of spirit be even better? Xia Fei asked as he pulled up his pants. It's merely a possibility. I can't guarantee the success of that. It's taking longer and longer to absorb the medication every time I take it. At this rate, when will I actually become strong? I can't give up an opportunity to improve myself no matter what. Since I've encountered the purple heart of spirit by chance, there's no reason for me to give it to anyone else, said Xia Fei with his determination-filling eyes. Phantom could hardly believe what he was hearing. Xia Fei, I seem to have underestimated your determination to improve. Xia Fei rubbed his head. It's not as serious as you made it to be. I just think that opportunities don't always present themselves, so I must try and grab hold of them every time. Xia Fei was now at the residential area where Alan lived. Before entering, he saw through his peripheral vision that the two men were still down on the street with no intention of leaving. Evidently, they were ordered here by the Ning clan. Alan uncharacteristically filled the table with great dishes and a few bottles of beer. He welcomed Xia Fei back with open arms and a smile on his face. Something's wrong with the old man today, just ignore him, Sarah said as she stuffed her face with sausage. Alan ignored Sarah as he enthusiastically dragged Xia Fei to the table and filled his plate with food. Xia Fei sensed that this was completely out of the ordinary. Alan was usually very stingy, every meal Xia Fei had at his house was all so-called pudding made from weeds. He would have lost his mind if it had not been for the leftover food in his spatial ring. There must have been something wrong. Xia Fei kept his eye on Alan as he ate. The latter urged him to drink some beer, but Xia Fei refused in hopes of finding out what he was planning. After a few rounds of eating and drinking, Alan's face was bright red. Sarah, go back to your room, I have something I want to discuss with Xia Fei. Chapter 114, Vampire. After Sarah left, Alan stood up and walked around the yard. The observers had changed positions long ago and were now hiding at the intersection with bottles in hands, chatting while drowning themselves in alcohol. Clearly, they were not paying attention at all. Alan went back inside his house and carefully locked the door. He sat down at the table again and whispered, "Xia Fei, what do you think of Sarah?" Xia Fei was shocked as this came out of nowhere. Alan was clearly hinting at something else. "Oh, Sarah's not bad, why are you asking?" Xia Fei gave a vague reply. Alan downed a glass of alcohol with a bitter look on his face. "Sarah's about to marry," said Alan helplessly as he set down the glass. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Alan was dumbfounded before smiling bitterly. "You wouldn't say that if you knew whom she's marrying. As long as Sarah's happy. What's wrong with that? You don't want to see her leave?" asked Xia Fei half-jokingly. Alan became really silent, his eyes on the golden liquid in his glass. A few minutes later, he finally blurted out, "Do you think Sarah can be happy to marry Ning Baichen?" Xia Fei was at a loss for words. He pulled out a half-box of hung tashan and lit a stick. He was unsure exactly how old Ning Baichen was, but by the looks of it, he could not be younger than 70. Sarah, on the other hand, was only 17 this year, the peak of a young maiden's life. Everybody only got one chance at being young. Other kids her age would still be leading a carefree life, singing songs, falling in love, and so on. Sarah, on the other hand, had to start working at a young age to make a living, and now, she had to marry someone old enough to be her grandfather. "Does Sarah know?" Xia Fei asked. "With her personality, she'll surely cause a scene if she learns of this, but how can we go against the will of the Ning clan? We can't afford to disobey them. If they haven't been in so much unrest these days, I'm afraid that wedding gifts will have arrived already." Now that Ning Baichen has resolved to get rid of Scar, once the owl pirates are destroyed, Alan choked up halfway through his sentence. He lowered his head, sipping his alcohol with red eyes. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and felt his chest tightened. Sarah and Alan only relied on their crappy, industrial ship, delivering goods for others to get by. Their lives were already difficult as it was, and somehow, they got even more problems on their plate now. "Since you've decided to talk to me about it, I guess you've already made up your mind. What's your plan?" asked Xia Fei. Alan started at Xia Fei and answered in a deep voice, "You should be leaving soon. If you're willing to take us with you, I'll tell you everything we know." Xia Fei did not want to stay in the Wild Star region longer than necessary. That insectoid ship was no doubt caught, but Xia Fei was unsure if Xiao was on the ship, so he hoped to return to the alliance soon. "You've been hiding at home all day doing this?" Xia Fei asked, smiling. Alan did not say anything as he brought out an old AI computer from his room. "I'll send you everything I've gathered, perhaps it'll be of use to you." It was currently night. Xia Fei was lying on the sofa, struggling to sleep. He turned on his microcomputer and looked through the information provided by Alan again and again. Alan had done a lot of work regarding Sarah's escape plan. There was a lot of the required information collected, making it way easier for Xia Fei to formulate his combat strategy. Xia Fei looked through the star map again and compared it to Alan's information. He now had a better understanding of this dog-eat-dog operation. There were 6 different bases in a 200,000 light-year radius: Red Rock, White Rock, Green Rock, Blue Rock, Black Rock, and Yellow Rock. There were also 4 pirate sanctuaries: Owl, Night Flower, Green Fox, and Broken Blade. Ning Baichen's plan to get rid of Owl involved the heads of the 5 nearby bases, as well as the pirates Night Flower and Green Fox, excluding the strongest Broken Blade pirates. According to the information Alan provided, the Ning clan had always had a good relationship with Broken Blade up until last year, where they fought over a batch of crystal ores. Ning Baichen had always put emphasis on maintaining good relationships, but getting into arguments with the 2 strongest pirate groups in the area did not fit his personality. "It's quite a complex situation," Xia Fei muttered. Phantom laughed. "Don't think much of it. Perhaps you're overcomplicating the situation, and the actual battlefield will be completely different from what you're led to believe." "Possibly," he replied bluntly, "but we still have to prepare for the variety of possibilities. I hope that the battlefield will be as messy as possible. It'll be better for us when it's messy." After lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei continued to analyze the intel from Alan, committing every important person to memory. Early the next day, Xia Fei went to the hangar with Sarah. Parking the Anathema-class frigate and Lunar Eclipse side by side, He was going to modify both ships. The observers were still behind Xia Fei, keeping an eye on him, but he did not care. He was a useful pawn in this dog-eat-dog plan, and Ning Beichen would not do anything to him now. Don't you have work? Xia Fei asked as he dumped all the parts from the spatial ring onto the ground. The base has been placed on lockdown. Nobody can come in and go out, replied Sarah, touching Xia Fei's new frigate. This ship seems quite sturdy, where did you get this from? Sarah did not know much about spacecraft. In her eyes, a strong and sturdy ship marked a good one. Xia Fei had already expected the base to be put on lockdown, so all he could do now was wait and prepare for the next big commotion. Oh, right, I've lost Andy's ship. Could you ask him how much I must pay to compensate for it later? I'll pay however much he asks for. Also, could you help me borrow a few tools? Pay anything he asks for, too. After saying that, Xia Fei tossed a bag filled with money to Sarah, so she could complete the things he asked her in his place. He decided to stay behind, preparing himself to start the work ahead. There were quite a few things that needed to be done on the ship. Since the dog-eat-dog operation was happening the day after tomorrow, Xia Fei had to complete all the work at hand before then. Sarah took a look inside the bag. I don't need this much, I won't let him go easy if he asks too many questions about that crappy ship. Xia Fei smiled. Andy's here to help us, so don't take out the money he deserves. I've seen his quoted price, they're all reasonable. That won't do, said Sarah. I know you have the money, but you should try and save some. Making money is harder than spending it, after all. Growing up in an environment like this, Sarah had naturally developed a frugal lifestyle. It did not feel right when Xia Fei looked at his pair of leather boots in awful condition. 2 hours later, Sarah returned to the hangar in a hover truck filled with parts and tools Xia Fei asked for. Xia Fei passed Sarah a bottle of cola. You must be tired. Have a drink and grab some rest, I'll deal with the rest of the maintenance. Sarah grabbed the drink with a big smile on her face. Carefully opening the bottle, she took tiny sips all the while looking like a happy, little girl. She might look wild on the outside, but she was not much different from an average girl on the inside. It was not her fault that she had a personality like this, it was a result of the environment she grew up in. This is tasty. It'd be great if I could drink this every day, muttered Sarah under her voice. You sure have simple wishes, said Xia Fei while laughing. Tomorrow will be better than today. Opening the carriage, Xia Fei lifted a high-density welding machine, which weighed several hundred kilograms, off the truck without much effort. You may not look like it, but you sure are strong. It took 4 people to load that machine into the truck, Sarah said with glistening eyes. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. Although speed and strength were 2 different abilities, both were closely connected, requiring the user to push the limits of their body. It was just like a professional sprinter, although they would not be as strong as a professional lifter, they would not be weak by any means. Xia Fei was close to star domain rank, it was natural for his strength to grow at the same rate. Several hundred kilograms were not heavy to him. Though Lunar Eclipse and Anathema were both frigates of the highest tier, and Xia Fei liked both, he had to make a choice. In the worst-case scenario, he might have to get rid of one of these 2 ships. Xia Fei needed to pick one main ship and another as a reserve. Obviously, the Anathema-class frigate, which was fitted with an energy-draining device, was more practical than Lunar Eclipse. Moreover, the former was a brand-new ship, meaning that it was better than the latter in many aspects. Lunar Eclipse had sustained quite the damage in its armor and machinery, as well as in its electronic components, so it was impossible to return the warship to 100% in 3 days. Xia Fei took out Lunar Eclipse's Black Mamba 130 engine and installed it on the other, then he put the Anathema-class frigate's normal engine onto Lunar Eclipse. He took out the second-hand warship's warp disruptor as well as its traction control module and installed them into the Anathema-class frigate. Xia Fei stayed in the hangar for 3 consecutive days straight, doing work like this. Even his meals were delivered by Sarah. At dawn of the 3rd day, an Anathema-class special ops frigate, armed to the teeth, was in front of Xia Fei. Because of time constraints, Xia Fei had made many temporary fixtures. Its insides were extremely messy with barely a spot to lay his feet. The crew cabins were occupied by the warp stabilizer and the ship's mess was taken up by the CL5 energy shield generator. The people on the ship must navigate through a maze of wires and parts just to get from one place to another. What do you plan to name your ship? Phantom asked Xia Fei as he admired the frigate, which had undergone so many modifications that it no longer resembled its former self. "Vampire," replied Xia Fei, smiling as he wiped his sweat. Chapter 115, Owl's Sanctuary. Over 100 ships of various sizes from the 5 main bases and the 2 large pirate bands were gathered outside Red Rock Base, totaling over 10,000 people. They stopped 3,000 kilometers away from Red Rock Base, cleanly split into 7 groups. Yellow Rock Base's fleet was the strongest among those gathered, with 2 Caracal-class cruisers, 6 destroyers, and 11 frigates. Yellow Rock was also the largest base on this side of Wildstar region, with it having over 100,000 residents, so it was normal for this base to possess a fleet of this size. The other bases' fleets were obviously much weaker compared to Yellow Rock bases. The rest only had a single cruiser as their main firepower, with 7 to 8 smaller warships following behind. They were at least one level lower be they in terms of maintenance of ships or equipment. Maintaining an entire fleet was quite costly as this included stocking weapons and training for their crew. The expenditure costs of each fleet were absolutely astronomical and would be impossible to support these brave things without a sufficiently strong economy. The 7 fleets were flying quite far apart with a few hundred kilometers of gap between them. Although attacking the Owl's Sanctuary was a group operation, these base leaders and pirates had no concept of teamwork at all. Seeing them proceed together was as united as they were going to get. Xia Fei was piloting his vampire among the Ning clan's fleet, slowly flying out of the Red Rock base to gather with their allies outside. The Ning clan's main ship was an Amaryan Augur-class cruiser. It was actually quite well maintained, with about 80% of its components being new. The ship looked really stylish with its glistening golden body. The other warships were in much worse conditions compared to this ship. Not only did they look old, their parts seemed to have been hastily mixed and matched. Warships were very particular, and if one wanted to fully realize a ship's strength, its combination of components must be considered carefully. It would be a miracle if a half-assed battleship like this could have anything resembling firepower. Moreover, like Xia Fei, there were a few individuals unaffiliated with the bases whose frigates were conscripted into the coalition army at the last minute. In order to bulk up their fleet, even Andy from the workshop was asked to join the coalition army with his Amicus-class frigate. The Ning clan's warships could only be described as average at best before, but with the inclusion of these private warships, their fleet looked quite large, with a slight possibility of being the second strongest among the 8 fleets only behind Yellow Rock Base. Xia Fei quickly glanced over the warships on the opposite side. These warships were probably all they got. In order to get the Purple Heart of Spirit, these guys were definitely giving it their all by bringing out all the warships they possessed. Xia Fei was not alone on the vampire, joining him was a mercenary from the Ning clan who went by the name of Tully. Technically, Tully was there as a CO pilot, but in reality, he was someone sent by the Ning clan to monitor Xia Fei's every move. Tully was a hulking dark-skinned man with a massive goatee. Although he looked sloppy with his messy hair, he did not seem like the smiling type. He did not touch any of the high-quality alcohol or food offered by Xia Fei, silently sitting on the CO pilot seat and staring at the radar and communications systems. There was not much Xia Fei could do about a man who remained headstrong, so his only option was to abide by the rules and follow the rest of the coalition army outside the base, awaiting his next order. 100 or so warships were arranged in a line, looking incredibly formidable from afar. Xia Fei's ship was quite small in size and had an inconspicuous exterior, so it did not attract any attention at all while within the coalition army. The coalition army's communicator started flashing, and Tully turned on the projected screen without Xia Fei's order. Ning Beichen was on the screen with a smile on his face and the Purple Heart of Spirit in his hand. "Everyone, I, Ning Beichen, am wishing you all success in this operation. I'll be saving this Purple Heart of Spirit for you, excellent people, to claim later. Scar and his owl pirates have been going about exacting violence and bringing misfortune to others these past few years, meaning, there must be decent loot in their base. This will be our chance to get back at him," Ning Beichen said passionately, with the temptation of the devil in his voice. This got everyone excited. Ning Beichen then commanded the ships without wasting any more time, 100 or so ships, thus, all headed toward their target. Scar's base was about 140,000 light-years away from Red Rock Base, meaning, it would only take 3 warps to reach it from their current location. After 2 hours or so, the line of 100 or so ships entered wormholes, exiting in the pitch-black space surrounding a black asteroid. This was the base of the Owl Pirates. There were not any planets suitable for human existence here in the Wildstar region, so everybody lived on bases that were remnants of the war. Xia Fei looked outside the window, to see that the black asteroid was enveloped by a white energy shield, about 2/3 the size of the one at Red Rock Base, and a yellow artificial atmosphere to keep the air in. Just as the various ships arrived, over 10 mid-sizes projectile turrets appeared, bombarding them with shots. These projectile turrets were much weaker compared to the large turrets on Red Rock Base in terms of range or firepower. This artillery fire did not threaten the cruisers at all, and at best, it could be used to deal with smaller warships of or below destroyer class. Xia Fei piloted his vampire and hid behind a Ning clan cruiser before taking a few shots at the base. Tully gave a cold snort, seemingly to express his derision toward Xia Fei's conservative approach. Xia Fei did not mind him at all. It was totally normal to have the bigger warships act as meat shields, protecting smaller warships that had the firepower. Moreover, Xia Fei was not dumb enough to rush out and fall into the traps laid by the enemy. A Calderian Condor-class frigate was blown into smithereens as it could not dodge enemy fire in time, exploding into pieces near Vampire. The huge explosion could be heard anywhere, and Xia Fei's ship shook because of it. Tully managed to keep his balance and prevented himself from falling off his seat. Tully learned a lesson after watching the explosion happen right in front of him. He wiped off the sweat from his forehead and continued staring at the radar in front of him, staying silent as this shadow of fear was cast over his heart, no longer saying another word. The medium projectile turrets had a high rate of firepower and a decent tracking angle. Although it did not have an advantage against larger ships, it was fully capable of destroying smaller ones. The smaller ships on their side fell one after another as space was filled with explosions. More than half of the smaller ships were gone without much effort. Luckily, the ships that remained also started hiding behind the larger battleships, firing once in a while. Owl's Sanctuary did not have a great defense, nor did it have great firepower. In fact, its firepower slowly declined after the initial heavy barrage. The coalition army also noticed the light at the end of the tunnel for this assault, and they started bombarding the energy shield with their artillery. 10 or so minutes later, the energy shield was destroyed, so every shot at this point would land right on the structure of the base. Focus fire on their main entrance, commanded Ning Beichen passionately on the projected screen. They quickly locked onto the round alloy door and bombarded it with missiles, cannons, and lasers. Different weapons produced a different color, like firecrackers, when they hit the alloy door, creating quite a lively atmosphere. It was surprisingly easy. The main door of Owl's Sanctuary seemed incredibly brittle as it was blown into smithereens without much effort. Xia Fei was suspicious of this. How could the main door of an armed base be blown apart so easily? How could the rest of the ships who were overcome by the victory and the incredible prize pool take into account such thoughts, however? Dozens of ships rushed into the base, fearing that the loot within might be taken by those before them. Scar had less than 1,000 subordinates, while the combination of all allied ships reached over 8,000. Even a tiger could be defeated 8 against 1. Moreover, these people did not care much for their lives as they rushed into the base in hopes of getting Scar's head in their hands. Xia Fei calmly watched all this unfold as he trailed after them, maintaining a safe distance. Owl's Sanctuary was completely different from Red Rock Base. These old ancient bases were built for war. There was a limited amount of living space within Red Rock Base due to the complex roads and it being riddled with pipelines and warehouses. It was only through years after years of modifications that Red Rock Base slightly resembled a city instead of an army base today. In order to gain more living space, the complex pipelines were all removed, and many things that did not have use were disposed of as space trash. Owl's Sanctuary, on the other hand, had fewer residents, so there were fewer modifications made to it. The interior was incredibly messy and narrow, equipped with many useless things. Unless one had lived here for a few years, anyone new would surely get incredibly confused and lost. The coalition army stopped at the port as people rushed off their ships with various weapons in hand, quickly occupying the dock area. Scar's men put up a pitiful defense before shamefully retreating deeper into the base. Everyone, let's go to the command center to get Scar. We'll have a lifetime supply of money if we get Scar. The Owl pirates are done for, start looting. A few managed to contain their excitement, but everyone clearly was unable to do so as they rushed to pillage and loot deeper into the base. It was as if treasures were within an arm's length away from them. This is for you, Tully handed Xia Fei an armband as they got off the ship. The armband was made from a piece of red cloth. The coalition army was a combined force of 8 strong groups, and many of them did not know one another, so they agreed to wear a red armband in order to help identify allies. Xia Fei smiled before putting it on his arm and chasing after the others. Just as everyone was focused on trying to plunder and catch Scar, nobody noticed that a white light screen slowly rose, enveloping the entire base. Chapter 116, Isolated. Just as a whole troop of men came charging into the inner region of the base, a vaguely transparent white screen suddenly rose from Owl's sanctuary, enveloping the entire base from within. This white screen was called a large communications inhibitor, able to create high-density spatial interference waves that inhibited any communication signal within the covered area, preventing transmission, thereby isolating the universe at large from contacting anyone within the base, and vice versa. Follow me. The heart of the base is on the top floor. Let's charge in and capture Scar alive, Ning Beichen exhorted with his two arms raised. The paths in Owl's sanctuary were in a spiral, going from the dock at the very bottom all the way to the command center on the highest level, so they required people to climb quite a long distance which comprised 16 floors. Around 8,000 warriors hailing from different forces all surrounded Nin Beichen and the other local giants, forming an assault formation as they pushed forward. The path on both sides had some function houses and warehouses. These warriors continued to purge the enemies from both flanks as they made progress, looting anything valuable that they came across like a swarm of locusts. Everything was left in tatters as they went away, anything valuable would be snatched, and anyone breathing was killed. This is an alcohol warehouse. Everyone, come quickly. It was unknown who yelled this, but thousands of warriors surged into the warehouse to grab the stored items even as they drank what they could, emptying the place in the blink of an eye. Many warriors each had a bottle of beer in their hands and several more stuffed in their pockets, drinking as they returned to the main force and continued their charge ahead with eyes wild and frantic. Haha! Old Ning, I think Scar and his cronies are doomed this time. Let's massacre our way in and trap them inside the command center, wipe all of them out in one fell swoop, suggested Green Rock Base's leader Lu Jian to Ning Beichen as he laughed uproariously. Ning Beichen smiled but did not say a thing. His cloudy eyes still shone with cunning. Due to the lack of trust between the two, these base leaders had all brought along their trusted men with them, and everyone was on guard against one another. Though they all appeared to be joking and laughing together now, the truth was that each of them was constantly calculating just how they could backstab the others, maximizing their profits while suffering the least losses. Among the 8 contingents here, Yellow Rock Base's leader Huang Bachan, who had brought the most men, possessed the greatest effective strength, but despite this clear advantage, he did not flaunt it. Instead, he diligently admonished his men to refrain from drinking, keeping them hold his 2 wings, even sending some from time to time to scout ahead. Ning Beicheng slightly furrowed his brows and laughed at Huang Bachan. Old Huang, you're being far too cautious. We've already gained the upper hand here, so let the warriors drink whatever they want. Scar's trapped in the sanctuary's highest level, anyway, so there's no escape for him even if he wishes to do so. For Huang Bachan to have held the biggest base in the vicinity, it of course meant that he was quite the capable man and was by no means a pushover. He shook his head solemnly. Old Ning, it's best to be prudent in all things we do in case of any unexpected situations. Ning Beichen nodded. What you spoke of rang true. It's not too late for us to celebrate after we've taken Scar's life. Owl's sanctuary was in a state of chaos. Scar's men had retreated along the ring road in an orderly fashion, stopping every segment of ground they retreated to while making use of the buildings found along the way as temporary placements, utilizing some light weapons to do bits of retaliation. Because of their limited firepower, what little retaliation they mounted was hardly effective. Aside from slightly slowing the enemy down, it hardly achieved anything of value. Before Scar's men could even return fire, the coalition army's firepower would come forth like a storm, hitting them so hard that it sent them running for cover. The more haggardly Scar's men appeared to be, the more excited the warriors from the coalition army felt. Each of them believed that victory was within grasp, and complacency gradually spread among these men. Both lasers and projectiles required ammunition, and it was just that the former needed energy capacitors, while the latter needed bullets. It was merely a difference in the shape of ammunition. The warriors drank. After winning skirmishes, each of them burned with zeal and proceeded to wildly shoot at these buildings, pipes, and even the enemies far away that they could barely make out. They did not seem to mind the waste of ammunition, treating it as a sort of celebration and deterrence. At the end of the day, there was no purpose for their shots, and their act would hardly harm or kill anyone. Xia Fei was hanging at the back of the whole lot, acting all timid and afraid. He would grab some spoils he came across on the streets from time to time, and slowly, he found himself being left behind by the main force. Though he was behind, Xia Fei's eyes were still scanning and taking mental notes of what the coalition army was doing the entire time. Because he had cultivated his beast spirit codex to the second stage, Xia Fei's eyesight was far stronger than most, and considering how he had always enjoyed taking note of the small details, he very swiftly noticed several issues. Ning Beichen's youngest son, Ning Laosan, was nowhere among his contingent. Furthermore, there were 4 calm warriors who stood guard beside him at all times. The 4 guards were all tall and buffed, creating wind under their feet wherever they went. They kept a vigilant watch of Ning Beichen's surroundings as they circled their charge, expressionless and giving off an air of professionalism. There was also the fact that the warriors Ning Beichen had brought were all very self-disciplined, not participating in any of the lootings in this raid of Owl's sanctuary. They were instead the loudest whenever they found something, luring others to their location before disappearing the moment the crowd arrived, leaving others to fight over the loot while they did not even spare it a second glance. More importantly, very few of Ning Dingchen's men were using their weapons, with most anxiously following behind the force. They would all rush to the front and attack whenever they came across enemy warriors, but their shots would almost always miss the target by a lot. It was as if they were new recruits who had not even learned how to aim. No, I need to get away from this bunch as soon as I can. The actions old Ning and his men are making are too strange, Xia Fei thought after he was done observing the force. Tully, the man in charge of keeping an eye on Xia Fei, had been beside him this entire time, going fast when Xia Fei went fast, and waiting around for him to be done whenever he stopped to pick up some spoils. Though he was unimpressed with Xia Fei's money-grubbing yet fearful of dying ways, he did not say a word about it, and he simply kept following Xia Fei wherever he went. The path they were on slowly became narrower and even more complicated, with more and more dark alleys appearing on both sides. Everything in these alleys was a mess as if they had long been ransacked by the force in front of them. Xia Fei faked a look of pain and ran toward the entrance of one such alley. He propped his one hand on the wall as he panted raggedly, his back slightly bent as if he was very worn out after everything. "What's wrong with you?" asked Tully suspiciously as he walked up beside Xia Fei. Xia Fei pointed his finger to his chest, heaving breathlessly as he answered, "It's been a long time since I last exercised. My heart's beating a lot." Tully knitted his eyebrows. "Look at you being so incompetent. Is your body made of paper? We've barely walked 3 kilometers." Without waiting for Tully to finish his condemnation, Xia Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of his neck, effectively silencing him. He then directly lifted the man up as he exerted strength to his legs and instantly ran 100 meters out. Because Xia Fei was at the tail end of the coalition army when he suddenly fled with Tully, no one noticed them. Everyone had no idea what had just happened at all. Crash! Xia Fei threw Tully into a dark alley, his chasing light already unsheathed, with its sharp pointed tip right at his captive's throat. Tully was dark-skinned, a complexion that was as black as charcoal, so Xia Fei could not see any visible change in his skin color, though Tully's face was frozen in astonishment and fear as he sweated profusely from his forehead. He had always thought Xia Fei was just an average hooligan who was greedy, slick, and afraid of dying. Such people were a dime a dozen in the Wild Star region and were completely worthless. He had been disappointed when Ning Beichen instructed him to keep an eye on this person, wishing he could just slap Xia Fei to death. Tully never thought Xia Fei could so easily restrain him as he did. From the instant Xia Fei unleashed his explosive strength and speed, Tully could tell that he was not just some random hooligan but an expert. Instead, the placement of his hand on his neck had been perfect, making it such that he would be unable to make a noise while ensuring the strength he used would not kill him outright. Just this confidence Xia Fei was demonstrating in his strength control was far above his. "To think you're actually an expert, a speed ability user." Tully gathered what courage he had to ask this question. His throat hurt from being manhandled by Xia Fei, so his voice was still a bit hoarse. Xia Fei nodded slightly and reached out to remove Tully's red armband, and there seemed to be a button-sized item in that thin, red cloth. Xia Fei slowly pulled down the armband and flipped it over to examine it. All he saw was a circular metal item that was stuck to the armband with super glue. It was completely imperceptible if anyone was merely looking at it. "Our armbands seem to be different." Xia Fei smiled. "You now have 2 options, either you tell me yourself or I force it out of you." Xia Fei intentionally pushed the point of his blade an inch closer so that it was now poking Tully's skin, sending that ice-cold metal sensation straight to his brain. Just as Tully was about to speak, Xia Fei suddenly drew an arc and slashed open his throat. Tully's eyes rolled and he collapsed onto the ground. There was a final shudder from his body before he became dead to the world. "Why did you kill him?" Phantom asked, puzzled. Xia Fei exchanged Tully's armband with his own. His eyes were quite frantic, blinking thrice every second. That means he's trying to come up with a lie, and I wasn't interested in hearing any of it. Phantom pouted. I realized that you have an almost paranoid trust of your judgment. What would a few blinks tell you? What if he's preparing to tell you the truth? Xia Fei shook his head. If I were in normal circumstances, there would indeed be no harm in hearing him out, but where am I right now? What's my present state? The only one I can trust at the moment is myself, and since I'm already suspicious of his words, why should I bother listening? What if he told me some lies which ended up clouding my judgment? I can't risk that. Phantom was speechless for a good while before finally heaving a helpless sigh. Sometimes, I really do wonder if you're the assassin or me. Forget it, what are you planning to do next? Xia Fei gave it some thought before answering, the men from the Ning clan have a different armband than others. There's more to this here. Also, Scar's men are acting very strangely. Their very orderly retreat seems like something that they've rehearsed prior. This situation is very complex. I'm not exactly sure, so it's best to keep observing before we decide on our next actions. Chapter 117, Kill Half. Xia Fei used his breath control technique to get up quietly, then he returned to the assaulting forces. The spiral road they were on had many unknown buildings and pipes on both sides, everything was a complete mess. Xia Fei used these as cover and very quickly caught up to them. Owl's sanctuary did not cover too large an area, and with Scar's men attempting to obstruct the majority of the coalition army from advancing, the raid did not progress too quickly. At present, it had already been more than 10 minutes since the army made the landing, and many of them had just pushed past the third level. It would most likely take them another hour or so to reach the command center on the highest level. As military strategy and tactics stated, the first beating of the drum boosts morale, the second weakens it, and the third sounds defeat. Though the coalition army attacked with great ferocity, the morale that they had 30 minutes ago when charging at the base was nowhere to be found at present. The warriors had a bountiful harvest, and they were all carrying all sorts of spoils on them. Some even grabbed a lot that they were now having trouble carrying them all and could only dump the more worthless weapons to lighten their load. This was a foolish move on their part, for all they had come across thus far were just the smaller teams among Scar's men, and they had yet to clash with the main force of Owl's sanctuary. It would be a hell of a joke if the coalition army ended up finding themselves in a state where they had no weapons in their hands when the other party finally decided to fight it out with them. Besides, carrying so many items on them would only end up increasing these warriors' physical exertion. They might find themselves nearly exhausted just by making the trek up to the command center in this fashion. What made it even more perplexing was that there were always some valuables that these warriors could chance upon as they continued on their way. Wine, food, and fairly expensive light machinery, they could all be found everywhere. Logically speaking, these were things that would be secreted away in the more hidden warehouses, yet the men of Owl's sanctuary had instead randomly stashed them inside conspicuous rooms found along the way, not even locking up the doors to these rooms. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He was completely uninterested in the various stupid actions the coalition army was taking. He was more concerned with what tricks were at play in all this and how he was going to kill Ning Beichen and obtain his purple heart of spirit. Pondering on this for a bit, Xia Fei decided that he would make the first move and get into Scar's lair to find out what was going on. If there was indeed some trickery involved, the command center on the 16th level would be the most suspicious. The breath control technique very ingeniously helped Xia Fei blend into the surroundings, and just like a ghost, Xia Fei managed to take the alleys and side paths beside these buildings. Very quickly, he made his way through to his destination. In front of him appeared a 3-meter-tall metal enclosure. Xia Fei tapped the tip of his toe and flew vertically. Using one hand to grab the top of the wall, he very quickly pulled himself up and over. A fairly large warehouse blocked the road ahead, and Xia Fei became like a gecko as he climbed on the rooftop. He then crouched low, running along while keeping his body bent. Because there was a lot of building obstructing the way ahead, Xia Fei was unable to advance too quickly. From time to time, he needed to cross over these obstructions, and on average, he could only cover 300 meters or so every second. A speed ability user like him would think 300 ms/s was slow, but the average human would surely see it as an astounding speed. When Xia Fei was only about 1 kilometer away from the 16th level, the main force was just crossing the 5th level of the base. Xia Fei still had plenty of time to do a proper investigation of the command center and its surroundings. Hiding behind some old machinery, Xia Fei turned to look at the entrance ahead. Owl Sanctuary's highest level was a lone platform that covered a large area, occupying the entire dome of the base. He would have to go through the entrance one way or another if he wanted to get in. This entrance was like an ingress to an underground garage, except that the path went diagonally upward. Due to visual angle impairment, anyone below had no way of telling if there was an ambush waiting on the highest level. About 50 meters away from where Xia Fei was hiding, he spotted someone hiding behind a corner of the wall, shiftily poking his head out to look at the entrance. This person was short and skinny, looking like a child that was no taller than 1.5 meters. He wore a red armband on his left arm, and based on his fast movement, he appeared to be a speed ability user as well. Very possibly, he was a scout sent by the other contingents. Xia Fei had his breath control technique to keep himself from harm, which was why this person was not alerted of his presence. Better search for other ways into the command center. This path is far too obvious, and I'll surely be discovered charging in like this, Xia Fei thought. There were several pipes connected to the next layer on the wall to the right. Be they electric pipes, air vents, or water pipes, all possessed different colors. After all, this base was a habitat in itself, and things like water and electricity must be distributed in various locations on the base through these pipelines. Xia Fei crept over the pipes and found a black metal pipe, which was big enough for him to climb through, so he used chasing light to carve out a circular entrance for himself. His sharp chasing light was able to cut 1.5 centimeters of the metal pipe silently and with great ease as if he were using a laser cutter. The inside of the pipe was empty. Xia Fei lightly placed the metal board he had cut off on the ground and climbed into it, his two arms holding the walls of the pipe for support as he rapidly clambered up. Xia Fei turned on the light function of his microcomputer, which used a composite high-powered polymer battery. Under any normal circumstances, a single battery of such type could last a microcomputer for 1,000 years without needing a replacement, making it very convenient. Though the light was small, its brightness was sufficient to illuminate the inside of the pipe, giving him visibility of up to 20 meters. This pipe seemed to have been left in disuse for many years, with the smell of mold thick around him and the air feculent. It was a good thing that there was still sufficient oxygen to sustain life, so Xia Fei forcefully endured this oppressive smell and did his best to quickly make it through. Cramped spaces like this were usually the best places to test one's flexibility. Xia Fei, who had his arms spread, used his two legs to propel himself up the pipe, his four limbs working in unison to perform light but not too fast or slow movements. Very quickly, Xia Fei managed to get to the highest level of the base, and the vertical pipe opened to a horizontal ground. A three-way fork was in front of him now, going in 3 different directions. Xia Fei poked a small hole on the wall of the pipe with his chasing light, then used it to see what was on the other side. This pipeline was situated near the ceiling, and Xia Fei, who was in it, was somewhere several meters above, and looking down afforded him a view of everything outside at a glance. The top level of Owl's Sanctuary was like a sort of plaza, which was about 4 to 5 soccer fields big. The entrance to this level was right in the middle of the plaza, and surrounding this plaza were rooms. Xia Fei reckoned that these rooms should be connected to one another, meaning that it would be very easy for anyone to get to the adjacent room once in one of them. There were 4 Scar's underlings waiting in 2 hidden corners outside the enclosed space. They were prone on the ground, each with a high-powered laser rifle in their hands. If anyone were to enter from the entrance, they would literally receive a very warm welcome from the laser rifles. One of these gunners licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes peering through the scope as he kept his gaze on that only entrance. He was barely moving, his finger maintaining a 0.5 centimeter distance away from the trigger. He was like a humanoid statue, a living, breathing statue. It was evident that these 4 were experienced snipers and had received formal military training. Actually, Xia Fei needed not to be afraid of these rifles given his speed. After all, it would take time for anyone to aim and pull the trigger. Their reaction time might be unable to keep up with his speed of over 800 ms/s. It was just that the risk of making a dash for them would most likely result in alerting all the enemies, and the result of such a confrontation was not comparable to sneaking in. Oh! Xia Fei suddenly noticed that the doors to the rooms around the plaza had been sealed with thick metal plates, and there seemed to be several firing holes left on them. These circular firing holes had been blocked by some alloy metal behind, but the moment someone invaded, Scar's men could very quickly open these firing holes and poke their gun barrels out to fire right at the open plaza. This clearly meant that Scar was already prepared for the coalition army's raid, otherwise, there was no way for him to have set up such heavy defenses in such a short time. Xia Fei could easily picture the coalition troops stepping into the plaza without any knowledge of the ambush awaiting them. They would become no better than lambs being led to the slaughter, letting the men hiding in this room hit them hard. Professional soldiers, snipers. The situation has really become more and more interesting, muttered Xia Fei quietly to himself as he took his eyes off the hole he made. What's interesting? Asked Phantom, who was sitting with folded legs a short distance away from Xia Fei. As he was a spirit, he did not have a problem with the terrible air quality inside the pipeline. I'll explain it to you later. I still need to further verify my speculations. Xia Fei chuckled. Tisk. What are you acting all mysterious about? Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei as he scoffed rather unhappily. Xia Fei spent several seconds thinking before he decided to go along the pipeline forking to the right. It was a direction that would lead him directly to the rooms surrounding the plaza. Xia Fei changed his stance. Now, his two knees were touching the pipe walls as he crawled onward, alternating his two arms in front of him as he moved 0.4 meters every time, no more, no less. There was no way for him to see outside the pipe, so Xia Fei needed to depend on his measurement to determine his approximate location. After taking 39 measured paces, Xia Fei once more used chasing light to poke a small hole on the pipe once more, and just as he calculated, he found himself in the first room to the right. As expected, this room was around 150 square meters. It was dimly lit and had 6 men inside. They were all seated around a sturdy round table to the corner, doing the exact same action, cleaning their rifles. The 6 of them each had a black laser rifle, slightly smaller than the ones he had seen in the 4 snipers outside. Each of them was very carefully running a piece of cloth across every part of their rifle, repeatedly wiping it with utmost care. There was even a communicator placed on that table, as well as several dozens of cylindrical energy capacitors, each able to last 10 full minutes of sustained laser fire. If these capacitors were all used, forget 8,000 men, nothing would be left after eradicating an entire army division. These people look like they're prepared for this assault. It's highly probable that each of these rooms holds several warriors who are ready to spring an ambush. What do we do now? Phantom asked gravely. Then, we can only do our best to kill off half of them, Xia Fei said after pondering for a bit. Why half? Xia Fei smiled as he very sinisterly explained, killing them all will lead to an imbalance in the forces on both sides, and what I want to see is a scenario where both parties suffer great losses. Chapter 118, Scar. Locating an empty washroom, Xia Fei used chasing light to carve open a hole on the pipe and quietly landed inside with the metal plate and hat. Pulling out a bottle with a clear liquid inside from his spatial ring. It was superglue and Xia Fei dripped a few drops of it on the edge of that metal plate before he raised it high above his head. He lightly jumped and used this period of suspension in the air to put it right back in place. Without closely examining this pipeline, there was no way anyone would be able to tell that someone had cut a hole on it before. After covering his tracks, Xia Fei hid that red armband of his. That eye-catching color would very easily cause him to be spotted by others. No experienced assassin would have such a fatal color appearing anywhere on their person. That was when he heard a series of approaching footsteps coming from outside the corridor. Xia Fei immediately took several steps back and hid behind the door. He began exercising his breath control technique as he hugged the wall tightly, going into a state of alert. A warrior wearing the Owl Pirate's signature uniform pushed open the door and swaggered in. Xia Fei immediately followed behind without a sound the moment the person stepped through, his nose a hair's breadth away from the back of that man's head, yet this Scar underling had no idea at all. Almost instantly, Xia Fei placed chasing light across that pirate's neck as his left hand reached out to cover his mouth. Because he was standing behind this pirate, Xia Fei had no idea what the expression on his face was at this moment, but he could imagine that it would be fairly splendid. I have something to ask of you, refusing to answer means certain death. Xia Fei used a deep yet expressive voice to make this statement. This person nodded his head in a hurry. Xia Fei could already feel warm moisture gathering on his left hand and figured that his captive had begun to sweat. How many of you are there? Xia Fei relaxed his grip on his left hand slightly when he asked this question. He was not afraid of this man yelling, for his reaction time alone would allow him to finish him off at once, confident that this pirate would be unable to utter anything if he attempted to scream or yell. Around 400, stammered the person. So few? I recall that the Owl Pirates have north of 1,000 men. They've left on a mission. What mission? Boss Scar didn't say, but it seems that they've gone off with Boss Broken. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. Most of Broken Blade and Owl's men were doing an operation together, and they had left around the time Ning Beichen led his huge coalition party over. This further supplemented Xia Fei's hypothesis that there was a ploy hidden at the center of all these series of actions. There are only 400 or so of you while the invading army numbers well over 8,000. How is it that you guys are so confident? Xia Fei asked, softly chuckling. We've got a sonic ability user. He's able to unleash high-frequency sound waves, and there's a sound dampener in my left pocket. Without this thing protecting me, my internal organs will rupture following the sound waves he releases, and that's the reason we aren't afraid of their significantly larger number. Xia Fei used 2 fingers to pull out a button-like piece from his pocket, which looked exactly like the small device he had found glued to Tully's armband. The sonic ability was a type of AoE attack, and its advantage was how it could affect many people at once. However, the strength of this sonic attack was very average. Any special ability user with even a slightly stronger body would be able to withstand it. The highest level of Owl's sanctuary was a sealed space, with rooms around it and a plaza right in the middle. This sort of terrain was the best for a sonic user to unleash his ability, so the moment the coalition army entered this place, the entire level would be subjected to that ability user's attack. Xia Fei played with the sound dampener in his hand for a bit. To think such a small sound dampener was enough to avoid being injured by that ability user's attack, that just went to show that the person's cultivation was hardly high. Their plan ought to be, first, let the sonic ability user clear out the warriors with weaker combat strength and, second, have the people of the Ning clan and Owl work together to eliminate all the remaining strong combatants, thereby achieving their goal of wiping out the 7 major forces. The poor men of the 7 major forces still had no idea that they had already fallen for the trap dug by the Ning clan, Owl, and Broken Blade. Very soon, Xia Fei changed into Owl Pirate's uniform and stepped out of the washroom. The original owner of the uniform had actually spilled everything about what was happening, and now that he no longer had any value, Xia Fei did not hesitate to send him along to his death. A long corridor connected all the many rooms on both his left and right. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fei casually opened a door and stepped in with his head lowered. He saw 4 of Scar's underlings in the room presently seated some 20 meters away from him. They were discussing something in subdued voices while holding their laser rifles. Breath control was a fairly miraculous technique. These people had clearly seen Xia Fei intrude into the room, yet none of them was alerted to his presence. Like a blast of warm air that came from the entrance, all of them acknowledged it, but no one cared to pay attention, for Xia Fei was nothing more than a breeze to them. The 4 were very familiar with this feeling, so none gave it any notice. Suddenly, that breeze became a fatal hurricane. 20 meters were too close to Xia Fei, and all he needed was 1/20th of a second to arrive right in front of them. Before his figure even came to a stop, his blade point already descended on them. The cyan blade emerged from his sleeve and went straight for these people's throats. Chasing Light's mechanism needed but a moment to spring the blade out, and by the time it fully extended, Xia Fei had already finished killing the 4 men. Achieving a speed beyond belief, his movement was so fast there was no way human eyes could follow. In the time his cyan blade shot out and retracted, Xia Fei had already retreated outside and shut the door behind him. Only then did these already doomed men register Xia Fei's afterimage. They did not even feel any fear build in them, for their brains could barely comprehend what had just happened when they died. From the time he struck and the deed's completion until he left the room, the entire process took milliseconds to accomplish. If anyone happened to be standing in the corridor, watching, all they would see was a man opening the door and closing it, and the time between these 2 actions was very short, yet it was enough to lay waste to everyone inside the room. He continued his way forward, once more opening and closing a door, this time reaping away 3 lives. There was hardly any change in Xia Fei's expression, his black pupils glassy and calm, like a machine that was constantly doing the same task he was very familiar and adept with. It was hardly an easy thing to take another's life. There were plenty of factors that must be considered, but Xia Fei had wholly managed to simplify the complexity of the act. Open the door, observe, accelerate, activate his blade, retreat and close the door. 6 actions all done at once. No fancy moves, just as plain as tap water. The only thing that could even be considered flamboyant was that cyan arc his chasing light would leave behind after every kill. Unfortunately, very few could clearly see that beautiful crescent because the speed of Xia Fei's blade was too fast, and just like the weapon's name, his speed was almost near chasing light. Speed was king in all the martial arts known to man, and any speed ability user was a born killer. Besides, Xia Fei had practiced both breath control and sly thrust, and that only increased his affinity toward killing like fish taking to water. In the blink of an eye, he had managed to finish off over 100 lives. It was not difficult to locate Owl Sanctuary's command center. Xia Fei stood before its entrance and stuck his ear to the cold metal alloy door in hopes of hearing any movement from within, but it was to no avail, for the thick metal alloy door was completely soundproofed, so he could hear nothing at all. As he went about his purge, Xia Fei killed about 300 or more of Scar's men, and aside from the 4 snipers out in the plaza right now and the portion of soldiers within the coalition army who were in charge of backstabbing them, only 2 more individuals remained alive from within these rooms here on the highest level inside the command center, Scar as well as that sonic ability user, Bannon, the latter had hired from somewhere in exchange for a high price. The common warriors were essentially inconsequential to Xia Fei, and the sonic ability user Bannon was hardly a threat, either. However, Scar was still quite a handful. Being a morph ability user who possessed a rare skill known as Thousand Thorns, Xia Fei had to be careful when dealing with him. He faintly opened just a slight gap to that door, and he carefully peeked inside. The command center covered an area of around 1,000 square meters, and a lot of equipment was scattered all across the room. It was evident that this place had been heavily modified and was no longer how it originally looked. A hairy, middle-aged man was sitting on a large metal chair, and beside him was a pale-faced man in his 30s. The seated middle-aged man was no bystander but Owl Pirates' leader himself, Scar. There was a horizontal red scar on his forehead as if someone had attempted to lobotomize him but changed their mind halfway and sewed the wound up. He had broad and sturdy shoulders, his arms thick and powerful. His body, including the palm of his hands, was covered in thick, black hair. Anyone would mistake him for a black gorilla if they did not look at him closely. The chair he was currently in was completely welded together by a metal alloy, thick and strange. It was hard to imagine anyone enjoying being in such a sturdy and hard chair. Scar and Bannon raised their glasses filled with golden malt liquor. The two were having a very casual drink as if the coalition army's assault were of no concern to them. The muscles in Xia Fei's thighs tensed. As long as an opportunity presented itself, he planned to charge in without a moment's hesitation and slay the 2 men inside. Scar took a big gulp of liquor and wiped his mouth with his hairy arm. "Brother Bannon, I heard that the old fox Ning Baichen plans to give you 30 virgins after this matter closes. Is it true?" The pasty Bannon was evidently not too used to drinking such hard liquor as his face visibly turned ruddy from it. He panted for a bit before answering, "Hat. Actually, I'd help him even if he didn't promise me anything. After all, it's the Ning clan who helped me escape from the Alliance and safely smuggled me into the Wild Star region." "Is that so?" Scar guffawed. Bannon placed his glass of liquor on the table and very sinisterly added, "Of course, that's not true. We're men of the Wild Star region. Only a fool would do something for no personal benefits." "Right, you are. As long as the price is right, yours truly here will sell even my mother if anyone's asking." Scar made a joke in bad taste, tickling himself pink as he rocked back and forth in his seat. "That's my chance." A person's neural response was the weakest while they were laughing. Xia Fei used this moment to exert strength and went bolting right through the door with his chasing light unsheathed. Chapter 119, Hammer. Xia Fei came pouncing on Scar with his 800m/s speed, his right hand's chasing light unsheathed. Covering these dozen meters was no more than a mere instant to Xia Fei, but what was inconceivable was that Scar had actually managed to react in that short time frame. At that moment, the thick hair all over his body stood up, with each akin to a steel needle, sharp and pointed. Now, Scar was like a porcupine, and from head to toe, he was heavily defended. This was his special abilities skill, Thousand Thorns, where he could freely control the hair on his body, turning it soft like silk at times or as tough as nails. Those steel needles were almost 50 centimeters in length, much longer than chasing light's length. This meant that Xia Fei had no way of penetrating Scar's body with his blade without injuring himself in the process. These sharp steel needles were strong enough to penetrate Windshade Mark IV combat suit's defense, so unless Xia Fei was willing to put his life on the line, not hesitating to sacrifice his arm to kill the man, Xia Fei would be all but helpless in dealing with Scar. Xia Fei had no intention of heavily injuring Scar at the cost of risking grievous wounds himself, so seeing as his arm was about to come into contact with the steel needles growing out of Scar, he forcibly retracted his attack, inexplicably twisting his body to the side and going for Bannon, instead. Chasing light created a beautiful arc in the air as it slashed down at Bannon's 2 legs, creating a neat and singular cut. Before Bannon could realize what was going on, the calves below his knees had already been cleanly separated from his body. He only felt himself suddenly dip as the rest of his body came falling down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Scar reacted quickly as well, an uncountable number of steel needles suddenly ejected from his skin like bullets. This attack was similar to a grenade's shrapnel, because the fired steel needles covered a full 360 degrees of Scar, the entire room was effectively covered by his AoE attack. Ping ping ping. A series of crisp sounds rang, and the entire command center changed in appearance. Steel needles were now embedded into the walls and equipment. The 1,000 square meters of space now resembled a jungle that was made up of cacti thorns. Poor Bannon was completely unaware of what had just happened. Having just been rendered calf-less by Xia Fei's chasing light, he barely had the time to react when he was perforated by Scar's steel needles, becoming a casualty in the span of a few seconds. Xia Fei originally planned to leave Bannon alive and did not wish to kill him off immediately. That was because he felt that there was still some benefits to this sonic special ability user remaining alive, but this plan changed especially fast due to Scar overreacting when he got spooked by Xia Fei, inadvertently implicating that unfortunate man in the process. Some unknown equipment abruptly exploded due to Scar's retaliation, erupting into beautiful sparks of flames. The shockwave of which caused several smaller apparatuses to crash to the ground and for the entire command room to become a mess. The other equipment and devices, which had not exploded, sustained heavy damage, causing the lights to be extinguished inside the command center, plunging it into darkness. The atmosphere analyzer was made with metal plates several meters thick. Xia Fei, who had managed to avoid being severely injured, astutely hid behind it. This guy has quite the fast reaction, Xia Fei muttered to himself in the dark. The skill Thousand Thorns of Morph special ability users was decent in both offense and defense, and Xia Fei's failure to take the man down with that single blow meant that he had lost his best chance to kill the latter. The lights in the room flickered. The 6 luminescence lamps, powered by the generator, automatically activated once the regular lights went out, and the command center was flooded in blue light. Who are you? Scar growled, his voice incendiary. He was like a huge cactus, rooted to where he was standing. He looked around amid the dim lights. Come out if you've got the guts. Though his Thousand Thorns was quite a decent skill, its shortcomings were fairly obvious. Scar would be like a tree stump, unable to move an inch, when he unleashed his needles. All he could do was remain where he was and use his steel needle-like hair to attack. Xia Fei hid behind the atmosphere analyzer as he kept an eye on Scar, barely reacting to his challenge. If you're a true warrior, I dare you to come out and fight with me. Scar was trying to goad Xia Fei out from his hiding spot, except he was already completely ready to unleash his needles, so Xia Fei was not about to walk out before finding a suitable method of attack. Taking a good look at his surroundings, Xia Fei suddenly realized that there was a big hammer lying in the corner of the room. It was roughly 4 or 5 meters long and looked to be quite heavy. Xia Fei quickly came up with an idea. Putting both his legs onto that atmosphere analyzer and exerting some force to it, the almost 4 meter tall and 1.8 meter wide apparatus went sliding on the ground straight towards Scar. Scar, who was unable to move, having already activated his ability, ended up taking the brunt of that crash and being sent rolling into one corner. Now, he was on his back, completely immobile with the apparatus pinning him down. Xia Fei chuckled as he picked up that big hammer and weighed it in his hands. It was at least 3 kilograms heavy. Dragging this hammer behind him, Xia Fei made his way to the corner, intentionally letting it scrape on the metal floor, creating a frighteningly screeching sound. Scar's expression changed. That unnerving noise caused his scalp to turn numb. He was now caged in that corner with his face against the wall, unable to find out what was going on behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Scar kept shooting steel needles as he sensed danger, but the angle of his shots was being limited by the apparatus. Thus, all he ended up hitting was the ceiling, and that was hardly a threat to Xia Fei. Xia Fei spat on his hands and slammed that heavy hammer onto Scar. How arrogant! As the saying went, there is always something that conquers another. Though Xia Fei could not stab through the 50-centimeter steel needles with his chasing light, the hammer had a length of over 4 meters, meaning that it was completely able to reach Scar's body without getting anywhere near the needles. A cry, akin to the squeals of a pig being slaughtered, sounded, growing weaker as more hammer blows landed on Scar. Xia Fei did not let up after he heard it turn into a guttural whimper, only stopping after giving the man several dozen more whacks. Xia Fei threw the now bloodied hammer to the side, while Scar had been reduced into a mass of meat paste mixed in with those strong steel needles on his body, impossible to distinguish which was which. Looks like I'd better prepare a hammer in my spatial ring next time. Having something like that is a lot more useful than carrying a blade, commented Xia Fei as he lit a cigarette. This is an exception. You're a speed ability user who is also learning assassination techniques. How are you going to look if you use a hammer as your main weapon? Phantom furrowed his brows. He felt that it was a terrible idea. Approximately 60 or so of Scar's men successfully lured the coalition army all the way to the final level. Going through that entrance they had prepared an ambush. Many of these men were heavily wounded, cursing about how Scar had sent them to their deaths. The 4 snipers passively remained in their corners, their eyes locked onto the entrance to the final level, covering the retreat of these underlings who had been used as bait. Supporting one another as they trudged their way back to their base entrance, that was when they made the abrupt realization that the metal door, which ought to have received their victorious homecoming, had all been locked from the inside. There was no way for them to get in. We got screwed over by Scar. What nonsense! Why would our boss sell us out? Then, why is the door locked? These underlings began to really panic. Thousands of soldiers were about to reach the level below, and they would come charging in on this place in a matter of minutes. Death would be all that awaited them if they failed to take cover and hide in their base. A pirate wearing an earring raised the weapon in his hand and wildly shot at that door. The others came to their senses and did the same as well, firing their weapons on that door in hopes of blowing it open. After doing so for a good while, the pirates realized that there was no way to get in that way. In order to pull off this operation, which took on the 7 major forces, every door and window had been recently reinforced, and even thermal weapons might not be enough to destroy them. We're doomed, what now? Why don't we charge out again? The terrain below is at least more complicated, so there's still hope of us making it out alive by taking advantage of that, suggested another pirate who was a bit more clear-headed. Don't be silly, the enemies will be upon us, beating us into pulp, if we try to charge down now. Look at the thousands of men they have on their side. Xia Fei, who was hiding behind a thick metal-plated door, created a peephole. He was grinning as he watched these desperate men get flustered. Indeed, he was the one who had locked all these doors, and since he was the only one alive inside the command center, he was simply waiting for the show to unfold. It was around this time when the vanguard troops of the coalition army came charging in, randomly shooting in the general direction of the pirates who were unable to get past the doors. The sound of the laser fire was beautiful, just like the fly zapper Xia Fei regularly used. He could hear the irregular buzz of electricity from the other side. The retreat route that the snipers planned to use had also been sealed. Helpless, these pirates could only fight back, reluctantly firing at the coalition army at large. Of course, such retaliation was pointless. After all, the coalition army numbered in the thousands, and the numerical superiority here was simply far too great. In just a span of a few seconds, those unfortunate pirates had all been reduced to corpses. Ning Beichen instantly realized that something was wrong the moment he reached the highest level of Owl's sanctuary. Scar's men were just pawns who were tasked with luring the coalition army, and since a majority of them had been successfully pulled into the trap he had set up, there was no reason for those men to remain outside, for only death awaited them here. Suspicions swam vividly in his mind, but Ning Beichen did not show any of these outwardly. The ever-cautious Huang Bachan was the second to realize that something was strange here. Old Ning, something about this place seems off. These rooms have all been sealed with metal alloy plates. Could this be a trap? Lu Jian, someone who had never seen eye to eye with Huang Bachan, scoffed. Look at you and your cowardice in full display. What if they're sealed? We'll just get our men to blow these doors up. He then turned around and signaled his men. Quick, find a way to open a path for us, rush in and kill off Scar, including all his men. Ning Beichen was getting more and more thrown off with each passing second. According to the plan, they were supposed to shut the entrance at once as Banan unleashed his sonic ability from inside the room, killing off all the weaker warriors in the coalition army first before cleaning up those who were left standing. Most of the soldiers from the coalition army had been in the rooms for quite some time at this point, yet there was still no movement coming from Scar's end. Could something unexpected have occurred? With this thought in mind, Ning Beichen's expression turned ugly, while the warriors of the Ning clan were feeling even more panicky. Realizing that what was transpiring differed greatly from what their boss had told them, they were all at a loss on what to do next. Xia Fei could tell that it was about time for him to act. He lightly tapped on the control console with his finger and the passages leading to the top level of the base promptly closed behind the coalition army. Chapter 120, Return. As the machines and gear roared into life, two thick metal alloy plates of about 30 centimeters thick swiftly slammed shut on the entrance, essentially trapping the thousands of soldiers from the coalition army on Owl's sanctuary's highest level with nowhere to escape. Crap! We've been had. This has been Scar's plan all along. What are we supposed to do? What do we do? The warriors were beginning to panic, all confronting their leaders with their yells, hoping that they would be able to come up with a decision fast. The corners of Ning Beichen's mouth twitched to reveal a nonchalant smile. Looks like the plan didn't fail but was just executed slower than what I expected. Now, it'll be up to Banon's sonic attack. He swept a cold gaze around him. Ning Beichen could already see victory right before his eyes. As long as all the 7 major forces were vanquished here, everything in the surrounding 200,000 light-years would be his territory, wealth and women would all come rolling in. You guys shouldn't be so alarmed. Let me tell you all something right now. Xia Fei laughed as he communicated through the command center's public announcement system. The suddenness of his voice being broadcasted from every direction of the plaza only made these already panicking warriors all the more frightened. Ning Beichen was abruptly stunned. What's going on? Who's the one speaking? Why haven't you guys attacked yet? Have you all ever wondered why Scar's men began attacking Yellow Rock Base despite knowing its impossibility? Why would Ning Beichen and Scar keep crossing each other's path for over an entire year? Why has Ning Beichen not asked for even a dime from you lot, even offered a priceless purple heart of spirit? After all, we're in the Wild Star region, only a fool would do something not beneficial to them. Xia Fei threw this series of questions, paused, then continued. Because you've all been tricked. Ning Beichen's plan is to kill the whole lot of you so that he can gain sole control of all 6 major bases. It was easy to arouse people's suspicion when they were steeped in fear. The moment Xia Fei finished speaking, the originally concentrated army of warriors instantly scattered about, splitting into 8 different groups, according to their factions, as countless uncertain eyes were directed to Ning Beichen. Everyone, don't listen to that person's nonsense. Everyone here should know clearly just what sort of person I, Ning Beichen, am. This is nothing but a ploy by Scar to sow discord. He's trying to lie to you all. Ning Beichen's wizened face was blood red, loudly pleading his case, his tone hinting on a slight disappointment. So discord? Then, why do the men of the Ning clan have a sound dampener device hidden in their armbands? Is it because you guys knew beforehand that you'd be subjected to a sonic attack here? Xia Fei chuckled softly. With Xia Fei exposing his scheme, Ning Beichen nearly failed to stop himself from fainting. The warriors of the Ning clan felt even more fearful, all of them clutching their weapons nervously as they remained on guard, while every suspicion lurking in the hearts of the other major forces deepened. Is it really the case? Are they really up to no good? Ning clan, toss your armbands over and let us have a look. The atmosphere became tense as the men from the 7 major forces all raised their weapons and pointed them at the Ning clan. There's no need for you to ask. They of course don't dare to show you their armbands. Also, do you guys know why the Ning clan's thirdborn isn't here? It's because, as an impersonation ability user, he's currently leading Scar and Broken Blade's men to raid your home bases while your warships and men are all here. There are probably barely any defenses back in their homes, aren't there, Ning Beichen? Xia Fei hid in the command center and asked this loudly over this base's broadcast system. The truth was as Xia Fei speculated, and everyone could tell from Ning Beichen's expression that Xia Fei had hit the nail on the head. Tricking the men of the 7 major forces to raid Owl's sanctuary, cutting off communications coming in and out in the process, then sending the thirdborn from Ning clan to impersonate the leaders of the various bases and spring a surprise assault on them. It was a grand scheme, and every step had been thoroughly conceived and executed from start to finish. Ning Beichen did not make a sound, for his mind was in a state of utter chaos. His shrewd and cunning self of the past had disappeared in this crucial moment, and all that was left was the indignation and fury he had boiling in his stomach. What? They've already gone off to attack our bases. Not good. Our communications are cut off, so there's no way we can contact everyone from back home. You guys can go to hell. Both parties were already itching to start blasting things in the first place, so it was unknown which agitated warrior pulled the trigger first, but the sound of gunfire was enough to plunge the already tense situation past its breaking point. In an instant, gunfire sounded all around the plaza as the Ning clan began exchanging shots with the other 7 major powers. The battle was vicious and bloody. Due to the proximity of these men with one another, it almost seemed as if they were blasting away one another at point-blank range, and since the 8 major forces were unfamiliar with one another, what ought to have been a fight solely against the Ning clan slowly turned into a chaotic, free-for-all battle royal. As long as their weapons were pointed at someone they did not recognize, nobody hesitated to shoot, and corpses began to litter the plaza grounds. The 4 experts beside Ning Beichen had swiftly cordoned him and his 2 sons right in the middle on the first sign of trouble, making use of their powerful bodies and defensive strength to withstand the attacks coming from every direction. Xia Fei had been awaiting this chaotic scene from the very start. The greater the pandemonium, the better it was for him. Having memorized Ning Beichen's position inside the command center from where he was, Xia Fei then turned off all the lights inside the base with a push of a button. Following this action, the entire plaza descended into darkness, and only the laser gun's fire continued flashing across the area, like colorful meteors flying about in this dark backdrop. The situation was becoming messy by the moment, with all the warriors randomly firing their weapons in their surroundings right now, not even knowing if their shots hit anyone. A cacophony of screams, howls of pain, and anguish-filled cries pervaded this dark space. Xing! Xia Fei, using his top speed, had made it to a metal alloy door at this point. He pushed a button on the full mask of his Windshade Mark IV combat suit and 2 thin night vision goggles abruptly materialized. The heavy metal door was lifted to make just a gap, and before it fully opened, Xia Fei ducked his body and dashed out from under it. The key to this battle lay in finishing the fight in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if he held back by even a moment, the surrounding warriors would very well crash on him like a rising tide. He, just like a person retrieving chestnuts from an open fire, speed was the key to victory. Because he had night vision goggles equipped, Xia Fei was afforded a clear view of the battle situation. Human eyes needed some time before they could adjust to this darkness, and the warriors here in the plaza were still blurry at this moment. Xia Fei's figure waded through them like lightning in the darkness. His speed of over 800 ms meant he could deftly evade all the laser fire straying in his direction as he rapidly closed in on Ning Beichen's position. Pew! A red beam of light brushed past Xia Fei's back, barely a centimeter away from him body. Like a ghost in the darkness, Xia Fei quickly reached Ning Beichen's side. He found a secluded corner, which was only a few meters away from his target, to wait for the right time to strike. The 4 bodyguards by Ning Beichen's side had high cultivation, each one above Xia Fei's rank. All of them demonstrated a level of practiced ease while they kept Ning Beichen and his offspring protected in the middle of them, never allowing any attacks to get past their circle of defense. Xia Fei carefully observed them, not feeling a sliver of anxiety as he did. His eyes were only on that spatial ring Ning Beichen was wearing on his left hand, where the purple heart of spirit was kept. The plaza was in a state of utter darkness, so everyone had difficulty seeing even their 5 fingers. Unless they had prepared a pair of night vision goggles beforehand, like what Xia Fei had in his possession, there was simply no way any of them could clearly make out their surroundings. Chaos. Utter mayhem. Once these thousands of warriors learned that their lives were at stake, they started firing their weapon without any reservation, never once considering whether the ones they were hitting were friends or foes. Their only thought was to kill. As time passed, the 4 bodyguards beside Ning Beichen slowly got further away, so their originally tight defensive formation loosened somewhat. Whoosh! Xia Fei's astute senses had picked up on this small gap created, and with a burst of speed, his body bypassed the 4 bodyguards' ring of protection with his chasing light aimed right at Ning Beichen's left arm. The blade swung with alacrity. Hum! The blade cleanly sliced off Ning Beichen's left hand. A damaged, naval-issued frigate was parked in an empty space, its hull cracked right in the middle. It looked no different from the other warships suspended in the surrounding area, as if a monster had bitten into the ship right at its center and broke it into 2. Anyone who got a closer look at this ship would note 2 words were engraved on its hull: lunar eclipse. There were only 2 individuals inside the command deck of this frigate. They were both wearing thick spacesuits, peering through the porthole as they kept their gazes on the distant stars. "Old man, will Xia Fei really come and fetch us?" Sarah asked gravely. The spacesuit was sturdy and warm, but she nevertheless felt a chill in her body while wearing it. In order to escape from Red Rock Base, the pair had followed Xia Fei's instructions and risked activating the warship's in situ warp function, and the extreme tremors that Sarah witnessed left her heart trembling. In situ warp was when a parked warship forcefully activated its warp drive and entered the ensuing wormhole. This was an incredible crazy method, as in the instant when the wormhole was forcefully created, it would tear every physical object around them, and by the looks of the damage lunar eclipse had sustained, the dangers of attempting an in situ warp were high. Fortunately, Xia Fei had already made special adjustments to his ship, so that it would adapt to the energy disturbance that an in-situ warp would cause. Though Sarah and Alan were safe, Lunar Eclipse suffered irreversible damage from this action. Alan nodded. He will come. I've already struck a deal with him. Sarah bit her lower lip, not saying another word. Her bright eyes kept staring out the porthole unblinkingly. Soon, a dazzling wormhole appeared several hundred kilometers away, and an anathema-class frigate came out from it. Xia Fei, it's Xia Fei. Sarah flailed her arms in excitement and yelled Xia Fei's name. Even old Alan beside her was unable to control his excitement. Xia Fei has really come to save us. Sarah jumped into Alan's arms, hugging him tightly. Everything had been arranged by Xia Fei. Upon killing Ning Beichen, Xia Fei made haste toward the docks and piloted his vampire out of Owl's sanctuary as quickly as possible, sending a message to Sarah and Alan to act. In accordance with the two successful warping out of Red Rock Base, they effectively managed to escape the base, which was currently in total lockdown. Sarah and Alan then sent Xia Fei their position through Lunar Eclipse's signal transmitter, and Xia Fei tracked the signal to arrive on this part of space and fetch them. 10 minutes later, Sarah and Alan boarded Vampire. Thank you, Xia Fei. Sarah removed her spacesuit and gave him a hug, the corners of her eyes glistening in what was most likely tears. Was the in-situ warp process smooth? Xia Fei asked. It's fine, though your ship regrettably got wrecked in the process. It's a really great ship, too. Alan gazed out at that damaged warship and sighed. Sarah furtively wiped her tears away. Xia Fei, are you really going to bring us to the Pan-Human Alliance, give us a house and plenty of good food to eat? Xia Fei laughed. You're really too easy to satisfy. What I've prepared for you isn't any of those. Sarah's eyes shone. What could be even better than a house and food? This girl, who had lived her whole life in the Wild Star region, completely had no concept of the abundance of life in the Alliance's domain. She already felt blessed just by having a place to stay and being able to eat her fill. I'll have you two settled on my home planet, Earth, give you a beachfront property overlooking the sea. Alan can work at my company, and as for you, you'll turn over a new leaf and go to school, Xia Fei said. School? Sarah was puzzled. She had never encountered the concept of school in her 17 years of life. That's right. School. That's where you'll acquire knowledge and learn to be cultured. I'm sure you'll have fun attending classes with fellow students. Most importantly, though, you two will be free once you leave the Wild Star region. No one will threaten you again, and you can have the freedom to make your choices in life. While the warp engine recharged its energy, Sarah orbited around Xia Fei and kept asking him questions like a precocious child. The various benefits that the Pan-Human Alliance held utterly stunned her. Xia Fei was a bit disappointed to lose Lunar Eclipse here but knew that, even if the ship was intact, he would have a hard time bringing it back into the Pan-Human Alliance. After all, Red Rock Base had already been put on total lockdown. No one from outside could get in, and none on the base could get out. Since the loss of Lunar Eclipse was inevitable, he figured that it was better to use what power it had left to bring Sarah and Alan out. At least, its last run was for a good cause, an outcome that was much better than letting it fall into someone else's hands. Looking at Lunar Eclipse floating out there all alone, Xia Fei started Vampire and directed it toward the depths of space in the trajectory of the Pan-Human Alliance. Chapter 121, Starlink Corporation's First Fleet. Vampire followed along a plotted flight path as it headed toward the Pan-Human Alliance, the autopilot warping 1,000 light-years away every 10 minutes. The pirates in the Wild Star region would be none the wiser, for such small jumps were the best at avoiding detection, reducing the chances of them running into potential trouble. As such, a flight, which would have taken a day, ended up extending to 9 days. Xia Fei sat cross-legged on his bed as he stared at that purple heart of spirit. It was a piece of purple rock that was different from the blue heart of spirit he had seen before. The blue one was warm and smooth to the touch, like stroking quality jadeite that faintly gave off this air of peace and tranquility. As for this purple rock, it looked filled with volatile energy. It was not just coarse to the touch but also brought a strong chilling numbness to the body of anyone holding it, creating a sense of uneasiness in Xia Fei right now. Best if I inspect it at another time. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he kept that purple heart of spirit into his spatial ring. That mysterious yet violent energy the object was releasing made him feel troubled and breathless, it even exerted pressure on him. Proceeding to lie on the bed as he channeled his breath control technique, it took Xia Fei a dozen or so minutes before he could expel that sense of cold oppression in him. Only then did he feel his entire body finally relaxing. Phantom, something is really strange about that purple heart of spirit. Why is it that the purple heart of spirit appeared to be trying to draw my attention, unknowingly causing me to devote all my mental energy to it, but when I did as it instructed me, my skin ended up feeling uncomfortable, even to the point of making me feel somewhat irascible. I suspect that being in proximity with it can twist my personality. Xia Fei knitted his brows as he mused. Phantom was quiet for some time before he spoke. No way. Why couldn't I feel all that? Could it be a man-made phenomenon? I remember my master once telling me that it took him a very long time before he managed to unravel the true depths of the purple heart of spirit. You've only come into contact with it for a short time, so how could you so quickly sense its restlessness and ferocity? Xia Fei shook his head. How would I know? It's no good, best if I reduce my contact with this thing from here on. It's like a black hole trying to draw me, and it takes all my willpower to resist its allure. I feel like you can try and accept its guidance, instead. This is very much something worth studying. Since you want to use the purple heart of spirit to rapidly advance your cultivation, you'll have to increase your knowledge of it, Phantom very seriously proposed. Xia Fei understood full well that Phantom was adopting a purely objective stance to elaborate on this problem. Though Phantom was a failure of an assassin, after Xia Fei got to know him better due to them spending so much time together, he knew now that Phantom always had a serious attitude when it came to researching stuff. No, Xia Fei resolutely rejected Phantom's suggestion. While I can still resist it with sheer willpower, I most definitely won't attempt to do something like that. I hate it when anyone interferes with my thoughts. This applies to humans, and it's even more empirical when it comes to a piece of rock. No matter what sort of mystery it contains, if I lack the confidence of controlling it, then I prefer leaving it as a secret. Phantom was visibly disappointed. It's not like I'm asking you to risk your life for this. Would you not even consider trying it out, just a little? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat at the bedside and smoked. Best to wait till I'm able to control it fully. That was when Sarah opened the door to Xia Fei's cabin. She poked her head in and regarded Xia Fei with a smile. It's time for food, I've made fried sauce noodles according to your liking. Xia Fei was quite surprised to hear the term fried sauce noodles. He sat ramrod straight on the bed for the longest time. It had been quite a while since Xia Fei had himself a bowl of fried sauce noodles, so his interest was immediately piqued. Whether it would fit his taste or not did not truly matter. After having traveled across the stars and tasted all sorts of delicacies, he still found the fried sauce noodles to be the most compatible with his taste buds. The cabin had been fitted with plenty of equipment, so the originally rather large living space ended up becoming very cramped. Xia Fei bounded off from the bed and over an anti-disruptor. Let's go and have a taste of the fried sauce noodles you've made. The two made their way through the clutter and arrived at the ship's mess, and Xia Fei's head was already beginning to ache. Previously, in order to save time, Xia Fei had left the various equipment lying around everywhere, and now that he had a look, he realized how his approach was not methodological, for it reduced the habitability of the warship. It was fine for the nimble Xia Fei, but poor Alan in his 70s had to climb up and down just to eat a meal, so he ended up taking a long time getting through everything with his aging limbs. A traction control module was converted into a dining table. In order to set this particular equipment up, the original mahogany dining table had been removed and disposed of, thus, their only option now was to have their meal on top of the module. They covered this makeshift table with one set of blue and white checkered tablecloth, and on it was a bowl of white and fine noodles, next to it was the brown fried sauce, looking very inviting. Sarah filled a bowl with noodles, then poured a generous serving of the fried sauce into it. Xia Fei took a whiff of it and felt that something was off about it. Sarah, what sauce is this? It smells weird. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Sarah retrieved several jars from inside the fridge and placed them on the table. I used these. The word sauce is written on them, so I put a bit of each inside. Xia Fei had no idea whether he should laugh or cry. There were sauces of every kind put in the noodles: hawthorn, strawberry, salad dressing, peanut, tomato, yet the most essential, the one for sweetening it, was not. Yes, the taste is truly not bad, your hometown truly has a way with food. Old Alan really enjoyed what he tasted, full of praise toward this very creative fried sauce noodles. Xia Fei had no choice. Thankfully, he was not particular with his food and was fine as long as he could eat his fill. After filling himself with food, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a few drags of it. I have some money on me. If you run into any trouble after entering the Pan-Human Alliance, you can purchase some tickets to get on a flight back to Earth. Find a man called Podolsky and he will help you to settle everything. After saying that, Xia Fei pulled out a stack of notes from his spatial ring and handed it to Alan. The citizens of the Pan-Human Alliance often used electronic money, but they had also printed some paper money for the less advanced planets for the sake of convenience. These notes were worth 1 million star coins, enough for their trip to Earth. Will anything happen to us in the Pan-Human Alliance? Asked Alan, and Sarah nervously looked at Xia Fei for an answer as well. Xia Fei smiled. I don't think so. I was put on a wanted list when I first got out due to a misunderstanding, so I may have some explaining to do at the military when I re-enter the alliance. Xia Fei was not very worried about the bounty placed on his head. They had only given that emergency order for his capture because they were afraid that the insectoid spies would escape from him then, but since that the ship had been blocked within the alliance territory, and given how he was a member of the Adjudicator Union, he did not think that this would be too big a problem. Besides, lunar eclipse was already lost. As long as he stuck to the reason that it was his communications system acting up, the military would have no way of disproving his claim, so they naturally would be helpless to act against him. Xia Fei enjoyed making preparations beforehand, having considered that the military's interrogation might take some time, and since he had some money on him, he reckoned that it was better for Alan and Sarah to have it. The moment he decided to help these two escape from the Wild Star region, he resolved to help them to the end, or else it would have been better to have just left them back there. So you're a fugitive, very casually remarked Sarah. In the Wild Star region, a rock casual tossed could end up hitting a fugitive, hence, this girl was hardly bothered by Xia Fei being one. All of a sudden, his warship's communicator pinged. Xia Fei made his way to the command deck and saw that the first fleet of Starlink Corporation was hailing them. According to the coordinates, this fleet was over 3,000 light-years away from Vampire. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Vampire had been maintaining radio silence this entire time, so this fleet must have been scanning the area to get a hit, sending a call his way. Starlink Corporation was a large company within the Pan-Human Alliance. The interplanetary internet, which spanned across the entire human territory, was run by this corporation, and in fact, it was considered as one of the top 10 powers within the Alliance. There were many large corporations and conglomerates that had their own fleets in the Alliance, and the only difference between these fleets and the governing body of the human government was their inability to acquire a capital ship. The Alliance was especially strict when it came to their control of capital ships. Aside from themselves and a few high-tier sovereign territories, the capital ship was not something any individual or civilian organization could purchase. The only exceptions were the two major warrior organizations, the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order. Due to the special place they held in the Alliance, they were approved to own capital ships. Xia Fei checked this fleet's banner. He saw that it indeed belonged to Starlink Corporation and was not an ambush the pirates had set up in an attempt to pull the wool over his eyes. Still, why would a fleet of a giant corporation make its way into the dangerous Wild Star region? Xia Fei pondered over this and decided to open the communication channel to accept the others' hailing while keeping his warp engine primed for a jump at any time. A man in his 20s appeared on the screen in front of Xia Fei. This person looked extraordinarily noble, possessing a high nose bridge with a piercing gaze. His locks of golden hair were naturally hanging loosely, covering the left half of his face. He had very pale skin which seemed rather flawless. For a man, the elegance his looks gave off was a bit much. Hello, I'm the commander of Starlink Corporation's First Fleet, Jansen. The blonde man spoke with his back rigid, his voice sounding quite dignified. Xia Fei smiled. Hi, I'm Xia Fei. May I ask what is the matter? Xia Fei. You're Xia Fei. Jansen's two eyes suddenly shone as he pulled out an image from another screen and carefully examined it for some time. Turning his head back to look at the Xia Fei on his communicator screen, his face betrayed mild excitement. You're an Earthling. That's right. A cadet of the Adjudicator Union from the Enduro branch. Indeed. 18 years of age, unmarried. Xia Fei was completely baffled. Could this person be checking his account? That is correct. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead as he gave this reply. I don't see an uncanny resemblance. You don't seem to be as handsome as the one in the picture, Jansen muttered under his breath. He said that in a soft voice, but Xia Fei still caught every word of his. The latter was rendered speechless, and he could not help but suspect this person's motives. Well, since you're Xia Fei, then my mission here is done, too. Just stay where you are right now, my fleet will warp to your coordinates in 17 minutes 46 seconds. Jansen sighed. Chapter 122, Stiletto Class? Stay where you are right now, my fleet will warp to your coordinates in about 17 minutes 46 seconds. Jansen sighed. Stunned, Xia Fei's brows furrowed further. What do you mean? Do you know me? Jansen hesitated for a moment. He lightly ruffled his golden locks first before answering, you don't know me, but I know you. I've seen the recording of you during the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment. Xia Fei chuckled and did not say anything else. He appeared perturbed by what was happening, but his fingers had been rapping lightly on his control console, adjusting the autopilot short warps into the furthest long-distance warp. The indicator lights displayed that the warp engine had been sufficiently charged for the next jump, so Xia Fei soundlessly ended the video transmission with Jansen and rapidly transited Vampire into warp travel mode. Xia Fei did not trust that Jansen person at all. From how he had sent a message to verify his identity, there was nothing suspicious about Jansen's identity. If Jansen had any ill intent toward him, he would not have a need to hail or inform Xia Fei about the time it would take his fleet to reach him. Xia Fei had no doubt about all these, but he remained obstinately skeptical. At the end of the day, he was still in the Wild Star region, where anything and everything could happen. If anyone wished to survive in a place like this, they could only depend on themselves. The Black Mamba 130 engine was far more outstanding than the average engine out there, capable of traveling a full 61,450 light-years in a single warp, and this let him leave Starlink Corporation's first fleet in his proverbial dust. It was only that such large-scale warping would create a huge energy signature. If any nearby pirates were to pick up on it, they might very easily follow his trail, and that would be extremely dangerous for Xia Fei and company. Starlink Corporation's first fleet, lead ship. Jansen stared dumbfoundedly as Xia Fei slipped away without warning, not even saying a word of goodbye. He was initially taken aback but soon understood why it happened. Xia Fei did not trust him. With that thought in mind, Jansen barked a series of orders. Immediately search for traces of that warship. Additionally, initiate our extreme long-range communicator and connect us to the Mrs.'s residence. Tidying his uniform, Jansen stood up straight and waited for the other party to establish connections. It took a long time for the extreme long-range communicator to establish a connection and several minutes for a man in his 60s to appear before the screen. Old Peng, is the Mrs. there? Jansen respectfully bowed. The Mrs. has just turned in for the night. Why, is something the matter? This elderly man, who had been addressed as Old Peng, shot this question back with annoyance. Judging from his tidy black uniform, with a pair of white gloves, it seemed that he was a butler of a distinguished family. Jansen cracked a smile. Old Peng. I've found Xia Fei. The elderly man jolted with a start, an inexplicable smile appearing across his face. Have you really located him? Where is he? Jansen slightly proudly replied, I've led the first fleet on a grueling search over the last few months, almost turning the entire Wild Star region upside down. The elderly man stared, slightly sternly saying, I don't wish to hear your complaints, cut to the chase. Okay. Jansen nodded his head repeatedly, seemingly somewhat cowed by Old Peng. This was strange, considering that it was a fleet commander who was showing fear at the moment toward an elderly caretaker with graying hair. We found him in the Wild Star region, somewhere 730,000 light-years away from Alliance space, Jansen reported. Immediately escort him back to the Pan-Human Alliance with your fleet, don't tell him anything else. At the same time, inform our 7th and 12th fleets to return. There's no need to continue searching, Old Peng ordered imposingly and in a dignified manner that no one would dare to question. Jansen's expression turned pained. The problem is that Xia Fei has gotten suspicious of my identity. He's warped quite far from his previous location, and I'll need some time to get a lock on his new coordinates. What do we do if he doesn't comply? Old Peng burst into laughter all of a sudden, muttering softly, that Xia Fei sure is cautious. I don't care how you do it, just make sure that you have Xia Fei escorted safely back into Alliance space. If you can't even get this small task done, you can forget about being a fleet commander. Understood. Jansen gave Old Peng a military salute. I will ensure the completion of this task. Is there a need for me to report this to the Mrs.? She did once instruct me to inform her at once the moment I have information. Old Peng waved him off. The Mrs. has finally just fallen asleep after making a din the whole day. I'll wait for the Mrs. to wake up and tell her about it myself. Just do as I instructed you, and you'll do fine. The screen went black, and Jansen poured himself a glass of red wine as he lounged in that comfortable captain's chair. Just what exactly is the relationship between Xia Fei and the missus for the corporation to make such a big deal over his disappearance? For him to have become a fleet commander for Starlink Corporation at the age of 24, Jansen was of course no fool. It was only that no matter how hard he racked his brain over this, be it the missus or the company, there just did not seem to be anything to link Xia Fei, that commoner located tens and thousands of miles away, with either. They were simply on different planes, and their lives would hardly intersect. Nonetheless, it was because of that seemingly small character that Starlink Corporation had mobilized 3 out of its 12 fleets to search for him. In fact, if the other 9 fleets were not stationed too far away from the Wild Star region, they might have been sent out en masse as well. According to the information he got after, in order to search for Xia Fei, the company's technical department had even begun looking into the possibility of expanding the interplanetary internet to include the whole of Wild Star region. In the end, it was dismissed because the time to construct the necessary infrastructure would take too long. It must be stated that the interplanetary internet was made up of countless communication systems and positioning satellites. Increasing the coverage by a star region required an astronomical capital and expenditure that the average person could not even begin to imagine. The conclusion that Jansen could draw from all these was that he must not provoke Xia Fei no matter what. There were too many things about the person's background that he did not know, so it was best if he approached this with caution. This was when a beautiful lady who was working the radar called, "Commander, we've located that ship you asked. It's currently 64,000 light-years away from us." Jansen was stunned. "Are you sure? He traveled over 60,000 light-years in that one warp just now." "That's right. Good lad, to cover over 60,000 light-years in one warp only means that Xia Fei's ship has a top-grade warp engine. It's a good thing we've got a stiletto class aboard, or else we'd lose him this time." Jansen smiled as he thought to himself. Xia Fei, who had just evaded Jansen's fleet, headed straight to the Pan-Human Alliance via high-speed warping. Because this was the dangerous Wild Star region, Xia Fei did not let his guard down even once. Over the next hours, he did not leave the command deck, remaining in a vigilant state from start to finish. At this time, not one pirate or mob attempted to stop Xia Fei. As he got closer and closer to the Pan-Human Alliance territory, the security level of the space also increased. A ship was inexplicably trailing after Xia Fei's, maintaining a 10,000 kilometer distance from Vampire. According to the information his radar system had picked up, this ship was a Stiletto-class interceptor made by Mittal Manufacturing. This was the first time Xia Fei had heard or seen an interceptor, and from the analysis of its signal strength, it should be about the same size as a frigate, but why would it be called something different if it was a warship similar to a frigate? Interceptor? Do you know anything about that sort of warship? Xia Fei asked. Phantom shook his head. This is also the first time I've heard of it. It doesn't seem to be any different from a frigate based on its outward appearance. That was when the Stiletto class suddenly accelerated, engaging in high-speed cruise maneuvers while it orbited around Vampire as if it was opening a path for Xia Fei. It has 14,000 m/s. Xia Fei saw the number displayed on the radar and was surprised. Its speed was twice that of Vampire with its Black Mamba 130 warp engine, and that was simply too inconceivable. Xia Fei and Phantom exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Vampire was fitted with an energy-draining device, so he was not afraid of the Stiletto attacking. It was just that its speed was simply too astounding. To think that there would actually be such a warship capable of high speeds in this universe, just how did it reach those extreme speeds? The Stiletto-class interceptor seemed to be intentionally publicly propagating its signal without reservations. Xia Fei learned from this that the ship belonged to Starlink Corporation's first fleet, with its registration information and spaceship number listed. It seemed to be doing this in an attempt to let Xia Fei know that it meant well. As time passed, Xia Fei realized that this ship did indeed pose no threat to him. It was even acting as a bodyguard, carefully following him at a distance that was neither too near nor too far. Could that guy really have no ill intention toward me? Why would he send someone to tail me, then? Xia Fei wondered about it hard, unable to make sense of what was happening. Sarah and Alan were also very nervous. Both of them were quietly hovering outside the command deck, afraid to go in and disturb Xia Fei. From time to time, Sarah would serve Xia Fei a cup of tea and wait outside the door until he was done with it. She would then fill another cup and send it in, taking away the newly emptied cup while she was at it. Snuffing the cigarette in his hand, Xia Fei decided to establish contact with that stiletto-class interceptor E-Shadow, silently following him, impossible to shake off. This situation persisted until he was within the borders of the Alliance. The temporary wormhole slowly opened, Xia Fei only needed another warp, and he would be in the Alliance space. This was when that stiletto-class interceptor, which had been faithfully shadowing him this entire time, sent a message over, "All the best, friend. It has been an honor for the First Fleet of Starlink Corporation to escort you safely back into the Alliance's fold." This parting message was Jansen's wise-ass decision. Since he reckoned that Xia Fei was not someone he could afford to offend, he figured that it was an excellent chance to curry favor and establish a good rapport with the latter. There was no telling if there would come a time when he could use Xia Fei's aid. Xia Fei chuckled and composed a simple reply, "Thank you, I won't be seeing you off." About 10 minutes later, Vampire successfully appeared in Alliance territory, and Xia Fei heaved a long sigh while he sat in his seat. "I'm finally back." Sarah and Alan were also abuzz, having been waiting outside the door the entire time. Turning on his microcomputer to connect to the interplanetary internet, Xia Fei was anxious to learn if Xiao was inside that insectoid warship he had disabled before. Just as the link was established, Xia Fei was abruptly inundated with an innumerable number of images one after another, which nearly caused his screen to explode, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Chapter 123, Return to Earth. Xia Fei had stayed in the Wild Star region for over 2 months, which was why he had accumulated such a large number of unread messages. The countless emails poured like crazy, and a new screen kept flashing on his microcomputer, so much so that even the device started lagging. His finger tapped to close it as Xia Fei moved to temporarily disable the notifications for the thousands of emails steadily arriving in his inbox. Right now, his utmost concern was that matter with Xiao Yu. As for these emails, he could deal with them later. After a moment of consideration, Xia Fei decided to report first his return to Heaven Execution Training Camp in order to learn about anything related to Xiao Yu as well as the wanted notice for him. Xia Fei was a librarian, so his immediate superior was Old Man Qin Mang. Not long after sending a request for a video call, Qin Mang connected their line. "Are you back?" On the screen, Qin Mang could be seen casually sipping tea as if he was unconcerned with Xia Fei's whereabouts in these past 2 months. "Yes, I've just returned from the Wild Star region." Xia Fei smiled. Qin Mang nodded. "It's good that you're back. When are you reporting to the library? There's no one cleaning the place while you're away, and the place has become messy again. I'll be making a trip home first, then to the warship graveyard to repair a ship, so it'll probably take half a month's time in total," Xia Fei said. "Oh, if you're headed home, don't forget to bring a few hundred caddies of Longjing before rain back with you. I've gotten addicted to that tea while you're gone, and I simply can't get used to drinking any other tea anymore." Xia Fei was fairly vexed by this request. Several hundred caddies of Longjing? It must be known that the total yearly produce of this type of tea only amounted to several hundred caddies. "No problem, I'll bring back some other tea leaves for you to try, Elder." Xia Fei chuckled. "Do you know anything about what happened with that insectoid ship last time? Was there a girl by the name of Xiao Yu on it?" Xia Fei was figuratively sweating bullets inside as he nervously waited for news regarding Xiao Yu. No. Qin Mang's answer was simple and direct. Xia Fei suddenly felt his heart throbbing as if invisible needles were piercing it. "Forget it. Though Xiao Yu wasn't found among them, I've at least been able to do a good deed," Xia Fei consoled himself, his expression somewhat reflecting his disappointment. Xia Fei learned from his conversation with Qin Mang that the insectoid ship had some serious criminals of the Alliance on board. Due to unrevealed reasons, the Alliance had not sentenced these people with high cultivation to death and, instead, used a metal alloy casket to cryogenically freeze them. It was rumored that this was due to those criminals being composed of extremely rare geniuses. The Alliance believed that their skills could be of use in the future, like strapping on explosive shackles and sending them on suicide missions at wartimes, or if they decided one day to extract their genetic code for cloning. Before the warp drive technology was invented, humanity had thought of relying on cryogenics to preserve human bodies for distant space travels. By putting humans in near-zero-degree cryo boxes, they could just thaw these people upon arrival to their destination. The Alliance had pretty much mastered the technology involving this and was able to preserve someone alive in that state for a long time without dying. Of course, these were all just rumors, and the higher-ups of the Alliance had never once admitted to any of them. Xia Fei was very disappointed. He was not at all concerned about why those insectoids wanted to smuggle all the cryogenically frozen criminals to their territory, for it had nothing to do with him at all. Upon capturing the insectoid ship, the Alliance's wanted notice pertaining to Xia Fei had naturally been dismissed, and this news did make Xia Fei feel somewhat better. What followed right after was an endless stream of communication requests from the battalion commander Ye Jingshan and Robert, who was looking to interrogate Xia Fei separately from the Department of Military Affairs about what happened then. Chen Dong, Bahai, Manjun, and Moon Song all video called him, too. All of them more or less asked the same set of questions: where did he go, what happened, how did he get back, etc. Being asked the same questions again and giving the same answers every time slowly wore Xia Fei until he began to feel annoyed by their interrogation. After answering everyone's questions, Xia Fei contacted Andre to make the necessary arrangement for his return. Andre was of course ecstatic upon learning this, and Xia Fei even got him to prepare for Sarah and Alan's basic needs. Actually, bringing Sarah and Alan to Earth was a win-win situation for Xia Fei. The two of them were experienced spaceship pilots, and Alan was very well versed at high-precision radar systems. Their experience would be of great help in improving his company, which was still in its infancy. When Xia Fei was trapped in that asteroid belt in the Wild Star region, it was Alan who discovered his SOS first, which was a clear indication of the older man's expertise toward high-precision positioning and radar systems. Had it not been for Alan and Sarah, Xia Fei might very well have been stuck in that asteroid belt for the rest of his life. It was only natural for him to be vicious with his enemies to the point that they would be lying on the ground, unable to retaliate, while for people like Alan and Sarah who saved his hide, it was important for him to give them rewards of the highest standard. This was not only to express his gratitude toward them but also to demonstrate his trust for them. Trust was a simple word, yet there were plenty of complexities layered within it. Xia Fei was never one to trust people easily, unless they of course fought alongside him or lent him a hand when he needed it the most. Sarah and Alan were not peak experts in their fields of expertise, but they had experience and Xia Fei trusted their knowledge. With the two of them on board, Xia Fei felt at ease knowing that they could contribute their valuable experience to his company's growth, so why not? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei was quietly contemplating what he wanted to do once he reached Earth when a screen popped up on his microcomputer. Xia Fei looked over and chuckled. Aside from Avril, there was no one else who could directly start a conversation with him so unreasonably like this. It was unknown how she did it, but it was as if she could have direct control of Xia Fei's microcomputer, able to do whatever she pleased with it. It had been quite some time since they last saw each other, and Xia Fei kind of missed this strange little lady. On the screen display, Avril was pouting. Her straight, blonde hair was disheveled, her two bright eyes had dark circles under them, and even her entire person appeared to be way skinnier than before. She was presently sitting down as she angrily glared at Xia Fei. The corners of her eyes seemed to sparkle with wetness as well. "Are you sick?" Xia Fei asked with concern. "How did you end up looking like that after I've not seen you for 2 months?" Avril shook her head and did not say a word. All she did was stare at Xia Fei intensely, looking as if she was on the verge of tears. Xia Fei smiled. "I spent some time in the Wild Star region. That place is really interesting. If there's ever a chance in the future, I'll be sure to bring you along to visit it." Avril was still silent. Her petite and pale hands kept rubbing the corner of her pajamas, finally revealing a smile in return. "Don't do that again. Those are just some insectoid spies, so there's no need for you to risk your life like that pursuing them." This sounded very much like a little girl acting petulant, and Xia Fei could feel a warmth rising in his heart as he nodded. "Yes, I get it. I'll be sure to tell you before I do anything again. Also, you must have a high-powered extreme long-range communicator installed aboard your ship, that's to prevent you from going to strange places where I can't find you. The power consumption of such equipment is a lot, and it's hardly any use. It's better if I invested in a few powerful offensive configurations or electronic systems, as those will help maximize my attack might against enemies." Xia Fei frowned as he rejected her suggestion. Just like a switch had been flipped, the originally fine Avril suddenly started crying. "Xia Fei, I hate you the most. Is combat everything to you? What's going to happen if you run off to a far-flung place again? I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I don't care, I'm going to ignore you from here on if you don't install a high-powered extreme long-range communicator on your ship," said Avril as tears and snot flowed freely down her face. Xia Fei was left speechless. He quietly asked Phantom in his consciousness, "Did I say something wrong? A high-powered extreme long-range communicator is truly very worthless. Phantom seemed to be even more clueless than Xia Fei. You're right. Even a material analyzer will be more useful than that. Such a device is completely a waste of power. Thankfully, Xia Fei was not stupid enough to voice all these. Instead, he changed the subject and told a few interesting jokes to the girl. Avril was pure-hearted, so she very quickly stopped crying and asked Xia Fei about what happened in the Wild Star region. Dozens of minutes later, the innocent, little lady had completely forgotten what she had been crying about moments ago and was presently listening raptly to Xia Fei recount his deeds. Earth Federation, New York. Vampire slowly landed on Andre's huge manor. Having not seen each other for a long time, a proper feast was in order for everyone. Sarah and Alan were of course the happiest, as people from the barren Wild Star region, being able to dine with such exquisite food and drink was like a dream come true to them. That night, after Alan and Sarah had gone to sleep, Xia Fei, Andre, Wulong, and Charlie set up a table outside the manor and admired the lovely moonlit sky. Xia Fei, it's been more than 6 months since you ventured in space, you should have a pretty good understanding of the galactic society now, shouldn't you? Andre asked. Xia Fei chuckled bitterly. To tell you the truth, I've been running around many places this whole time. I not only failed to gain a deeper understanding of the universe but also even got more confused with it. Why? Wulong was quick and on point, curiously asking this. The Milky Way spans for 250,000 light-years, and Earth is the only planet capable of sustaining life in this galaxy, do you know that? Yet the Milky Way is no more than just a speck of dust in the Enduro star region, with the Pan-Human Alliance having over 300 similar star regions. Every star region is as big as Enduro, and the entire universe has even more races besides humans. Such a complex universe, how can we go about understanding it? Its existence itself is already beyond our comprehension, somewhat earnestly explained Xia Fei. Chapter 124, Quantum Holdings. The size and complexities of the universe had far outstripped the limits of human imagination. Xia Fei's description of what was out there had filled the three others with curiosity and yearning, but it was a pity that none of them had the opportunity to enter the mysterious sea of stars and experience those things for themselves. All they could do was imagine the wonders of the universe through Xia Fei's words. How's the company operations going right now? Xia Fei asked. Charlie excitedly responded, at the moment, the scope of Quantum Holdings' business is stuck at purchasing technology from other planets and investing in other business sectors through shares. Right now, we've successfully acquired the computer giant IBM, energy giant Mobil, car manufacturer General Motors, industrial manufacturing giant Siemens, and a few others. Essentially, we've gained absolute control over 11 companies. Xia Fei nodded. Quantum Holdings was how he named his company. Andre and the others had been taking charge of it these past 6 months. It was already a wondrous achievement on their part to get such good results in such a short time. After all, those established companies had a great influence on Earth, each like immense and lush trees. Attempting to uproot them completely was hardly an easy task. Also, while we are Earth's main suppliers of certain goods, our presence in interstellar trade is practically zero. Charlie shrugged as he concluded his report. That's fine. Let's first establish our base of production. This time, I've brought Sarah and Alan to help break grounds on the next phase of our company operations. They are experienced spaceship pilots and can greatly help us nurture our very own pool of spaceship pilots, forming a transport fleet of ours, Xia Fei said. Xia Fei's idea was to turn Earth into a processing base, purchasing mineral resources from extraterrestrial planets and processing them before selling the finished products everywhere in the Alliance. After all, Earth had cheap human labor right now, and the production cost would be much lower than the other planets within the Alliance. Making a play for the interstellar trade, an efficient transport fleet would be essential, and that was the next important step that Quantum Holdings would be taking. Wulong was apparently very excited as well. That's great. If we're really going to establish a spaceship flight school, I'll be the first to sign up. Xia Fei chuckled. Brother Wu, no matter how you put it, you're the safety supervisor, the head of the product department, and vice chairman of the board of directors. Your status isn't the same as before. I'm afraid that being a pilot for a transport fleet isn't suitable for you. Wulong sighed, wistfully saying, I'm almost bored to death stuck in the office all day. If only I could fly all around the universe like you, how awesome would such a life be? Wulong was a hillbilly at heart, and expecting him to bury his head in an office to deal with matters was torture. However, he was very loyal. He viewed his promise back then to help Xia Fei manage the company as a sort of contract, and he would never go against it no matter what. As such, he had been patiently working overtime just to process the endless mountain of documents and files every day. Brother Wu, hang in there a bit more. Once we find suitable people to replace you, I'll let you take on any role you want, consoled Xia Fei. Wu Long's eyes shone as he burst into raucous laughter. Actually, I'm just venting my frustrations. When my mother learned that I'm now the vice chairman of Quantum Holdings, she could not be any happier. She hated my tendency to run around to unknown places all day long and has long been awaiting me to settle down for a peaceful life. In fact, she's been nagging at me to invite you over for dinner, letting you have a taste of her best dish, osmanthus chicken. Why don't you come over with me and do that tomorrow? I do indeed wish to have a taste of your mother's cooking. Unfortunately, I'll be leaving early tomorrow, so maybe next time, Xia Fei regretfully declined. So soon? They were all dumbfounded. You've only just arrived, yet you're heading off again? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Xia Fei smiled. I'm at ease knowing that you guys are at the helm of our company. Besides, we can still use the interplanetary internet to communicate if necessary. Charlie gave this matter some thought. Forming our own fleet is, of course, a great idea, but all those freighters you speak of will need someone to maintain them, and our company funds are already stretched currently, so I'm afraid that we don't have enough to purchase even one large freighter. I've already thought about this problem. Xia Fei lit a hung tashan before he resumed speaking. I've made some good friends in the warship graveyard, and we can purchase several freighters at a fair price from them. We will first establish a small transport fleet, and as for its maintenance, I already have someone in mind. I'll be carrying out everything tomorrow. The person Xia Fei was talking about was none other than old Porter's apprentice, Boateng. His loyalty had left a deep impression on Xia Fei. Both his skills and character were impeccable in his eyes, it was only that the man was far too loyal to old Porter, so attempting to poach him to his company would not be an easy task. Xia Fei would need to spend some time and effort on it. How much capital does the company still need? Xia Fei asked. Charlie very quickly calculated the sum in his head. Having already tapped into his mathematics special ability, he was very sensitive to such calculations and was even faster than some computers when dealing with numbers. Presently, the company still has dozens of projects lined up, all of which involve the advanced technology introductions that are in the discussion table, and they are all critical to replace the more energy-consuming and highly pollutant products on the market. Xia Fei waved his hand to interrupt Charlie. The reason I gave you 3 key positions in the company is that I have absolute faith in you all. I have no need for details, just give me the number. Charlie was touched when he heard Xia Fei's words. Andre and Wulong could feel their body warming as well. Xia Fei's trust in them involuntarily gave rise to a strong sense of pride in themselves. The ideal figures amount to 93,150,000 star coins, enough for us to properly tackle every detail. If not, we can temporarily place a portion of these projects on hold, resuming them once we have enough cash at a later date, Charlie said. No problem. I'll be transferring 200 million star coins to the company account in just a while. I'll bear the cost of the freighters myself and won't be touching the company's liquid funds, Xia Fei said. Furthermore, I have a personal bank account that gains interest every month. Though it isn't much, every bit counts, I'll leave this account for the company to manage in case of emergencies. Xia Fei's account currently held 1.04 billion star coins, so it was no problem taking out a few hundred million to completely cover the cost of company operations. Besides, the company's current form was like that of a little chick. One day, when it grew up and was finally capable of laying eggs, the investment he had made would not be lost. As for that bank account that Xia Fei had mentioned, those were the income he got from the poems. Now that the storm his poems had created in the star region passed, the monthly income from its sales were steadily decreasing. A few millions of star coins were nothing to Xia Fei at the moment, so he figured that it was better to just leave that for the company to manage. The 3 men were slightly taken aback by this development. Xia Fei actually spoke of 200 million star coins with much ease, so it seemed that his net worth might be much higher than what they had expected. 200 million star coins is a lot, the company has no need for that much yet, Andre very cautiously said. Xia Fei was unperturbed by this. The most important thing a company needs is sufficient liquid funds. Do your jobs well and don't worry about the resulting expenditure. As long as you're spending it in the right avenues, we'll most definitely be able to earn it all back. Andre seemed to have thought of something, so he somewhat hesitantly raised it. Xia Fei, the Federation President Pandef has mentioned many times that he wishes to have a meeting with you. Plus, he has intentions of acquiring Quantum Holdings equity under the name of the Earth Federation. I feel that since the company is under the Federation's rule, it might do us good to consider his suggestion. Xia Fei shook his head. What do we have to see him for? I have no interest in politicians. As for the matter of acquiring the company's equity, you can go ahead and reject it, too. I have my ideas regarding the company's development, and having more shareholders will just become more restrictions. I have no wish to explain every action I take to a host of shareholders. That will be far too troublesome. So what if Quantum Holdings is under Federation's rules? We're running business lawfully and reasonably, paying tax as per regulation, here. There's no need for us to mind those politicians. Honestly, judging from the performance of the federal government so far, they are hardly satisfactory. Especially considering that it has been over 3 years since we joined the Pan-Human Alliance, Earth is still hardly developed from what our beginning. What Xia Fei had said was a fact. The current federal government was being run by obstinate conservatives who were scared and unsettled by the extraterrestrial civilization. All they cared about was protecting their wealth and status, seemingly unconcerned that there were actually plenty of crises to capitalize on in the Pan-Human Alliance. Regarding Earth, what was most important should be a reckless pursuit to develop their strength. The universe was a realistic place, and lacking in strength meant they would have no right to speak. As a native Earthling, Xia Fei was absolutely disappointed by the Earth Federation's present rate of development. Wulong coldly harumphed. Those politicians only know how to flap their lips and mislead the masses, not even taking any actual action at all. At present, the entire Federation has yet to have their own warship, yet they actually claimed that the federal defense capabilities have greatly improved in their reports. The military budget remains the same every year, but where's their combat strength? Are they really planning to depend only on soldiers who use rifles to do battle during wartimes? Xia Fei patted Wulong's shoulder. Forget it. There's no use getting all frustrated here. Why don't we just focus on making sure that we can do with what's right in front of us? Charlie agreed. That's right. The matter we're dealing with is far more important than all Earth politics. The next stage of our company's development will have us entering a period of strategic expansion. Right now, the products we can produce aren't many, and most are just obsolete trinkets. We won't be able to bring back massive profits even if we can sell them to other planets. What we urgently need right now is a competitive product of our own to build our own brand. Xia Fei voiced his opinion. Let's not be too hasty on this just yet. Even though our products are low-end, there will always be a market for them as long as they're cheap enough. What we need now is to acquire a firm foothold. We can focus on industrial upgrades after we've carved a name for us on the market. The four discussed for a long time and decided that they would establish a spaceship pilot school and a logistics reserve center near the Federal Interstellar Spaceport. The Federal Spaceport covered a large area, and many of its facilities are in an idle state. Building their flight school and logistics reserve center nearby would greatly reduce costs and construction periods. The teaching would of course be handled by Sarah and Alan, and after Xia Fei returned with the first batch of industrial ships, they could immediately begin forming their transport fleet. Early the next morning, Xia Fei set off for the warship graveyard. Having delegated everything on Earth to Andre and the others to be busy with, Xia Fei was more than happy to walk away from it. Sarah and Alan very readily agreed to help Xia Fei with the formation of the transport fleet. In their eyes, being able to get out of the Wild Star region alive was already a very fortunate turn of events. Though Earth was a very low-level civilization, it was like heaven compared to the barren Wild Star region, and at the very least, there was no need for them to worry about making a living. 2 days later, Vampire slowly landed in Old Porter's factory over at the warship graveyard, but only Boateng and a handful of mechanics came out to receive him. Why isn't Uncle Porter here? Xia Fei smiled, casually handing over the gifts he had prepared for these men. Boateng sighed, pulling out a letter and handing it to Xia Fei. Take a look for yourself. Chapter 125, Porter left. Boateng handed a letter to Xia Fei, but he did not let him open it straight away. He led Xia Fei into the office and very carefully closed the curtains as well as locked the door first before he allowed him to open the letter and read its contents. Xia Fei did not understand why Boateng had to be so careful. He curiously opened the letter and took the white piece of paper from within. This was something a good majority of people had already forgotten, as the modern humans preferred sending electronic mails or doing video calls and other such technologically advanced methods to communicate with one another. No one would have thought that old Porter would preserve such an old habit. The words written on the letter were neat and elegant. It was hard to imagine that old Porter's calloused hands would actually be capable of writing such graceful characters. The language he used was a very old meteor script, looking like countless meteors that had interwoven together to form a whole, the characters beautiful and complex. Meteor script! Phantom exclaimed out of great surprise. Only the nobles and some ancient family clans of the Alliance will teach this script from young. It's a script that nobody can master without spending decades of time and effort learning it. Meteor script is a sort of status symbol. The commoners won't waste so much of their time just to learn this sort of beautiful but complex script. Old Porter actually knows how to write it. I'm afraid his background isn't as simple as a mere mechanic. Hearing Phantom's explanation, Xia Fei's suspicions grew. It was a good thing that his brain had that pretty quality translation chip embedded, so he was able to recognize this ancient language. He carefully read it once. Boateng, you are my most loyal apprentice, having you by my side made this master of yours very gratified. By the time you read this letter, I will have long left. I'm off to take back some abandoned things. There's no need for you to try and find me, you won't be able to, anyway. There's no reason for this factory to continue existing any longer. Sell it and split the money you get with your fellow apprentices. Treat it as the parting gift of this master of yours. Give a portion to Sunny's family, too. His family had aided me quite a lot when I first arrived at the warship graveyard. There are also those other workers. Be generous with their severance pay, let them go find work in other factories. Songson and Lena are with me. One is disabled, while the other is a lady. It isn't convenient for them to stay at the factory anymore, so I'll personally see to their safety. Also, I've left something for Xia Fei. It's in my safe. The code to open it is your birthday. If I'm not mistaken, Xia Fei will most definitely come back, and when that comes, I'll need you to give it to him. Finally, burn this letter once he's done reading it. Xia Fei placed the letter down on the desk, deep wrinkles across his forehead. Old Porter did not mention what he was off to do in the letter, but reading between the lines, he reckoned that he was not coming back. Otherwise, he would not have had Boateng sell this factory that he had devoted plenty of his sweat and blood. After all, this was his lifeblood's work. Master's not coming back, is he? Boateng nervously asked. He actually already understood what happened, it was just that Boateng felt unwilling to accept such an end, which was why he was asking for Xia Fei's opinion. Xia Fei nodded his head. Yet. Uncle Porter sounded very resolute in his letter. Boateng hung his head low in disappointment, a pained expression etched on his face. Why did Master leave? Weren't we doing just fine here? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and consoled the man. Perhaps Uncle Porter really has something important that he must do. That's right, what ship did he pilot when he left? A Gaian Tristan-class frigate, fully equipped with weapons and has a twin-engine system installed, Boateng replied with a heavy heart. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. A twin-engine system was an atypical setup. Given how the warp engine technology of today had been highly developed to such levels, installing two engines would not increase any warship's performance by much, not unless it was used to traverse distant or highly dangerous locations. What he was certain was that Old Porter had likely made prior preparations for this trip, and his heading must be a location with very extraordinary environments, and that was why he had intentionally piloted a twin-engine warship. Just what sort of environment would require a twin-engine system? Xia Fei bowed his head to ponder upon this. Boateng asked for Xia Fei's lighter, then burned Old Porter's letter. The expression on his face showed some incomprehensible bitterness, his eyes were dull. Xia Fei sat beside him and did not say anything, for he could not think of the right words to console the man at such a time. After all, the emotions a master and apprentice shared went deeper than that between any normal acquaintance. Boateng was even willing to divorce his wife than to leave Old Porter's side. It was enough to show just how loyal the man was to his master. Getting up, Boateng called Xia Fei over to the safe in the office and entered the passcode but did not open it himself. Master left you something. You can go ahead and look, I'll be heading out first. Boateng moved to leave when Xia Fei grabbed him. You don't have to leave. We can take a look at it together. No, Boateng repeatedly shook his head. That's what the master left for you, and he didn't say that I could see it. This obtuse man was simple and completely stubborn. Xia Fei suddenly felt that he was quite like Phantom in terms of utmost respect for their masters, both becoming extremely serious. The only difference was that it was the one thing Phantom could be serious about, and he was lackadaisical in anything else. Xia Fei smiled. If Uncle Porter left this to me, then whom does it belong to now? Yours, of course. Since it's mine, can I not invite you to look at it with me? This, Boateng was speechless. When it came to reasoning, he was simply no match for Xia Fei. They were pretty much not on the same level, and Xia Fei had a lot more tricks up his sleeves. Actually, Xia Fei still had the intention of recruiting the man. For Quantum Holdings to establish its transport fleet, what they lacked now was an expert to oversee the maintenance of it, and Xia Fei's ideal candidate for that was none other than Boateng. With old Porter gone and the factory about to be sold off, this was indeed a rare opportunity. If he could pull someone as loyal and honest as Boateng in his team, it would be an immense help to Xia Fei. A true talent was hard to come by, and though Boateng had quite simple-minded, that loyal and honest personality of his was not something money could buy. Since you're not protesting, I'll take it as you're in agreement. Xia Fei laughed as he said this. He reached deep into the safe and took out a black metal box. It was not too large in size, and the workmanship was very simple. It even had uneven parts, looking as if it had been in use for many years. Xia Fei placed the box on the table and gently opened it. What is this? Xia Fei wondered aloud. Inside was a small, round golden ball. Xia Fei reached in and placed it upon his palm to examine. The small, golden ball was no larger than a hawthorn fruit. Many ancient and strange imprints were carved on its surface, and it felt quite heavy in his hand. Xia Fei lifted this golden ball to Boateng and retrieved a slip of paper from the bottom of the box. This letter of old Porter was also in that complex meteor script. Xia Fei, I must say that you've left quite a good impression on me. This here is an ultra-long-range receiver from the ancient civilization. You can have it. I'll contact you the moment I locate what I'm looking for. There might be some things that I could use your help with. Xia Fei read the content of this slip of paper out loud. Boateng was abruptly startled by this revelation. Master will be contacting you. Xia Fei nodded. It seems to be what he means to do from what is written right here. Boateng very animatedly grabbed Xia Fei's arm. Hey, didn't you say that you want to recruit me as your assistant to help you out with repairing warships of the ilk? I've thought about it, and I'm willing to do it. Xia Fei was shocked. Boateng, how did your attitude change so fast? Don't you wish to take some time and think about it some more? There's no need. Boateng decisively declared. Since my master will be contacting you, following you means that I'll get to see him again. I don't even need a salary. I'll be fine as long as you allow me to accompany you. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth crooked into a smile. Old Boateng had inadvertently helped him immensely. Originally, he prepared to try all sorts of methods just to recruit Boateng, but now, there was no need for all those things. Boateng himself had requested to follow him, and there was no way he would chase the man away. He glanced at Phantom, and sure enough, that emotional assassin had been moved by Boateng's determination. Complex emotions swirled on his face, looking at Xia Fei before looking at himself. Phantom ducked back into the moorstone and did not say another word. Pouring 2 cups of tea, Xia Fei sat right across Boateng. I'm okay with you following me. In fact, I welcome you with open arms, but I'm still studying at the Heaven Execution Training Camp, so it won't be too convenient to have you around. Boateng was evidently very anxious when he heard this. Then, what am I to do? Xia Fei chuckled and said, there's no need for you to worry, I have a company back on Earth called Quantum Holdings. Right now, it is lacking a maintenance supervisor. Why don't you work for my company there in the meantime? When I acquire news about Uncle Porter, I promise to inform you at once. Boateng seemed to be somewhat hesitant. He felt ill at ease if he was not right by Xia Fei's side. Earth is my home planet, and though the level of technology there isn't very advanced, its environment is much better compared to the warship graveyards. It has 4 seasons in a year, with wondrous weather you can enjoy. There are also oceans that stretch far beyond the boundless horizon. Your daughter should be at the age to go to school while your wife isn't physically healthy. This isn't an environment suitable for raising your family in. Xia Fei appealed to Boateng's emotions and reason first before the latter was persuaded in relocating himself and his family to Earth and taking the job there. Xia Fei was of course elated. It was as the saying went, once a problem is solved, everything else will follow suit. Boateng was not only a great ship maintenance mechanic but also an expert in machine handling. With him on his staff, Quantum Holdings could definitely reach new heights, technologically speaking. With the topic at the end, Xia Fei decided to bring up his intention to purchase freighters. After hearing the present state of the company, Boateng advised, a large freighter will be priced around 3 billion star coins. It's too much of a waste for Quantum Holdings to make such a purchase given its scale. I suggest that you buy a fleet of industrial ships to transport tools. Industrial ships are easy to operate, and all they need is a 3-man crew even for long-distance transportations. The maintenance costs of industrial ships are also way lower than a large freighter, so you can have a small fleet of industrial ships as a start. It won't be too late to purchase freighters later when the scale of your business is bigger. Xia Fei and Boateng happened to hold the same view, so a short discussion between the two was all it needed to come up with a decision of buying 8 Gaian Iteron industrial ships to establish their first transport fleet. Iteron industrial ships possessed a 250,000 cubic meter of cargo space, enough to handle any transport errands they would have at the moment. Furthermore, the price of such industrial ships was cheap. A new ship would only cost about 20 million star coins, and this price would be further halved if it was assembled here on the warship graveyard, meaning that there would be no more than 10 million star coins each. That's right. Have you heard of any warships that are classified as interceptors? Xia Fei suddenly recalled that stiletto-class interceptor he had encountered on his way back. He felt extreme wariness toward the extreme high speeds that ship had demonstrated then, which was why he was asking about it now.